Decarbonizing Infrastructure in Nigeria Summit 2025. Of course, with the urgent theme, Unlocking Climate Finance for Sustainable Development. But just before we go into the nitty-gritty of today's event, I want to specially welcome and acknowledge a few distinguished guests and personalities in our midst. Very quickly, we want to acknowledge, we'll definitely start by acknowledging, of course, the organizers of this very important summit, the steering committee. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Please make it louder. The steering committee, of course, presidential aides to the president on climate change. We also have in the room, I think I saw him earlier, the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Dangiwa. Please, a round of applause for him. I think I saw him somewhere in the room. We also have here in our midst Honorable Tessa Ubo, Deputy Chairman, House of Representatives Committee on Environment. Please, a round of applause for him. Mr. Frederick Klenke, the MD and CEO of APM Terminals Nigeria. We have Mr. Femi Akinrebio, Global Manager, Manufacturing Trade, Supplier Finance, International Finance Corporation, IFC. Please, a round of applause for him. We have Rear Admiral Ayo Olugbode, Hydrographer of the Federation. Please, a round of applause for him. CEO, National Hydrographic Agency. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Dr. Iniobong Abiola Awe, Director, Department of Climate Change, Federal Minister of Environment. A round of applause for him. Please, can you make it a bit louder? You know, we're talking climate change today, so I suppose that the air here is not that hot. You know, so I would appreciate that we can do a lot better with our applause. Thank you very much. We also have here Honorable Kama, Nkem Kama, Chairman, House Committee on Climate Change. Please, a round of applause. Dr. Nkiru Kamadwekwe, the DG CEO, National Council on Climate Change, Secretariat. Please, a round of applause for her. She's also the Presidential Envoy in Climate Change. Mr. Musaddiq Mustafa, of course, PA Subnational Infrastructure. Please, a round of applause for him. He's a member of the Steering Committee. We also have here Ms. Zainab Yunusa, SSA to the President on Climate Change. Please, a round of applause for her. You'll be hearing from her in a moment. Mr. Ibrahim Shelang, SSA Climate Change, of course, to the President, Climate Finance to the President. Please, a round of applause for him. Mr. Umar Yusuf, MD Chief Executive Officer, RIPO. Please, a round of applause for him. We also have here, okay, I think I mentioned him earlier, Honorable Ubo, Deputy Chairman, House of Reps Committee on Environment. Please, a round of applause for him again. So we are gathered here in this room today, I would say, but not at a crossroad. Perhaps some people may say we are gathered at a crossroad. But we are gathered where policy meets ambition, where infrastructure meets innovation, and where climate meets capital. We are gathered here today because Nigeria, like the rest of the world, is running out of excuses. Okay, among the planning committee, we'll have Shuda Ahmed, SA Project Support. Please, can we put a round of applause for her? As we move along, we'll do more recognitions. So, like I was saying earlier on, that like the rest of the world, we're really running out of excuses and, quite frankly, out of time when it comes to climate issues. But one thing I can say for sure is that we are not running out of brilliant minds, bold leadership, and bankable ideas. And that's exactly what this summit today is all about. This event, I must say, has been masterfully curated and convened by the Office of the Vice President and the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat. I thought I would hear a round of applause. Please extend a round of applause for the Office of the Vice President and the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat, with support, of course, from an incredibly dedicated steering committee. This work behind the scenes deserve a resounding round of applause again. They have been working hard, and I must say harder than a diesel generator during power failure, and except, of course, they are working tirelessly to switch that off entirely. Now, before the formal summit proceedings commence and the arrival of our special guest of honor, I want to quickly acknowledge our sponsors and our partners here in the room, because none of this will be possible without the support of our visionary sponsors and partners. Let's take a moment to celebrate and recognize them, because without capital, even the best climate plans remains just plans. So please, I would crave your indulgence to extend and give a resounding warm round of applause as we recognize APM Terminals. Please, a round of applause for them. Africa Finance Corporation, Family Homes Fund, yes. Please, a round of applause for them. Ixwell, Agogo Consulting Limited, Presidential Initiative on CNG, RIPO, PwC, Soilless Farm Lab, Quintessence Environmental Consult, Tectonis Engineering Group, National Hydrographic Agency. Like I mentioned earlier on, none of this will be possible without our sponsors. So thank you very much to our sponsors and partners. I am Nancy Naji, and I happen to be the executive producer and anchor of Moneyline with Nancy on AIT, the business program on AIT. And just, I will be your anchor today, but I have a worthy partner. You'll be seeing him shortly. Okay, he's already approaching the podium. He's Ben Ubiri, who will be taking you through those proceedings today. Hello, Ben. Good morning.
Good morning, Nancy. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May I especially appreciate one who had walked across the continent making us celebrated in the climate change space, and that is the Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Change and our own Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat, Dr. Nkiruka Madwekwe. Please put your hands together for her. May I also specially thank the Chief Executive Officer of the Infrastructure Corporation of Nigeria, Dr. Lazarus Angbaza, who is also with us here. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him.
We'll be proceeding into the pre-summit session very quickly, but I also want us to use this opportunity for us all to connect, explore the brilliant ideas on display. I must mention that the exhibition booths outside, so let's also begin to start asking the tough but necessary questions. How do we fund green infrastructure? We will be seeking those answers here today. How do we decouple economic growth from emissions? How do we ensure that climate finance doesn't just flow globally, but meaningfully landing here in Nigeria, of course, in our roads, power systems, buildings, ports, and farmlands? I must also say a very quick one, a quick but important housekeeping note. In the spirit of practicing what we preach, there will be no printed brochures. We've just done a few today, so we're proudly reducing our own carbon footprints, one QR code at a time. So please do scan the QR codes located across this venue to access the full program today.
Well, we also want to appeal to those of us who are at the back, particularly those on the left side of the hall. Your right, the last 2 or 3 rows, please, we'll need you to come to this way. This side, this extreme right, my right, let's just move so we can fill up that side. From this side, the view is really different. So those on the the last 3 rows at the back, please, can we just move towards this side? Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, without further ado, because we have a lot to catch up on today, let's begin with the pre-session summit, Ben. We will start, of course, with reflections, and I will begin by introducing the very capable hand that will take us within that session. This next person you'll be hearing from that would moderate the session, she has danced, of course, with data, policy, and purpose across continents. She's connecting the dots between sustainability, economic strategy, and national development like only a true system thinker can. She's not just shaping Nigeria's climate policy, she's also helping to future-proof it. With over a decade of hands-on experience across PwC, Ernst & Young, and top-tier government consulting, she has advised governments and development agencies on aligning investments with sustainability and embedding climate into the DNA of national planning. She's armed with a master's from the Mons School of Global Affairs and Public Policy and multiple certifications in futures literacy and sustainability leadership. She brings intellectual elegance to the urgent mission of climate transformation. Please welcome to the stage the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Climate Change, Ms. Zainab Yunusa, to take us with this first pre-summit proceedings. Please, a round of applause for her as she approaches the podium.
If you clap a little more, it will look like she's not coming from afar.
Hi, so good morning, everyone. My name is Zainab Yunusa. I'm one of the anchors for this event, so thank you for joining us. Quickly, we just wanted to take one of the technical sessions this morning before we start the proper event. The first session we have is kind of a reflection of the pre-virtual summits that we had in May. On this panel, we have 4 panelists to cover the 4 major sectors that we looked at during the pre-virtual summits. The first panelist I would like to call on the stage is Victor Adamu, who was the representative of the energy sector. So Victor is a senior manager with the Tony Blair Institute in Nigeria, and he was the moderator for the energy panel. So yes, Victor. I'd also like to call on our second panelist, who is a representative from AFC, Africa Finance Corporation, Mr. Musa Dabo. So he would be representing AFC on this panel. AFC has been a critical partner in this program, and we're really happy for their support, and we look forward to having them on this panel. So yes, Victor. So Mr. Musa Dabo from AFC, thank you. Our next panelist is Mr. Francis Nkoka, who is going to be representing the World Bank. He's a DRM specialist, disaster risk management specialist at the World Bank, and he was also instrumental in the pre-virtual summits that we had. So he would be speaking from the perspective of the urban development and urban resilience sector. Our final panelist Thank you, Francis. So our final panelist was supposed to be Mr. Adewale from AFEX, who is the CEO from AFEX. He was very instrumental in the agri sector panel. However, he had some issues with his flight and he's unavoidably absent, though we would be hearing from him much later in the day through another panel. So for this panel, I think I would speak most largely for the agri sector, but I think we're complete as panelists, so we'll start. Thank you. Hi. Okay, great. Once again, thank you very much for joining us. As I mentioned earlier, really what we're trying to do with this panel is really just have kind of a recap and also consider it as kind of a bridge between the conversations we had at the very technical sessions in May. So really what we did was we had quite an extensive conversation around 4 key sectors that we had identified to be very instrumental in infrastructure decarbonization. We thought it would be a good idea to really have this conversation that was very technical. We had senior policymakers, data specialists, development experts, private sector people, different groups of youth, and also marginalized communities also be in this conversation with the hope of getting as much information from around the country as possible. These conversations were very rich. It happened over a 2 weeks period. And really what we're hoping to do here today then is just to kind of do a quick recap of what was discussed on those panels, just to give us a bit of an insight into what we'll be discussing today. Really for us, it's not really a report that we're trying to extract from this conversation, but again, just a bridge between the virtual sessions that we had and also kind of today's gathering. So we'll just take this moment to get as much information as possible so the participants will be ready to have the conversation as we go through the day. So first, I would start, the structure for the panel would be, because really we just have 30 to 45 minutes, and the structure for the panel will be the speakers would really take the floor, introduce themselves, and also give an opening statement of 1 to 2 minutes about their perspective of really what happened at the pre-virtual summits sessions, so for the energy sector, transport, and as well as urban. And also the panelists could also take a few minutes to also speak about what were critical insights that came out of those sessions, and also generally speaking, what were critical inputs that just comes out of decarbonizing infrastructure in those specific sectors. So I'll start with Victor. Victor, over to you.
Thank you very much, Zainab. Victor, my name have been introduced. So I mean, just for context, I lead Tony Blair Institute's energy and climate work in Nigeria. And as part of that work, we support governments with strategy, policy, and delivery of their key priorities. So of course, we support the presidency and a couple of state governments. I moderated the panel on energy in the pre-summit workshop, and my opening statement per that panel is just to let you know, the gathering this morning, to understand that the key things that came out of the panel were the fact that energy is central to the economy and the other aspects of the economy, of course, agriculture, urban development, and of course, financing that as well. Now, through the discussions, which I will give highlights about, through the discussions, we realized that financing energy really takes bearing from the offtake of energy and how energy is managed. And we looked at basically what the energy sector in Nigeria is focused on, of course, electricity supply, what's happening on the grid and off the grid, and how, getting financing to drive delivery of energy services is key to decarbonizing energy services. And so we had representatives from the finance side of things, from the operational side of things, and we took a couple of case studies to get our own panel going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. That was really succinct and to the point. I think for me, being on that panel, so just listening into that workshop, I think it was very clear there was a lot of interest as it relates to the energy sector, and the questions that really came out of it were really around the financing, right? And I think we had a few financiers on the call, and they tried to answer as many questions as possible. But it was quite an interesting conversation. I'm glad that the next person we're going to is Mr. Musa Dabo from AFC, so he would really speak to that perspective, be it from the transport sector, energy sector, or any sector that AFC is really invested in. So thank you, Mr. Musa.
Thank you, Zainab, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and represent AFC, a 14 billion institution that was founded in Nigeria back in 2007. And of course, here, the contribution from us will be, how do we tackle that important question to bring financing to climate? Already we have a huge gap in financing for traditional infrastructure, and now we are bringing in the climate dimension, which requires even more money. And so the important question of blended financing, which we will discuss with our fund that we have, the ICRF, which is a pioneer in that regard, with green climate financing that de-risk investments and crowding private capital for important projects in climate finance.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Musa. We're happy to hear that we'll get into the nitty-gritty of really what some of these funds are, because I do know that we have a few SMSC that will be interested in hearing what's going on in the space. So thank you for that. And then our final panelist, Mr. Francis Nkoka, who is a DRM specialist at the World Bank. So if you would like to give us kind of what your key insights were into your session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As already introduced, I'm Francis Nkoka. I'm the Senior Disaster Risk Management for the World Bank. During the session, I was one of the presenter on the urban development, where we discussed quite a lot of things. And my presentation focused on unlocking carbon finance for sustainable urban transformation, where we discussed quite a lot of things, but the whole idea was how can we accelerate the climate resilient development through the cities. And the focus of my presentation at that time, we focused on a few key challenges that we are facing in the cities. And the challenges include that the cities are exposed. And they're exposed to different climate risks that are being faced and affecting the development that taking place in the cities. And we looked at, when you look at the cities, the energy that is provided to the cities is the transport sector in the cities is dependent on the fossil-dependent energy. We talked on the inefficient building in the cities. We looked at the weak enforcement of the green services in the cities. We look at the lack of the waste to energy transformation in the cities. And we also talked about how can the cities adapt to these gaps, and we look at the idea of how the cities can manage the flooding that are experiencing most of the times, and how the poor urban drainage can be converted and be transformed. And we also look at the gaps that are there, and the major gaps, what we looked at is the institutions, because there are different institutions with overlapping mandate, overlapping roles, with unclear responsibilities, and all of them, they're claiming the same space. And that is one of the issues we observed. And most of the institutions that are managing the city space or the urban space are weak, are not properly financed. Even financing is coming too late and too little, and that doesn't help on how you can make the cities more resilient. And we also looked at the infrastructure that are being constructed in the cities are not resilient enough to the climate risks. So we discussed all these issues, and we come up with the ideas on how can we move forward. So is to come up with a more coordinated institutions, more predetermined financing, and more capacitated institutions to manage the situation and the problem which we are facing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think, Francis, maybe my next question would be to you, because there was something that you had mentioned that is quite interesting here, is with respect to the cities that you work with, because you do have several programs around the country, and you work directly with states and also the municipal level at the city level. I think for me, something that was quite interesting in the conversation is seeing really what are key strategies that you could have the municipals or the cities or at the state level that would take on to really address DRM issues, or just how to decarbonize the urban sector in general. So really, most specifically, are there certain promising strategies that you've seen some cities actually employ? Because we talk about how weak their institutions are. So are there certain strategies or kind of innovation or advancements that you've seen in specific cities around the country that you've worked with on this?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. I may not be very specific for the cities in the country. Yeah. But I think one of the issues we looked at during the session, but also what we are looking at globally as a bank is the global experience on how other cities have managed the risk which they are experiencing each and every time. I think the major issue we look at the cities, which we are all aware, is one, the cities are growing rapidly because it is where the cities where there is all the attraction of the people from everywhere for jobs, for services, for space and all that. And because of that, the cities are under pressure because the movement of people to the cities is not corresponding to the services that a city can provide. Yeah? And because of that, you find that the cities, they are being overwhelmed with this. And I think one of the best strategies we have seen is having a proper urban plan for the cities and implement the plan for the cities. What we have seen happening even here, I remember, I may not mention the actual city, but there is one city where we developed a more detailed urban master plan, a more detailed one. Inviting local consultant, local think tanks, and even international consultant, and develop a more comprehensive urban plan, master plan for the city. we looked at the drainage, we looked at the flooding, we looked at the solid waste management and all that. But the plan, the master plan, was not financed. Yeah, so it's there, but it's not financed because the city or the state cannot accumulate resources that are required to implement all the strategies available in the master plan. Two, there is no clear institution that has got over a mandate to manage what is detailed in the master plan. So you have a very good plan.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will want to appeal to our panel and to announce the arrival of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take the national anthem to formally commence proceedings. You may please take your seats. Your Excellency, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCO, and Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Office of the Vice President. The Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Dengiwa, FNIA, FCIB, and other members of the Federal Executive Council here present. May I also specially single out the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, His Excellency Honorable Idi Mukhtar Moiha. The Chairman of the Senate Committee on Climate Change, represented here. The Chairman, the House of Representatives on Climate Change. The Deputy Chair of the House of Representatives of Environment, and other members of the National Assembly here represented. Our keynote speaker, Manager, Global Manufacturing and Trade Supplier Finance, International Finance Corporation, Mr. Femi Akirebio. The Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Change and Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat, Dr. Nkiru Kamadwikwe. Other heads of agencies of government and departments here present. Our special advisors, senior special assistants, and personal assistants to the President here present. Our distinguished partners, may I especially single out APM Terminals, Africa Finance Corporation, Family Homes Fund, PICNG, Google Consulting, Ripples, PwC, Soilless Farm Lab, Quintessence Environmental Consult, and Tectonics Engineering Group, the National Hydrographic Agency of Nigeria, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the organized private sector, distinguished members of the Summit Steering Committee, distinguished participants, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Once upon a time, in these lands of green hills and flowing rivers, when we talk about warming, the world first reached our shores, many dismissed it. How could the sun that ripened our yam and our millet become our own undoing? And how could the same rains that filled our rivers and nourish our canvas and cassavas betray us with floods? There was fear, and the earth itself will burn. The rivers will dry, but yet we struggle to believe. But with time, we found out the truth. We saw the seas rise, we saw children once play, and we saw harvest become angry. Yet this is not a story of defeat, but today it is a story of courage as we have begun to fight back. Our government, guided by wisdom and resolve, took place and took the call. And today Nigeria stands among nations who have pledged to keep promises to the end. Today, we especially appreciate the Vice President who's championed the cause, and that is why we are gathered here under the banner of his tutelage and in concert with the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat. Today, we ask the question to unlock the rivers of finance that will flow through our nation, powering new ways of building, greener ways of living, and smarter ways of thriving. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let this gathering be our talking drum, calling us to rise. Let it challenge us to be climate conscious in every choice that we make, whether we are engineers, financiers, policymakers, or simply guardians of our household.
Your Excellencies, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, thank you, sir, and welcome again. Just like my co-anchor has said, Ben, this summit is not just another climate talk shop. It is Nigeria's premier convergence platform where development aspirations are paired with climate ambitions and where words must be followed by work. I need to also set this background to tell all of us why we are also here today. We are here today because of the culmination of months of technical groundwork, stakeholder consultations, cross-sector collaborations, all leading to this moment. So if you're feeling like you're part of something historic, you're absolutely right. Our theme, Mr. Vice President, unlocking climate finance for sustainable development could not be more urgent, but more ambitious. Because here's the thing, climate change, of course, is no longer knocking our door. It has entered the living room, it has turned off the AC, and has asked for a seat at the table. And unless we shift our infrastructure from power to transport, cities to agriculture onto a green, inclusive, and economically sound path, we risk being passengers on a train in the wrong direction. To just give a bit of context, Nigeria will need over $410 billion by 2060 to meet its zero target. And this is not pocket change, and we can't fund it with vibes and a goodwill alone. But this summit is here, and this is absolutely where we need to start changing the story. We're here to begin to break the barriers holding back climate-aligned investment, de-risk projects so capital can flow, craft inclusive financing models that uplift the underserved, and build institutional capacity that doesn't just absorb funds but multiplies their impact. Your Excellency, just before you came in, there was a pre-reflection panel that was going on, so we would allow them to continue for just a bit, and they will close. Then we'll begin, of course, with the opening ceremony procedures. With your kind permission, Your Excellency, the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Good morning, Your Excellency, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Thank you, sir. As Nancy has mentioned, we were just wrapping up a pre-reflection panel for the smaller gathering we had virtually. So I'll just invite my panelists to give a 1-minute closing remarks, kind of what the key takeaway was from decarbonizing each of their sectors. Thank you very much. So over to you, Victor.
Thank you, Zainab. I'll stand on existing protocols as well. It's tough to give closing remarks when you had just started. I had reserved a lot of what I wanted to say, but I'll use my 1 minute wisely. So, highlights of the panel pre-workshop summit. From the demand side of things, like I said earlier, we were focusing on more on how we could finance better energy decarbonization. And so from the demand side of things, we started to see or discuss that it was key for off-takers to be properly capitalized and to also be credit-worthy and all that. The DISCOs, for instance, collectively are capitalized to the tune of 75 billion, which is just about $50 million. That wouldn't, be sufficient to attract the kind of financing. From the demand side as well, we started to see that it was important for energy services to be affordable to the public and all. From the supply side of things, we saw that technology is key for distributed renewable energy sources. It is intermittent, you cannot predict it, so data is key. And so things around the SCADA project that has been protracted needs to be completed so that you can have some form of definition and plan with data. With conventional sources, of course, they are a bit more definite and, you can get away without data. We also saw, from the supply side of things that, data is key to drive even climate finance, to drive carbon credits and things like that. On the whole, the session helped to crystallize or to highlight the importance of financing energy decarbonization if we will achieve our goals of decarbonizing our economy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Victor. Over to you, Musa. Just 1 minute kind of reflection on where we are headed as it relates to the transport sector.
Thank you, Zainab, and good morning, His Excellency. It's a pleasure to be here and represent AFC, which is a Pan-African institution that is helping this conundrum of solving financing and climate. So for us, when we think about financing, it's really about the convening power of de-risking projects. And I think AFC has been a leader in that space with this project development team and financial advisory team as well that works hand in hand with private sponsor and governments to de-risk projects. So we've done it several times. We've done it with the Kano Maradi Rail. We've worked also on transportation solution in Uganda where we displaced a number of trucks on the road to use the Lake Victoria with barges, and we basically stand with all the actors around this room to accelerate this important agenda with blended finance, such as the climate fund that we raised, a 750 million fund that is specifically designed to help bridge that gap with a first loss guarantee that help bring in private sector player and then invest in projects that would normally not be viable from a bankability standpoint. So thanks a lot, and we hope that we'll be able to push further this agenda and discuss this issue in further detail during this summit.
Thank you, Musa. Victor, over to you.
Francis. Good morning, Excellencies. Thank you so much. I think in brief I'm representing World Bank, and in brief is to say that from the urban sector, we need to implement the legal instrument, the strategies, and the policies that we have developed. I think over the period, there are a number of these instruments that are developed, but most of them, they remained on the shelf. They are not financed. they don't have institutional backing, and they are not even implemented. So if we move from preparation of the instrument to implementation, it will work quite well to increase the resilience in the urban. Number two, we need to invest into a more adaptive and climate resilient infrastructure in the cities. Cities are in quite a very big problem now because some of the infrastructures are old. Some of them, they cannot accommodate the current pressure they are receiving. So we need to invest a lot of these in this infrastructure that are more resilient. Number three, and lastly, is coordination. What we have observed is the number of institutions, departments, agencies that are having overlapping mandate and clear responsibilities, and we need to enhance that area because once we coordinate very well, the urban space will be well developed and we will be able to be more prepared for the climate shocks that we face all the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to thank my panelists for joining me. So thank you very much. And Nancy, over to you. So thank you.
I think we can appreciate the panel one more time.
Thank you very much. Please, just before we go into the opening ceremony proceedings, please can we acknowledge Mr. Fola Fagbule, representative of the President of the African Finance Corporation. AFC happens to be a sponsor of this event, one of the sponsors. Please, can we have him in front, please? A round of applause for him. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, so much to take home after today's summit. But of course, this summit stands as a testament to the bold vision of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whose administration, of course, has placed climate action at the heart of economic transformation, from energy transition to climate-smart agriculture, to the push for green industrialization also. President Tinubu's commitment is clear on this subject, that Nigeria would not be left behind in the race of in the global green race, let me put it that way. And we will lead in ways uniquely African, strategically Nigerian, and globally relevant. And to take us further in this summit, I want to sincerely acknowledge those that have actually put this together, Mr. Vice President. Of course, those in your office, the Office of the Vice President, as well as the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat. Please, may we acknowledge again and give a round of applause to Dr. Nkiru Kamado-Ekwe, the Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Change and Director General CEO of the National Council of Climate Change Secretariat. Please, a round of applause again. And indeed, the Steering Committee, Mr. Vice President, your aides have been working so tirelessly to get this done, and let's just quickly, in a few seconds, acknowledge them. Musaddiq Mustafa, Personal Assistant to the President on Subnational Infrastructure, please a round of applause. Ms. Zainab Yunusa, whom you just heard from earlier on, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Climate Change. Ibrahim Shelang, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Climate Finance and Stakeholder Engagement. I'm looking forward to hearing more, especially on the climate finance issue as a finance person. Ms. Shuda Ahmed, Special Assistant to the President on Project Support. Please, a round of applause. Mr. Nkem Joseph Palmer, Technical Consultant and Managing Director, Agogo Consulting Limited. A round of applause again to this group of powerful ladies and gentlemen. To take us further, as we move along, I would like to welcome to the podium this special person. He may work quietly behind the scenes, but the impact of his work speaks volume, especially when it comes to infrastructure at the subnational level. He serves as the personal assistant on subnational infrastructure in the Office of the Vice President, where he supports critical thinking and action around development planning, connectivity, and real results for communities. Please join me in welcoming a brilliant young mind and a rising policy influencer, Mr. Musaddiq Adamu Mustafa, as he joins me here on stage to take us through the welcome remarks. Please encourage him as he comes. Very demure, looking very sharp. Please welcome him again as he comes to the podium. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON, Your Excellency, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Honorable Ministers of Housing and Livestock Development, Honorable Chairman House Committee on Climate Change and his Deputy, the Director General of the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat, sponsors, esteemed colleagues, partners, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and personal privilege to welcome you all on behalf of the DIN Summit Steering Committee to what we firmly believe is a historic convening, the Decarbonizing Infrastructure in Nigeria Summit 2025. This summit didn't happen by accident. It is a product of months of intense collaboration, spirited debate, sleepless nights, and a shared commitment to shaping Nigeria's climate-resilient infrastructure. I have had the privilege of working with a formidable team, each member bringing not only expertise, but an unrelenting passion for this cause. I want to begin by saluting the bold vision of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Under his renewed hope agenda, infrastructure has moved from political promise to tangible results. From the ongoing Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway to the modernization of key transport corridors, inland port revitalization, a renewed push to integrated energy access, we are witnessing a bold shift towards infrastructure that enables sustainable growth. Equally inspiring is my boss, His Excellency the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, GCON, whose strategic guidance and strong commitment to inclusive growth and socio-economic impact serve as a foundational anchor to climate action. His Excellency's belief in subnational leadership as key to driving innovation and scaling grounded solutions are instrumental to shaping the structure and spirit of this gathering. Today's summit is not just about emissions. It is about equity. It is about economic survival. It is about building a future where infrastructure does not burden the planet, but restores hope and empowers society, especially the young, the poor, and the marginalized. To our sponsors and partners, we say thank you for leading the charge in Nigeria's green transmission. Your commitment to this engagement reaffirms what we already know, that Nigeria's green transition is inevitable, scalable, and investable. Ahead of this summit, we hosted a series of pre-summit virtual workshops that brought together more than 300 stakeholders across the energy, transport, urban development, and agricultural sectors. What emerged from these engagements was clear. Nigeria is not lacking in ideas. We are rich in innovation, from climate-smart student housing in Nasarawa to solar-powered e-mobility in Kano to emerging circular economy hubs in the Federal Capital Territory. What we need now is the will, the capital, and the coordination to deliver at scale. Nigeria can be the lodestar for green infrastructure on the continent. We have the people, we have the plans, and with sustained commitments, we will attract the capital and deliver the projects. Once again, I welcome you all to the DIN Summit 2025. On behalf of the Steering Committee and all our partners, I wish you all fruitful deliberations and a productive outcome from today. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please, another round of applause for Mr. Mustafa, the personal assistant to the president on subnational infrastructure, a member of the steering committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Mustafa. Our next speaker, when it comes to climate leadership, what I've noticed is that she brings vision, precision, clarity, and commitment. She stands tall always. As Nigeria's special presidential envoy on climate change, she's not only representing the country on the global stage, she's helping shape the narrative. Most importantly, putting resilience, innovation, and equity at the center of climate diplomacy. I'm truly delighted to welcome a woman of wisdom, strategy, and action, Dr. Nkiru Kamadwekwe, the Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Change and Director General and CEO of the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat, to take us through this next session with her special remarks. Please, another round of applause for her.
Good morning, Your Excellency, sir. Thank you again for this opportunity. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And I also want to thank the steering committee for making this happen, and of course, all our distinguished guests here present. And the honorable ministers, thank you for being here. And I also want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Chairman, the National Council on Climate Change, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and also Your Excellency again, the Vice Chairman of the National Council on Climate Change, for this opportunity. It is with immense pleasure, honor, and profound sense of responsibility that I welcome you to this summit. I'm grateful to all, each and every one of you who has taken time out of your busy schedule to be part of this conversation. Your presence signals a shared commitment to accelerate a climate-resilient Nigeria. The fact that Nigeria, although her contribution to the global climate emissions is very minuscule, but the country is highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change just because of where we're located, Africa, the African continent, and very important, because of our low adaptive capacity. This conversation cannot be overstated. Nigeria's high vulnerability is one of the primary reasons why we are having this conversation, because business as usual cannot continue. The time to adopt low carbon operations across all sectors of the economy is urgent. To move from high carbon intense economy to a low carbon intense economy, finance is pivotal. To upscale, you need a combination of public, private, philanthropy partnership. Together we go farther. The operationalization of the Climate Change Fund that has been established by Section 15 of the Climate Change Act 2021 is paramount. It's important to drive this, providing the requisite funding where funds from the National Assembly Appropriation, private funding, philanthropy, and multilateral funds like the Global Environment Facility, Green Climate Fund, the Loss and Damage Fund can be aggregated to address Nigeria's adaptation and mitigation needs. The theme for this year's summit, Unlocking Climate Finance for Sustainable Development, cannot be timelier. It speaks to the urgency of our national challenge and global opportunity. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa and a key economic player, ranks among the most, again, like I said, climate vulnerable. The infrastructure decisions we take today shapes our environmental security, social cohesion, and economic resilience for decades to come. It should be made clear that Nigeria's decarbonization does not mean that we're stifling our development aspirations. On the contrary, it represents a pathway to a more resilient, diversified, and sustainable economy. The recent global stocktake under the Paris Agreement has made it unequivocally clear that the world is off track. climate finance again remains insufficient. Adaptation efforts are hanging and lagging behind for half measures over. For Nigeria, this calls for recalibration and recommitment. It is no longer a question of whether to act, but how fast and how well. At the heart of the recalibration, my apologies, English is not our first language, is the just transition, a principle that Nigeria is implementing in line with national priorities and realities. Transitioning to a low-carbon economy must be equitable, inclusive, and anchored in the realities of our people. This includes protecting livelihoods, creating green jobs, and ensuring that women, youth, and marginalized vulnerable communities are not left behind in this shift to sustainability. This is also in line with the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency, Mr. President, a bold national blueprint aimed at economic revitalization, social inclusion, and institutional reform. Climate action is not a parallel agenda. It is embedded within the renewed hope agenda. Decarbonized infrastructure, green innovation, and sustainable development are critical pillars of that vision and agenda. At the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat, our mandate is clear, our vision very, very precise. We serve as the coordinating body for Nigeria's climate action, integrating policies, aligning national efforts with international commitments, and ensuring that climate priorities are deeply embedded across the development landscape. Our role is to move Nigeria beyond rhetorics to results. As we speak, we're currently in the process of finalizing the Nigeria's Nationally Determined Contribution Third Generation, NDC 3.0, a strategic instrument that will guide Nigeria's climate ambition for the coming years. The NDC 3.0 builds on past lessons, reflects updated data, and integrates new thematic areas, including nature-based solutions, circular economy, and subnational climate action. But more importantly, it reflects the aspirations of a country determined to perform and transform. In parallel, we are advancing the carbon markets activation policy and manual of procedure, a key policy mechanism to enabling Nigeria's participation in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. This policy document offers clarity to investors, ensures environmental integrity, and unlocks capital for projects that will deliver measurable mitigation and adaptation co-benefits. However, the truth remains, ambition is not alone. We face an estimated climate finance gap of over $17.7 billion annually. This gap cannot be closed by government alone. It demands a step change, like I said, private sector philanthropy partnership, a stronger pipeline of bankable and climate-aligned infrastructure projects. Unlocking this climate finance goes beyond accessing capital. It is building a pipeline of credible, bankable projects, strengthening national systems for monitoring, reporting, and verification, ensuring that climate investments deliver real benefits, cleaner air, green jobs, sustainable agriculture, and equitable access to energy and services. Let us remember, infrastructure must deliver climate-smart agriculture, clean energy access, efficient transport, and healthy, lively, livable cities. It must empower communities, reduce inequalities, and offer dignity and an opportunity to all Nigerians. This summit is a turning point. It must catalyze real action by government, private sector, philanthropists, financiers, financial partners, and other stakeholders alike. I urge us to use this platform to build alignment, co-create practical solutions, and mobilize the capital and cooperation needed to deliver on Nigeria's climate vision. The expected outcome of our deliberations over the next couple of hours is not just a set of recommendations, but a clear, actionable roadmap aiming to identify concrete, bankable decarbonizing projects across the key infrastructure sectors, including energy, transport, buildings, and industry. Forge strategic partnerships between government, the private sector, philanthropy, international organizations, and financial institutions. Mobilize significant climate finance, both domestic and international. by showcasing Nigerians' investment readiness and compelling the returns on sustainable infrastructure. Develop innovative finance mechanisms tailored to our national context, including blended finance and concessional climate instruments. Enhance capacity and knowledge sharing to accelerate the deployment of low-carbon technologies and climate-resilient infrastructure solutions. We thank our partners for an unwavering commitment and support to making this summit a reality. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together some more for her. Thank you very much, ma'am. She actually kept to the rules and she read from her iPad. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are honored to have you. Your Excellencies, very quickly, we'll take in a few more speeches. And I want to especially appreciate the one who invited me once to a speech. The minister was going to commission a bridge, and he had not read his speech before that day, and his PA only managed to preach one paper because we're trying to remove paper from the system. Only one speech was printed on that day, and we were all standing on the bridge. But before the PA handed over the speech to the minister who had not read his speech before that day, there was a bad wind that came and took the paper from the PA's hand, and the thing went into the river. And the minister looked at me, looked at his PA and the small crowd on top of the bridge, and made the shortest ministerial speech ever. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, with my speech in the river, I hereby commission the bridge." Permit me to invite for another address a man with a training in legal precision, a financial strategist, a credit administrator, a banking operator, and one who is skilled in international treasury. He's one-time Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General of a state, a one-time Secretary to the state government, two-time Deputy Governor, a distinguished lawmaker and Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria between 2019 and 2023, a politician, a tactician, a legal architect, a Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Office of the Vice President. May I invite for his address His Excellency, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up.
Thank you very much, MC. I think you will hear an even shorter speech this morning. Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Honorable Minister of Housing, the Honorable Minister of Livestock, the various heads of agencies gathered here today, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your Excellency, in the interest of time, I think I will do away with my prepared speech. We've had opening remarks, we've had welcome remarks, and His Excellency actually has 3 other engagements this morning, all before 1 p.m. when he has to travel out of Abuja for another assignment. So I'd just like to lend my voice to thank the organizers of this summit and to acknowledge the hard work, Your Excellency, that has preceded this event in the last 3 months. We've had the virtual workshops leading up to this event. I've attended some of them. And Your Excellency, if you look at the program, there are about 45 panelists, each and every one of which is an authority in his field. So it's a very, very rare opportunity for us to discuss placing Nigeria firmly on the table in the climate change and especially the climate finance conversation. So we wish to express our thanks for all the hard work that has gone into this, from the DG of the NCCC to the special assistants in your office, with Zainab, Musaddiq, and Shuda, for working very, very hard to put this together. And of course, Your Excellency, for your support in encouraging them to put together something which we never ever expected would be this grand. So with this, Your Excellency, I think I will skip the protocols And it is my singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, the Vice President, to formally come and declare this summit open.
You can kindly sit down, please. All along, I thought Zainab is a very shy, introverted lady until I saw her anchoring one of the side events. I was quite pleased. The Chairman House Committee on Climate Change, Honorable Kama Inkem Kanma, the Deputy Chairman House Committee on Environment, Honorable Tassa Ogbo, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija, the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, Alhaji Idi Mukhtar Maiha, the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Angiwa, the Hydropa General of the Federation, CEO, National Hydrographic Agency, Rear Admiral Ayo Olugbode, the Director General, CEO, National Council on Climate Change Secretariat, Dr. Nkiruka Chidia Maduike, heads of government agencies and parastatals, senior government officials present, members of the diplomatic corps, and members of international organizations, presidential aides, representatives from state governments. I saw a red cap chief, a Konkosia man right over there, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We can't claim to have figured out the road to our future if we fail to adjust emerging threats to the world as we know it. And this event is one such ambition. Unless our climate dreams shake hands with the development realities we face every single day, we are going to leave behind a nation that will struggle to compete or catch up with the world. This is why I'm excited to share with you the promise of this day. We have had quite a number of box-checking ceremonies, and we must never treat this as such. The climate question is Nigeria's front line of truth. And the truth is that we can no longer build yesterday's infrastructure for tomorrow's Nigeria. The truth is that climate action is not a luxury. It is an economic necessity. The theme of this summit, Unlocking Climate Finance for Sustainable Development, will not be more apt. We are faced with a task that is both urgent and immense. We are more than ever challenged to decouple our development from the carbon-intensive models of the past, and to do so without leaving any Nigerian behind. This summit is inspired by the awareness that we can no longer afford to treat sustainability and profitability as two separate pursuits. This is a product, as rightly said by the Chief of Staff, by the Deputy Chief of Staff, of months of consultations, regional dialogues, and technical deep dives. That is why it reflects our belief that the path to net zero by 2060 must be paired with concrete actions, not convenient rhetoric. Our Energy Transition Plan and Climate Change Act have together created a roadmap that is both visionary and pragmatic. Perhaps the ultimate aspiration or inspiration we need is the realization that 75% of our greenhouse gas emissions as a nation come from infrastructure sectors: energy, transport, urban development, and agriculture. These sectors are not just carbon heavy, they are also the economic arteries of the nation. Nigeria's energy demand is projected to triple by 2040. By 2050, when it is projected that our population will be the third largest in the world, more than 70% of our projected population of 440 million will reside in cities. And today, agriculture supports 70% of rural livelihoods. These figures, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, are a wake-up call for a nation that discerns. The ticket out of this predicted doom is decarbonizing these systems. This is how we can alter our trajectory. If we do this right, we stand to generate over 1.5 million green jobs by 2035. We can also cultivate new export markets in clean energy and climate-smart agriculture, which will transform Nigeria into a regional leader in low-carbon enterprise. Honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are not here to fantasize. We are here to finance, to mobilize, to de-risk, to build. The Nigeria we want cannot be realized on diesel generators and fragile grids. It will not emerge from a model that chokes our lungs while draining our treasury. We must build a Nigeria whose infrastructure heals rather than harms. This is why we must strengthen our regulatory frameworks. This is why we must harmonize policy across sectors and tiers. This is why we must launch tools like the Green Investment Portal to connect capital to climate-smart opportunities. This is why we must have our states, such as our representative from Kano, at the forefront of this march to the future, to show that decarbonization must not stop at Abuja's gates. It must reach every local government, every community, every home. But we know this transition must be just. It must not push the poor further into the margins. It must not become another story of exclusion. This is why inclusiveness of gender, of youth, and vulnerable communities is not an afterthought. The DG of our climate change has secondly captured the essence of this conversation. This is also an opportunity for us to unveil a compelling white paper that proves with evidence and enterprise that decarbonizing container ports is not just a sound climate policy, but a viable business. It is the future arriving at our doorstep. On a port, for instance, was already imagined as a template for our quest to breathe life into a robust green economy. Discussions are currently underway with private investors to commit nearly $60 million to electrify the port and transform it into Nigeria's first green port. This is a strategic leap. Through an integrated hybrid system, we will face our dependency, slash carbon emissions, and provide 24/7 sustainable and affordable power to terminal operators and port users. Indeed, our destination is net zero, but our journey is deeply local. This is why we are launching a State Innovation Challenge Fund, why we are hosting quarterly state engagement clinics, and why we are opening up this space for innovators, startups, and universities to shape the solutions that will define Nigeria's green century. We cannot afford, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to leave this summit with bullet points and buzzwords. We are here for bankable projects. We are here because the world is shifting. I just came back from Ethiopia. I saw one of the green wonders of the world. In the last 5 years, Ethiopia, under the able leadership of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed Ali, they were able to plant 40 billion trees. 40 billion trees. It's not a small figure. This is not a story. I was part of the engagement. I saw it live. I visited the countryside, a changing landscape. In 1896, Menelik II was able to give Africans a sense of pride. The Ethiopians walked for 4 months to Adawa. 120,000 Ethiopians, they were able to stand up, they stood up to Italian forces of 20,000 and defeated for the first time a European power in an African soil. 100 years later, a reincarnated Menelik III is on African soil. My trip to Ethiopia was an inspiring trip. Honestly, If Nigeria and Ethiopia can get their acts right, Africa will rise again. Nigeria has a population of 230 million. Ethiopia has 130 million. The two of us are more popular than the United States. And our success story will serve as a blueprint. We will have the domino effect in the whole of Africa. Markets are watching, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Our choices today will determine whether we lead, follow, or fall behind. Thank you for your attention, and God bless us all.
Your Excellency, we will ask that you just stay brief a little so that we can make a very quick presentation to you, sir.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, please, we are about to unveil a landmark document, one that embodies vision and strategy, as well as action, the white paper on the opportunity to electrify container transport in Nigeria. So please, we'll warmly welcome very quickly the CEO for APM Terminals, Mr. Frederick Linke, to join the Vice President on stage for a quick photo op. The CEO of Conexa, Mr. Bradep Posani, very quickly for a quick photo op with the white paper. This paper is not just policy, it is possibility. It marks a bold stride towards a cleaner, more competitive, and more climate resilient logistics ecosystem for Nigeria's future. And it's only fitting that Your Excellency, under whose leadership climate conscious infrastructure is finding renewed momentum, to do us this honor. Thank you very much.
So we'll make that official presentation now.
Yes. Okay. Your Excellency, we also still kindly ask that you remain on stage for just another brief photo session to commemorate this significant milestone. And may we quickly invite the members of the Federal Executive Council, ministers here present, and we also want to acknowledge Dr. Doris Nkiruka Uzokanite, the Minister of State for Finance, as she also joins the Vice President on stage. Please, a round of applause.
May we also specially welcome the representative of the Honorable Minister of Environment, Dr. Iniobong Abiola Awe, Director, Department of Climate Change in the Federal Ministry of Environment. We also want to specially appreciate Dr. Dahiru Mohammed Hashim, Honorable Commissioner, Kano State Ministry of Environment. You're welcome, sir.
Members of the Steering Committee, the Hydrographer of the Federation. Oh, okay.
I think some should go to the other side. Just make sure you can see the photographer. If not, it's possible he's not seeing you too. So we'll take the national anthem now, and immediately after that, the Vice President will take his leave. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. We will now allow His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to take his leave. But he says we are here to stay, and we are at home with him. Thank you very much. Immediately after this, we'll be taking the keynote address. However, some of our VIPs will be allowed to see the Vice President off. We want to especially appreciate members of the Federal Executive Council who were here, and we hope that you'll continue to stay with us. Distinguished guests, you may please take your seats.
We will be taking the keynote address shortly. Let's just hold on for just a few minutes, perhaps like 2 minutes before we take the keynote, so that we can have a full room for those that accompanied the Vice President. Today's summit, of course, decarbonizing infrastructure in Nigeria, with the theme unlocking climate finance for sustainable development. We're all here to grace this occasion today. Like I mentioned earlier on, that a lot of work has gone, of course, on for the last few months for this event to be successful today. And I want us to give another round of applause to the steering committee that has actually put this together. Please, a round of applause for them. Please, can we make it louder? We're just saying thank you. Ben, there are a lot of things that we're expecting to see here today. Of course, we'll be having the keynotes in just a moment. We'll also be having breakout sessions, I must say, and there is an exhibition booth outside. I would implore all of us that even within the day, we find time to go to the exhibition booth and also engage with them over there.
Yeah, we also want to thank those who came from outside Nigeria. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying our clement weather. We advise that you try some of our local delicacies before you leave. I'll recommend that you try ishiu and ask them to put a lot of pepper.
Especially in this cold yes. weather.
Well, I just seen a doctor at the back. He was complaining to me yesterday about his patient. He told the patient to take his medicine, antibiotics, at 9 p.m. every day. And the patient yesterday decided to take it at 6 p.m. And the doctor asked the patient, why? I told you to take your antibiotics at 9. Why did you take it at 6 p.m.? And the man said, sir, I wanted to confuse the bacteria. So I'll just take it a little early before it's time. We'll be also specially celebrating everyone who has come here, because this is key for us as we try to reduce a lot of effects, particularly on the atmosphere. And I told somebody, I said, I travel a lot. I don't leave any carbon footprints. I just drive around. I just drive. I don't leave any carbon footprints. But do I?
You know, when you're talking of carbon, you know, carbon is a bit like that guest that overstays their welcome. It's necessary, I would say, perhaps in small amounts, but we've let it over the house. It's time to show it the door, especially with this summit, gently, sustainably, and with financing in place. The only thing we really want to see in this room, rising from here, isn't just emissions, ambition, innovation, and climate finance flows.
Well, for those who came by air yesterday with us, I don't know if you remembered, yesterday we were traveling from Lagos to Abuja, and we had already boarded for like 20 minutes, and there was a little noise. We couldn't take off because we didn't know what it was, whether it was the pilot or something. I was thinking of driving myself because I needed to be here. But after 20 minutes, we were in the plane, and we noticed that after the noise, the plane started to taxi. And a few minutes later, 45 minutes later, we were already in Abuja, but we are on air. We had not landed. And that was when we started to make noise again. And sometime we just heard a voice from the cockpit. And this time the man said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your pilot." I noticed that when we were in Lagos, you people were making a noise. And I decided to enter the cockpit, and truly I was not the pilot. So that we could move, I touched the button, and I noticed that the plane started to taxi. And after some time, I pulled the lever, and I noticed also that the plane got into the air. I followed the radar, and now we are in Abuja. I want to announce to you people that truly I'm an Uber driver. I have no flying experience. Everything I did was an experiment. If there's anybody who can fly a plane and land it successfully, let him come and continue from where I am. I cannot tell you how we managed to land that plane. But thank God we are here. I'm going by night bus back to Lagos tomorrow. I don't intend to fly. But we want to thank His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Housing. We're also especially appreciating His Excellency, the Honorable Minister for Livestock Development. We want to also especially appreciate Her Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State for Finance. Thank you very much for staying with us. Please, can we appreciate them with a round of applause?
Then you know that for us to have the presence of these three ministers, there's a connectivity amongst these three ministers and their portfolios, especially with what we're discussing here today, the connectivity amongst housing, livestock development, and of course the finance. Because at the end of the day, they say money is the cocoa, money is what matters. And like I mentioned earlier on, I'm interested in listening in, especially around unlocking climate finance.
Well, our keynote speaker will be coming in a bit. And there's a little exercise I love to do, particularly if people we have taken some time before we bring up a keynote speaker. What I simply do is that I count 1 to 3 and say go and expect us to just clap once. I want to see whether we can try it. Is this something we can try? Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I didn't say go. Can we try it again? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I still did not say go. Can we try one last time? 1, 2, 3, go. You know, what that says is that for the average human being, you have to tell him something like 3 times for the person to comprehend. The keynote speaker, who we'll invite shortly, has only one opportunity to say very, very important things. And we will need to really pay attention and listen to him. So can we try one more time so that we're sure that we are prepped to listen to him? 1, 2, 3, go. Thank you very much. I believe we're ready. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
All right, just before we go into the keynote proper, of course, like we all know, we have the presence of 3 key ministries, especially around climate change. I mentioned earlier on finance, livestock development, which is agriculture, and housing. We will begin by inviting to the podium the Honorable Minister of Housing for housing and urban development. I must say that's additional portfolio. And when you're talking about urban development, you must realize that it's far more than housing. Please, we have the honor of inviting to the stage architect Dangiwa. Please, a round of applause for him.
The Honourable Minister of Livestock Development, the Honourable Minister of State Finance, the Honourable Chair, Senate Committee on Environment, and the Honourable Chair, House Committee on Finance, the organizers of this event, Dr. Nkirika, who is the Special Presidential Envoy, the diplomatic corps, the sponsors and partners of this program. I want to start by expressing my delight of the opportunity to speak at this very important summit organized by the Office of the Vice President, His Excellency Kashim Shettima. This summit, as we all know, at a time when Nigeria, like many other countries, is confronting the growing aspect of climate change, especially in how we build our cities and infrastructure. We are delighted to be invited as the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development because the theme of today's summit, unlocking climate finance for sustainable development, could not be more timely. It speaks directly to what we do at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development because we are working hard to achieve the building inclusive, climate resilience, and livable cities across the country. I understand that this gathering builds on 4 pre-summit virtual workshops covering energy, transport, urban development, and agriculture. I'm happy when the Deputy Chief of Staff mentioned that there was a pre-summit before this main summit. The outcomes are already helping to shape how we think and act on these issues, and I believe they will guide us way forward. Since our assumption of office as a Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the ministry has made sustainability a key priority in line with the renewed hope agenda of this administration. We have aligned our policies and initiatives with Nigeria's climate commitments and the sustainable development goals. Our focus has been on strengthening urban planning, building to higher environmental standards, and investing in infrastructure that can withstand the shocks of a climate changing. Some of the key aspects or key steps we have taken so far include presentation and approval of the revised National Urban Development Policy by the Federal Executive Council just some few months back. This updated policy places climate action at the center of how we plan and grow our cities, encouraging green infrastructure and promoting resilience across the urban centers. The second one is a new policy on rural settlement planning, which we are currently developing. New policy on rural settlement. We are developing to ensure the rural communities are not left behind, especially when it comes to climate resilience, infrastructure, and development opportunities. Because some of our programs at the ministry were developing the renewed hope cities, renewed hope estates, and the renewed hope social housing. The third one is deepening the adoption of the National Building Code, which plays a critical role in decarbonization of established standards for energy, efficiency, material use, and resilience in building. The codes are designed to reduce greenhouse gas emission from buildings. I'm happy that many states are adopting this within their own to domesticate it. The planned review of the National Housing Policy 2012 is also on the way, which plays a critical role in decarbonization by promoting energy efficiency, renewable energy source, and incentivizing the use of sustainable building materials. We're also finalizing the national physical planning standards that will guide land use, infrastructure design in ways that make our cities stronger, safer, and better prepared for the future. In addition, we have partnered with the IFC Age program. In fact, we invited them to our office just to train our technical staff on green building practices and climate-friendly construction. This is a practical step towards ensuring that sustainability is not just a policy, it becomes a practice. Through our Renewed Hope housing program, we are going a step further. We are integrating greenhouses or green spaces, waste energy systems, and climate-responsive housing design in our projects. This helps cut emissions, improves quality of life, and contributes directly to Nigeria's climate targets under the Paris Agreement. On the broader front of urban resilience and regional cooperation, we are currently working on boosting the investment in slum upgrading and urban renewal, especially for vulnerable and underserved communities. We are preparing urban resilience and sustainability plans for selected cities to help local governments plan better for climate risks. We are collaborating with UNDP and UN Habitat and on the inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable human settlements project in 12 northern states, funded by the Swedish government. One of the project's key goals is to strengthen climate resilience in areas affected by displacement and conflict. We are working on a transboundary plan for the Kano-Agadez corridor, which will support smarter, more sustainable investment decisions for both Nigeria and Niger Republic. We are also looking to partner with the Federal Ministry of Regional Development to roll out our ministry's strategic regional development plans across all 6 geopolitical zones. These plans are designed to encourage low-carbon growth by integrating renewable energy, sustainable transport, and coordinated infrastructure investments. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that funding remains a major barrier to achieve our shared goals. That's why the focus on climate finance at this summit is so important. To make progress, we need to work together, government, private sector, development partners, and communities. Specifically, we are calling on partners to support us on expanding access to green finance for affordable, sustainable housing projects. We are setting up joint ventures to produce climate-resilient building material locally. This could not only reduce cost and emissions, but also create jobs. We are also adopting, the support should be adopting the National Building Code across all states by domesticating it to ensure uniform standards for safety, energy efficiency, and resilience. We're also establishing a national urban observatory to collect and share real-time data that supports smarter evidence-based urban planning. So also we need the support in investing in urban resilience projects to protect communities most at risk from climate-related disasters. Let me close by saying that the future we want in Nigerian cities must be green, smart, and resilient and inclusive. If we are serious about unlocking climate finance, we must focus on partnerships that deliver practical and real-world impact. At the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, we are fully committed to this vision, and we look forward to working closely with all of you to make it a reality. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for the Honorable Minister. His Excellency, Architect Ahmed Musa Engiwa. Thank you very much. We are honored. Especially celebrated not only as an architect, but also as his banker, one of our own best mortgage bankers in the country. Please put your hands together for him. One of the very earliest ministers, as soon as he came into office, set up committees and started working. But the challenge came for another afterwards, whose ministry came a few years later, and I'll bring him up in a few minutes. But let me especially appreciate the Deputy Director, Head of Financial Advisory, Africa Finance Corporation, who is representing the President of the Africa Finance Corporation, one of our very strong supporters for this program, Mr. Fola Fagbunle. Please put your hands together for him. So wherever you are, there's a seat for you in front. Can we clap for him, please? Let's appreciate him. There's a seat for you in front. Please just come to the front. Thank you very much for providing support and partnership for what we do. Thank you. May I also especially appreciate the Program Director, Presidential CNG Initiative, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi. You're welcome, sir. Please put your let's appreciate him once more. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for those of us, I understand that it's past 11 and it's important. We should have taken tea, but tea has been provided. So at any point in time, we have the foyer. There are two entrances that lead, one at the back and one in the front, to your right and to my left. If you feel like taking tea at any time, you may just go and our ushers will direct you as to where to take tea, and you can come back immediately so that we can save time. We also want to specially appreciate the Chief Physician. I think he was at the National Hospital. My worry about climate issues is about people also who may be touched by the things that affect them. A doctor told me once that he was talking to a patient who said he could not sleep for many days. And this patient had a simple livestock problem. He said, "Sir, anytime I'm sleeping, I see cows, and these cows are playing football match like Premier League. I can't sleep." And the doctor said, "No problem, I'm going to give you something tonight. After today, you'll be able to sleep." And we thought that was the solution to the man's problem. And the man said, "No. Doctor, please, can I start this medication tomorrow?" And the doctor said, "Why? You've not been able to sleep. I want you to start sleeping today." And the man said, "Sir, those cows that I used to see in my dream." The doctor said, "Yes." He said, "Their match they are playing." The doctor said, "Yes." He said, "Today they are playing finals. I want to watch the final, then tomorrow I can start my medication." I want to specially invite one man who understands not just the psychology of the climate, but also who understands the beauty of livestock. And like a steady wind breaking through the season of drought, he became appointed. He stepped into office at a pivotal moment in Nigeria's agricultural climate, appointed by the president, and he went directly to work. He was already shifting the livestock sector from a state of gradual erosion to a flourishing ecosystem of opportunities. Under his stewardship, the ministry has already set up and work has commenced on the issues of desertification of outdated practices and nurturing of a resilient, sustainable, and globally competitive livestock industry, one that can weather the storms of economic uncertainty amid the nutritional and economic needs of a growing population like ours. Just as global leaders responding to warming planet and the urgency of innovation, His Excellency, the Honorable Minister now leads Nigeria's charge in cultivating a future where livestock development becomes a wellspring of prosperity, not just a flashpoint of crisis. We will hear from him, the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, His Excellency, Honorable Idi Mukhtar Meha. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Let's appreciate him. It's a little far from there to this point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, MC, for a quite warm introduction. I think that patient couldn't sleep even after the drugs because cows have 4 legs. And when teams members have 4 legs, you don't throw 1 soccer ball. You throw 3 soccer balls. The decision is left for the referee who is going to win that game when cows play soccer. Distinguished members of the Federal Executive Council, I want to recognize and give due regard to everyone who is here today. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for being part of this very, very productive engagement. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you today at the Decarbonizing Infrastructure Summit here in Abuja. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the DG, National Council on Climate Change, the Secretariat in the Office of the Vice President, and all those resource persons, sponsors, development partners, financiers who have been part of this engagement and who have been able to bring together key stakeholders from various sectors committed to fostering sustainable development in Nigeria and beyond. Just remember that climate change does not recognize national political borders. I also note with excitement the 4 goals of the summit. These 4 themes: mobilize capital, which is meant to unlock national and international climate finance through credible projects and enabling conditions. Strengthen regulatory environment. This is to harmonize policy framework to reduce investor uncertainty and regulatory friction. The third is accelerate project readiness. That is to launch support mechanisms for project preparation, bankability, and private sector co-financing. Then deepen inclusion. Ensure gender, youth, and vulnerable communities are key beneficiaries of decarbonization and become part of the efforts in driving the change. I am acutely aware of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead in our quest for a sustainable future. The livestock sector is a cornerstone of our economy, providing livelihoods for millions of Nigerians, enhancing food security, and contributing significantly to national prosperity. However, it is also a sector that is under increasing scrutiny due to its environmental impact, particularly in relation to greenhouse gas emissions. This summit, therefore, is a great opportunity towards addressing these challenges. Remember, the mama cow is at the center of methane emission. We are conscious of that. The theme of decarbonizing infrastructure is not just an environmental imperative. It is a pathway towards building a resilient and sustainable economy. As we look to modernize our infrastructure and to decarbonize it, we must ensure that our strategies are aligned with our climate goals, safeguarding our environment while enhancing the productivity of our livestock sector. As spelled out in the brochure, Nigeria's infrastructure systems in energy, transportation, urban development, and agriculture are responsible for over 75% of greenhouse gas emissions. These sectors also carry significant economic importance. Energy demand is projected to triple by 2040. Over 70% of our population will reside in the cities by 2050. And the last speaker dwelled on that very well. Agriculture supports 70% of rural livelihoods. The current carbon-intensive model poses threats to both climate and economic stability without a rapid transition. Greenhouse gases emissions will undermine international climate efforts, targets. Public health, food security, and urban resilience will deteriorate. Nigeria risks being bypassed by global capital shifts towards green investment. Accordingly, the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development has developed a strategic plan called the National Livestock Gas Acceleration Strategy 2025 to 2035, which aims to grow the livestock sector from the current estimated value of $32 billion to $74 billion by 2035. The strategy has 10 major pillars. We have prioritized 3. These are breed improvement, feed and fodder, and animal health and zoonosis. All these are inspired by the current renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. Why did we choose breed improvement? You realize that the productivity of animals are suboptimal. That is to say that if you require 100 liters of milk, you need 100 Nigerian cows, because each mama cow will give you 1 liter. But if you bring superior genetics, 30 cows can give you 100 liters. And if you go a step further, 1 cow can give you 100 liters. So look at the impact on the environment. 1 cow, 30 cows, and 100 cows. And that is why we are moving towards rapid breed improvement. We know the impact on the environment, and we can get productivity higher from using technology. We are at a crucial point in history where innovation and teamwork can drive transformative changes. The Ministry of Livestock is dedicated to adopting new technologies and sustainable practices. We are focusing on precision agriculture, getting higher yield from fewer number of livestock. To give you an example, the nomadism that we have today, we want to restrict animal movement. We have already identified 417 grazing reserves. Work has started in 2 pilot grazing reserves where we are going to settle the pastoralists. So the countryside wild movement is used to know between the north and the south will, in the no distant future, gradually be reduced. And in each of these grazing reserves, we intend not to use hydrocarbon. We are relying purely on renewable energy. We have already had a conversation with REA to partner with us to supply solar grids, including solar pumps for dry station irrigation, because we want to maintain the environment, including the biodiversity in those areas. We are also conscious of trade in live animals from the north to the south. Imagine 1 truck, articulated vehicle, just carrying 30 cows, 30 bulls from Maiduguri to Lagos. If you do the numbers, assuming that each cow is 400 kilograms, at 55% red meat after slaughter, you are just going to transport less than how many? 220 kilograms of red meat from Maiduguri to Lagos. So what we want to do today is to encourage red meat processing. And you transport red meat. And a 30-ton trailer can take close to 1,000 cows if they were to be processed. So that is the way to go. Those vehicles on the roads emitting CO2 will have to be stopped. And we'll have to talk about efficiency. The next thing we are talking about, again, is the transportation of the red meat using rail lines. We are going to have a conversation with the Nigerian Railway Corporation to make sure that in all of these market hubs, we have rail lines that will transport processed package, cold chain, rail meat, rather than using articulated vehicles. That is the way to go and to decarbonize our infrastructure. Sustainable farming practices, encouraging our livestock farmers to adopt practices that reduce emissions, such as rotational grazing, improved feed efficiency, and waste management strategies. Research and development, supporting research initiatives that explore climate-smart livestock production, which can yield both economic and environmental benefits. Public-private partnership, engaging with the private sector to invest in sustainable infrastructure that supports our livestock producers while minimizing environmental impact. Capacity building, providing training and resources to our farmers, enabling them to adapt to changing climate conditions and implement sustainable practices effectively. As I move the countryside, and probably you must have lost many people, I do know that globally, there is only one Dead Sea. Is that right? There's only one Dead Sea. But today in this country, we are having a lot of dead rivers. A lot of dead rivers. Rivers that we used to know in the 30s and 40s, 30, 40 years ago, today are no longer flowing. And that is a very, very dangerous signal for us. One Dead Sea but many dying rivers. Therefore, this engagement is timely, and we must also look at exactly what is happening, not only with the infrastructure, but also out there in the countryside. It is a very big threat to the survival of the countryside and the ecosystem, as it were. As we engage in discussions during this summit, I urge all participants to think about the interconnectedness of our efforts. The success of decarbonizing our infrastructure relies not only on technological advancements, but also on the collaboration between government, private sector, civil society, and the communities we serve. In conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us seize this opportunity to share ideas, forge partnerships, and commit ourselves to a sustainable future. Together, we can build an infrastructure that supports our economy, nurtures our environment, and ensures a better quality of life for all Nigerians. Thank you very much.
Please, can we give another warm round of applause to His Excellency Ide Muktamaha FNIM, the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development. In this ministerial segment, you will agree with me that, of course, we began with a man at the center of how we build, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, especially in a country where I would say rapid urbanization must now meet responsible climate architecture. And we just also heard from the Minister of Livestock Development, from cities to fields, from brick to breed, how we should take a look at this sector, which is often underestimated in climate conversations, of course, livestock. His mandate is not just about increasing yields, but it's about increasing sustainability. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As we move along in this ministerial segment, I must say that we should ask, at the end of the day, at the end of the two ministers that spoke earlier, who holds the purse, the strings of green growth? Who holds the purse? Who ensures that climate ambitions are not only viable, but bankable? That finance is the bedrock of any serious infrastructure transformation. And of course, climate finance is now the new frontier. As we speak of carbon markets, green bonds, Nigeria has embarked on green bonds. There are a few roads here that you will pass in FCT, financed. I think the minister could also share, I think there's even one currently ongoing, if I'm not mistaken. So it's about money and fiscal reforms that would incentivize sustainable choices. So this portfolio becomes even more pivotal, necessary and important as we hear from our next speaker. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please indulge me with a warm welcome to the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Doris Uzoka-Anite, as she steps up to the podium to speak to us about money. How do we unlock climate finance? Please, can we encourage her with a round of applause?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Nancy, for the warm introduction and for reminding us who's holding the purse. But I can assure you I'm not the one holding the purse. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our dear development partners, very esteemed stakeholders and investors, it's a great privilege for me here to be here to welcome you to this summit, Decarbonizing Infrastructure in Nigeria. I thank you for your presence and, more importantly, for your partnership in shaping Nigeria's transition to a low-carbon and resilient economy. As the federal government of Nigeria charts its course towards sustainable development and economic resilience, we fully recognize that climate action and economic growth must go hand in hand. It is not only an environmental imperative, it is an economic opportunity. The theme of this summit, Unlocking Climate Finance for Sustainable Development, speaks directly to what Nigeria needs today, not only to mitigate the risks of climate change, but to unlock the unprecedented opportunities. We understand that achieving net zero ambitions and SDG targets cannot be realized through public finance alone. We need capital that is scalable, long-term, and transformational. This is why we're here today, and why I'm here representing the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy to present Nigeria not just as a market of need, but as a market of opportunity. Not just a recipient of finance, but a credible partner in climate-aligned investment. Talk is talk until it is backed by money, as the MC said. And when that happens, it becomes impact. So in Nigeria, over the years, we've been putting our money where our mouth is. Over the past 5 years, Nigeria has laid foundational stones that affirms this commitment. In 2017, we made history by becoming the first African nation to issue a sovereign green bond, marking a significant milestone in the continent's commitment towards sustainable development and climate finance. This was followed by another successful issuance in 2019, and just last month, we successfully launched a 50 billion Series 3 green bond, which was oversubscribed by 183%, raising an impressive 91.42 billion naira. This bond is intended to finance environmentally sustainable projects like renewable energy, clean transportation, and afforestation. This resounding market confidence is not accidental. It is a result of sound economic governance, credible project pipelines, and growing understanding among investors that sustainable development equals profitability, and that Nigeria is indeed very profitable. By deploying the proceeds of these bonds into climate-smart infrastructure, ranging from clean energy initiatives and water resource management to the development of CNG and electric vehicle infrastructure under the Presidential Initiative on CNG, we hope not only to reduce emissions, but also to stimulate job creation, technology transfer, and inclusive growth. In addition to our broader climate initiatives, we have implemented a series of fiscal reforms, specifically designed to encourage investment in clean energy and green infrastructure. These reforms aim to create a more enabling environment for sustainable development by reducing the financial barriers faced by both local and international investors in the green economy. Key measures include the introduction of VAT, value-added tax exemptions on critical components used in renewable energy systems, such as solar panels, batteries, and inverters, thereby lowering the cost of clean energy solutions for consumers and businesses alike. Furthermore, we have extended pioneer status initiatives and incentives to manufacturers and companies engaged in green technologies. This status grants eligible firms tax holidays and other benefits, making it more attractive to invest in sectors like renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable construction. Collectively, these fiscal policies are designed to stimulate innovation, accelerate the transition to a low-carbon economy, and position Nigeria as a regional hub for green industrial growth. We are now finalizing a pipeline of bankable, climate-aligned infrastructure projects through our Nigeria Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan and the Climate-Compatible Infrastructure Framework, both aligned with our nationally determined contributions and energy transition plan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering a new phase, one that is focused on scaling and delivery. Therefore, to our dear international partners and our DFIs, your capital, technical expertise, and de-risking tools are not just welcome, they are now very essential. Let me outline 4 key areas where we have been positioning Nigeria to absorb, deploy, and safeguard climate finance at scale. 1, institutional framework for climate finance. We are establishing Nigeria Climate Investment Platform, the NCIP, a one-stop mechanism for sourcing and coordinating clean climate investment This platform will house a green projects registry, match private capital with government priorities, and offer clear visibility on pipeline opportunities for investors and DFIs. The NCIP is designed to mobilize up to $500 million in climate finance for infrastructure, resilience, and adaptation projects. 2, de-risking and better finance mechanisms. We are working closely with our development partners to expand guarantee facilities, political risk assurance, and insurance, and first loss capital structures, particularly for renewable energy, electric mobility, and resilient agriculture, and climate-smart logistics. We are also exploring co-financing instruments with DFIs that can crowd in commercial capital at scale. Policy and regulatory certainty. Climate investment cannot thrive in uncertainty. We are aligning our public-private partnerships, the public-private partnership regulations, sovereign wealth fund strategies, and infrastructure concessioning processes with climate finance principles. We are also integrating climate risk disclosures into public budgeting and fiscal planning, thereby creating a more transparent and predictable environment for investors. 4, carbon markets and nature-based solutions. We will also soon launch a national carbon market development framework in partnership with key international institutions. This will provide regulatory clarity for trading carbon credits and for unlocking new income streams from afforestation, sustainable agriculture, and energy transition projects, especially for rural and underfinanced regions. Distinguished guests, our task is clear. Over $10 billion in climate finance is needed annually to meet Nigeria's sustainable infrastructure goals. But this is not a funding gap alone. It is an investment opportunity. The demand for clean energy, urban resilience, water access, and sustainable transport is growing rapidly. Nigeria is a frontier market with scale, youthful demographics, and a government committed to reform and partnership under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let me assure you that Nigeria is serious about its transition, and we are equally serious about protecting the capital and confidence of our partners. To our international investors, we want to assure you that we are ready with projects, we are ready with frameworks, and we are ready to listen, to adapt, and to co-create. To our development partners, we look forward to you helping us to de-risk, structure, and build the platforms that will unlock private capital at the scale this challenge demands. As we proceed to the investment and PPP roundtables, as well as the sessions on unlocking climate finance, I invite you to view Nigeria not just through the lens of risk, but through the lens of resilience and return. Public finance alone is not sufficient. So we invite you to join hands and pockets with us, and together we can finance a future sustainably, equitably, and ambitiously. I thank you very much for listening to me, and may this summit spark partnership that will endure and investments that will transform. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please, let's especially appreciate her for providing that foundation, and that indeed is what we need just before we bring up our keynote. Money is key, and when those who know about money talk about it, is important. I recalled a young man had met me once. Last year, he said he was going to start planning and saving money to build a house. And I told him if it's sizable, I can approach the Honorable Minister of Housing to help him get a house or something, a loan, or rent to own at worst. This year, I met him. I said, how much have you saved? At least by now, you should have about 500,000 or 2 million. He said, sir, honestly, the money that I saved last year is the money that is saving me now. I don't have anything more. So we tried. I said, okay. He came back and said he needed a loan. I said, okay, maybe we'll go to mortgage bank or something. Let's see whether we can get loan. He said, sir, I need a kind of bank. I said, what kind of bank do you need for this loan? He said, sir, I need a bank that will give me a loan and leave me alone. I said, there's problem. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will take it as easy as it comes and hope that very quickly we'll be able to solve this matter once and for all. But ladies and gentlemen, I am set to bring up one man whose portfolio we try to summarize. The original document we got was about 120 pages. I said, this is a CV. If it is a CV, how long will the paper itself be? But it's very ably qualified and thoroughly prepared to deliver for us what we have. He's one who had worked in emerging market projects and corporate finance of manufacturing, both cement, steel, glass, chemicals, machineries, electronics, transport, equipment, and all of that. He's been in various forms and various parts. For our friends, we say he's a member of the board of directors of Lake Haley Powers between 2017 and 2020. Investment officer, principal investment officer 2006 to 2019. Also global manager, upstream manufacturing, agribusiness services. Also Washington District of Columbia, global manager, manufacturing investment, trade, supplier, finance, and he has done that both locally and globally. But this is for education. We don't want to just talk about where he started, but we've seen him go on to Northwestern University. We've seen him go to Harvard School of Executive Education. We've also seen him go to University of Ilorin, Nigeria, and we're proud to have him there. He's a leader at the intersection of green and circular economy transformation with deep expertise in public-private partnerships, infrastructure development, and sustainable investment, with a proven track record of C-suite and senior government engagement, as well as board and private equity advisory experience. So he brings to bear strategic vision and execution to strengthen the driving inclusive, climate resilient, and growth across energy markets. To distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me therefore welcome our Manager, Global Manufacturing and Trade Supplier Finance, International Finance Corporation, who will be talking to us today on global trends in decarbonizing and the Nigeria's role. Let's welcome Mr. Femi Akinrabio. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up.
Thank you. Good morning, ministers, the Special Envoy on Climate Change, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on existing protocols. It is really a great honor to be here to deliver the keynote speech for this Decarbonization Summit. But I also think it's really exciting to be back home. So today I'm going to be talking about trends in decarbonization globally, and I will speak a little bit about what role Nigeria can play in this transition. But more importantly, I don't want this to be just about conversation. I don't want Nigeria to just be a part of the story, because Nigeria has a unique opportunity to drive change. So I will be offering a call to action, and I will be proposing a vision that could actually put Nigeria at the center stage to drive the continent's transition. So let's look a little bit about what is happening globally. So globally, in 2024, carbon emission from energy sources alone reached an all-time high, 40 gigatons of emission. That is the fact. That is the situation. But on the flip side, we are also seeing progress. We're seeing that clean energy in that particular year reduced at least 3 gigatons of emission. So for the first time, we have a counterbalancing force. What does this mean? We are beginning a new industrial revolution. It is a revolution that is not energized and powered by coal, by oil. It has been powered by electrons, and it's been powered by carbon-free molecules. What is driving these changes? We see that in this year, 2025, investment in clean sources is going to reach an all-time high as well. We're talking about at least $670 billion. So what does this mean? For the first time, the investment in clean solutions will surpass for the very first time the combined global investment in oil and gas. It is transformational, it is big. What is the other trend we're seeing? We're seeing that clean energy is not just an alternative, it is gradually becoming inevitable. Let's look in the area of renewable energy. So the amount of renewable energy that is going to come from solar, from wind, that's going to join global grid this year will reach 670 gigawatts. So we're talking about the combined energy grid for India, for Pakistan, for Bangladesh. So globally, we're going to see more renewable energy join the grid than the combined grid capacity of South Asia. This is meaningful. We're also seeing the move to cleaner molecules, green hydrogen, blue hydrogen. The emergence of carbon capture is driving a new innovation in carbon-free or low-carbon molecules in the chemical industry. We also heard earlier speakers talk about the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and the innovation that is driving in how carbon market is created and is being tapped for financing. So let's come back to Nigeria. The question is, why is this relevant for Nigeria? And what is the need for Nigeria? Let me lay the foundation first that Nigeria is starting not from zero. Nigeria is starting from a position of strength. We've got the resources here, the talent is there, but more importantly, the Nigerian way, the resilience in the people here. And how do we then transform this into opportunities that can actually tap into this global trend to make a difference for the country? I think Nigeria is really well positioned to be a leader, not just a player, to drive revolution on the continent and use its resources and its people to be at the forefront of the transition. So where is the first opportunity for Nigeria? In my mind, renewable energy is one area where opportunity abound. It is not only sustainable, it is not just good for the environment, but it's also very cost effective. So Nigeria needs to think about how do the country go from a grid that is based predominantly on fossil fuel to one that is complemented with renewable energy. Because it takes cheap, it is good for the environment, and it could actually position the country for further investment. What is the next thing that I think about when I think about the trend and the opportunity for Nigeria? The abundant gas resources in this country could actually position the country as an industrial base. So green hydrogen is great. But to get to the point where green hydrogen becomes cheap enough and become economic enough, we still have a couple of years, because you have to have the inflection point where the cost of electrolyzers become affordable in many markets. But before then, Nigeria can begin to play in the area of blue hydrogen, blue ammonia. We see more and more investment in carbon capture. So how can Nigeria take its abundant gas resources and begin to produce blue hydrogen and blue ammonia? Because this will have very limited carbon footprint, and it could be an opportunity for the country to generate more money. The other thing that I think the country should think about is, how do we use the gas base to become an industrial power when it comes to chemical production? So countries that have nowhere close to the reserve that Nigeria has multiple of the size of the chemical industry. So how do we move into building chemical complexes that could actually be low carbon and leverage the opportunity we have with the gas reserve? Because then that can cut emission, we can stop flaring, we can create jobs, and it will be a good opportunity for more financing for the country in terms of increasing the revenue of the country. So recently I was in Australia, and I had the opportunity of visiting one of the leading research centers for carbon storage globally in Victoria. What struck me wasn't the science. The science is great, but it's the opportunity to turn depleted gas wells, oil wells, into a money-making machine to store carbon. So what happens to the gas and oil wells in the Niger Delta that are already depleted? When we go back to that community, can we go back with a renewed source of investment to turn those reservoirs into sink for carbon? And this is not a brand new idea. It is not something that Nigeria will say, oh, who has done it before? Malaysia is doing exactly the same. They build in clusters to create sinks for carbon using old oil wells. Indonesia is doing the same. We have the wells, we have the engineering skills, we have reservoir engineers in the country, and how do we turn this into money-making opportunity for Nigeria? The last opportunity I will talk about is the elements that are required to actually make the transition. So when we talk about the mineral resources that are required to make batteries, the ones that are needed for making wind turbines, those that are needed for electronics, rare earth materials. If you think about the league table for countries that has the ability to produce those, Nigeria is in the top 10. But how do we ensure that we're not exporting raw materials? Because when we export raw materials, we are exporting opportunities. How do we build the value chains that will convert these raw materials into value-added materials for the country? And how do we create jobs in the process of doing this? I think these are things that are opportunities for Nigeria as we think about the transition. So the transition is not all about gloom. It's about opportunities. So when I hear people talk about financing Nigeria transition is going to cost $410 billion, and there is a $410 billion gap, I see a $410 billion opportunity. I see the opportunity to take global capital to create local impact, to build industry, to create employment, to create opportunities for innovation in the country. So what do we need to do this? We need to create the enabling environment. We need to train our people. We need to ensure policies and regulations are properly suited for the next phase of the transition. And I want to assure you that at the IFC, we are standing by, and across the World Bank Group as a whole, we are excited about the opportunity to work with Nigeria in this journey to crystallize many of these opportunities. We're looking to invest in companies that are looking at innovative solutions for carbon solutions. And we're not just looking to finance the future. We want to be partners with you. We want to co-create the future with African partners, with African solutions, and crystallizing African opportunities. So my call to everybody in the room, Honorable Minister, Special Envoy, to development partners, I think the time for us to work together is now. I don't think Nigeria should wait. I think Nigeria has the opportunity to lead, and the time to lead, and the moment to lead is now. Thank you.
Please, can we appreciate our keynote speaker, the more, for that elaborate and insightful keynote speech, bringing a lot of perspective into global trends in decarbonization and Nigeria's role. Thank you very much, sir, for those insights. Thank you very much, sir. At the core of every transformation is partnership. And today, this summit, of course, stands as a proof that when visionary public policy meets private sector commitment, powerful things happen. And one of the summit's strong allies here with us today, both in thought and intangible support, has been APM Terminals, a global leader in port infrastructure and logistics. But more than that fact, APM Terminals is not just moving containers, they are moving the conversation forward. From investing, of course, in port electrification to piloting low-carbon transport solutions, they are reimagining what it means to move goods in a responsible manner in Africa's, I will still say, let me just still brag because I'm a Nigerian, in Africa's largest economy, even though the numbers are telling us a bit different now. This company's support to this summit is not just generous, but it is strategic. It reflects a shared belief that the future of Nigerian infrastructure must be sustainable, efficient, and globally competitive. To deliver the partners' remarks and share that vision with us, please join me in welcoming to the stage the CEO of APM Terminals Nigeria, a leader who is steering ports towards progress, Mr. Frederick Klinker, on stage. Please, a round of applause for him. Please, can we have a partner's clap? Make it louder. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. It's an honor for me to stand here as part of this summit aiming to bridge policy, financing, and technological gaps to unlock the potential for this magnificent country's growth and low-carbon infrastructure. To APM Terminals, Nigeria is a key market in Africa. And as part of the APM Moller-Maersk Group, we have been present here for more than 35 years. Our vessels have been serving the country since independence. Today, our 3 container facilities in Lagos, in Onne, and in Kano handle about half of the containers going in and out of Nigeria, and our vessels transport close to a third. We share the ambitions of building further, investing in infrastructure and developing new opportunities for the country. Just recently, the Honorable Minister for Marine and Blue Economy announced Nigeria's campaign to be re-elected as member of the International Maritime Organization, a membership that will work to promote safe, secure, and sustainable shipping. It is also a pledge underlining Nigeria's ambitions on the global stage, as well as the national vision to develop the maritime industry. As a terminal operator, we aim to build bridges every day between local producers of crops and products and to the world markets via ocean trade. The terminal is that connecting link, moving trade from landside to sea. Also, when the young generations move from their education to their first jobs, through their careers and into future opportunities, maybe internationally, we as an employer want to be that link that makes that happen. And at this forum, we want to build the bridge between the visions of more sustainable trade and the reality of green transition in the logistics sector. APM Terminals has set an industry-leading target to be net zero by 2040. Our global roadmap to get there is via electrification of terminal equipment, use of renewable energy like solar and wind power, and energy efficiency. We are moving fast in the right direction, investing in the equipment and working closely with equally committed partners to ensure that we are transitioning while still delivering on efficiency, safety, and cost for our customers. Our pilots globally show good results in lowering emissions, creating better working environments, and reducing sound and air pollution for the communities and employees close to the terminals. We believe Nigeria has an opening to lead and to capture early mover advantages here in West Africa, an opportunity to position the country as a regional hub for low carbon logistics within containerized freight. Today, as you saw, APM Terminals is presenting a study showing how this could happen, with a clear roadmap customized for Nigeria for both the land side and in the ports, and with data from international results and know-how, and with the potential to unlock private investments, create jobs, and provide better working conditions both in and around the logistics sector. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the step from the vision to reality takes action from all parties. But the good news here today is that it can be done if we act together now, and with a common vision in front of us. That only underlines the importance of all of us being here in the same room today, discussing the key topics that we are. As a company, APM Terminals strongly believes that public-private partnerships are the levers to lasting infrastructure investments and sustainable growth. Governments and businesses must work together to share knowledge and co-invest in our future. I hope that we will spend this day in active discussions on how we strengthen connectivity, build bridges from local collaboration to global opportunities, and take vital steps for Nigeria's future in sustainable logistics. God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to just appreciate our support system, the APM Terminals, lifting global trade. Thank you. Up next, we will take a very, very short video that speaks to the presidential initiative on CNG. It is, of course, something that has been lauded both by those in the village
I traveled around the Bay Area and I saw women, ladies who were doing tailoring before. Some of them were doing other businesses. Now they have entered into the CNG business. They're helping convert cars, doing a lot of other things, and that's something we should commend. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we will enjoy this message in our video. But before then, let me just quickly appreciate the Presidential CNG Initiative, a strategic component of the President's palliative response to economic challenges resulting from removal of fuel subsidies and deregulation of the petroleum sector. We thank them for doing a good job. This video summarizes what they have done. It's 1 minute plus, but it's key to the heart of the matter. Let's focus on the screen as we enjoy it. Our technical crew will lead us.
The Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative is another bold initiative by the President Bola Tinubu administration directed at providing relief to Nigerians as a result of the removal of fuel subsidy, which has seen an increase in the cost of fuel. It provides the adoption of alternative sources of fuel, primarily compressed natural gas, to both public and private transportation to reduce and manage transportation costs for Nigerians.
I convert my car to CNG last month ending. So since I convert my car, I dey buy fuel 25,000 in a day, but now I buy gas of 3,000 in a day. And if I buy gas of 3,000, I make 25,000 with it. If I buy fuel 25,000, I make 28,000 with it. So I thank federal government for giving me this opportunity.
I do this conversion on 18 April. And some people, they say the CNG will make engine to knock. It's a lie, totally lie. And advise many people, this is the right time now to everybody to come and join and get this CNG.
The CNG is okay. To me, in my park now, it has made us to reduce the transportation fare to the customers from 100% to 75%.
Please, a round of applause for the Presidential Initiative for CNG. Of course, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi is here, the one driving the initiative. Please, another round of applause for them. As the Presidential Initiative on CNG is, of course, one of the partners of this summit. As we move along the program, our next item, we will be talking about decarbonizing energy, transport, urban and agricultural infrastructure. We'll be getting, of course, insights from government, private sector, international case studies, and to lead us through that next item is someone that when it comes to power, both electrical and policy, he doesn't just understand the grid, he has also helped rewire it. From the corridors of the Nigerian presidencies to state governments, and now the Tony Blair Institute, he has been the steady hand behind billion-dollar reforms, over $2 billion in subsidy savings, and more than $3 billion catalyzed for power investments. He's an engineer by training, a strategist by mastery. He has a blend of technical precision and development diplomacy. He's built infrastructure from the ground up, from Abuja's industrial layouts to cross-sectoral clean energy ecosystems. He holds degrees from IMT Atlantic, France, and has sharpened his sustainability edge at Oxford and Pan Atlantic University. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, I call him the Power Whisperer himself, Mr. Victor Haruna Adamu, to take us through this plenary panel session titled Decarbonizing Energy, Transport, urban and agricultural infrastructure. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Victor Adamu. He will be moderating that session and he would further introduce his panelists.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I almost didn't recognize myself. I'll stand on existing protocol and just take you straight into it. We've put together a lineup of very solid panelists. But before I call them on stage, because they are going to be the ones sharing experiences, let me quickly have my say. Now, I think there's consensus already that when we look at decarbonizing infrastructure, it's best we look at it from the perspective of opportunity. The opportunities are immense, and something that stands out for me is the fact that decarbonizing energy infrastructure provides an opportunity to reshape how we approach developing or building our energy infrastructure. The buzzword or the big concern always is finding bankable projects. Now, finding bankable projects is usually tied to how the finances flow. If you drive along our cities these days and you look up the roofs, you'll see that we have so many solar panels on those roofs, and it shows that very easily we can have individual homes go off grid. Just in Q4 2024, imports of solar panels alone was about 237 billion naira, compared to about 500 billion as total revenue on the grid. And this is, it tells you that imports from solar panels alone is like 50% what we got as revenue on the grid in Q4 2024. That speaks to the kind of financial flows that we could leverage if we look towards democratizing the pathway to decarbonization. Of course, democratizing meaning tapping into what individuals are funding and financing in terms of energy transition. And so I'll reel out a few facts to get us started, to stimulate our thoughts. First is, did you know that Nigeria generates about 5,000 megawatts on average on the grid? Yet our demand is estimated at about 150,000 megawatts, and which is about 30-fold gap. Now, despite having, a significant solar potential, we only contribute about 1% of that to what we could achieve if we are meeting our demand with solar. Did you also know that transport emissions are projected to rise by 80% in 2015 if we do not intervene? Nigeria's target is 60% electrification of its national vehicle fleet by 2050. Yet, our EV adoption and charging infrastructure is still yet to get off the ground. Did you know that 88% of Nigerian farmers are smallholder farmers, cultivating less than 5 hectares of land, but only 5.4% of our arable land is irrigated? Interestingly, I've also found out that 60% of our harvests go to waste, and it will interest you to know that waste is a hidden source of emission because, of course, from food waste we can easily get methane. One last one for our urban development sector. Did you know that Nigeria's cities contribute about 75% of national CO2 emissions? Lagos alone loses about $4 billion annually to climate-driven flooding. But green buildings account for just a fraction of new construction, despite a booming population. Now, why do all these matter? They matter because our climate action, like we have heard today, requires not just, speeches and conversations. Yes, they are bold, but these depend on sectoral leadership, policy coherence, and financing, which is key. And that is why we have brought together a lineup of panelists and key actors that are already doing great things in shaping the future of infrastructure decarbonization across energy, transport, urban development, and agriculture. Now, we'll hear from them how we're going to move from planning and speeches to pipeline and from pilot to national scale. I'm going to introduce them, the panelists. I'll read just 1-2 lines of bios about them. Please, if you want to know more about them, you could Google them. They are all figures that you could find online and get to know them. First, in no particular order, is Umar Yusuf, who is the MD CEO of Ripple. As he makes his way up here, I'll just read a bit about him. Umar Yusuf is the Managing Director, CEO of Ripple, an NSIA-backed $500 million renewable energy investment platform with over a decade of experience in infrastructure investment and project development. He leads initiatives in solar PV, battery storage, and industrial decarbonization across Nigeria. Next is my friend Pradeep Prasnani, who is the CEO of Connexa. Pradeep is pioneering with Connexa, an energy company that integrates generation, distribution, and storage solutions. He's formerly a deputy director at the Shell Foundation, and he brings extensive experience in corporate strategy, investment portfolios, focusing on accelerating Nigeria's energy transition. Musa Dabo is of the AFC. He's also on the panel. He's a senior executive at AFC specializing in infrastructure financing across the continent. He plays a pivotal role in mobilizing capital for sustainable projects in energy, transport, and urban development. I have here as well Dr. Inyobong Abiola Awe, who's on the panel. She is a director of climate change at the Federal Ministry of Environment. Please let's welcome her up. And while she comes up, I just keep reading. She holds a PhD in environmental services. She leads national climate and policy formulation and implementation, ensuring that they are aligned with international obligations. Olu Aririke is also here, and he is the country director, Husk Power. Husk Power Systems focuses on deploying solar hybrid mini-grids to electrify communities or rural communities across the country. His work supports Nigeria's energy transition plan by providing clean, affordable, and reliable energy solutions. Just to check, I don't know if Dimeji Salahuddin is here with us. Okay, and then finally to check as well, Daniel Mueller of InfraCredits is not here. All right, great. So we'll just jump into the panel session right away. All right. For benefit of carrying the audience along in our discussion, we planned for a 60-minute panel session, but in the interest of time, we'll try to cut it to 45 minutes. We have 5 panelists, and we're going to take 2 rounds of questions across the panelists. And I'll implore the panelists to be succinct in their responses, averagely 3 minutes per response or intervention. Now, I am risk averse, like a lot of financial folks are, so I'll invite you to ensure what happened to me on the previous panel doesn't happen. You can throw the meat and the heavy things right from your opening statements and your first interventions so that we don't risk losing any of those good thoughts you have. Allow me to start with the only lady on the panel. Doctor, as part of your opening statement and sharing your experience with us on the focus of this panel session, which is, of course, decarbonizing energy, urban development, agriculture, what policy frameworks are currently in place to support decarbonization across these sectors? And where do you see gaps in addressing this?
Thank you very much. I want to use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this very important gathering. This gathering is very apt at this time when Nigeria is needing to bridge her quest towards ensuring her commitment to the Global Climate Treaty. Talking about the gaps and the existing issues around decarbonization. Earlier this morning, I recall, I think the key speaker mentioned something about Nigeria not lacking in terms of opportunities for decarbonization. Nigeria has a good setting in terms of frameworks, action plans, strategies to ensure that we move from where we are in terms of emission towards the green economy that's decarbonizing the economy. Within the Ministry of Environment, a project on deep decarbonization was developed in 2022, and that's for Nigeria, especially towards the year 2060. That project encompasses all the necessary pathway that Nigeria should follow to meet up her commitments to ensuring reduction in greenhouse gases. Aside from that, we have Nigeria's Energy Transition Plan that was developed to ensure that Nigeria stays on that pathway to decarbonization. We have policies, the National Climate Change Policy, which was also revised. We have the National Clean Cooking Policy. We have the NDCs, which are earlier in the DG's mentioned that Nigeria is going to upgrade to the 3.0, and that is one of the few that is existing to ensure that Nigeria stays on the path to decarbonization and also towards the green economy.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that insightful contribution to the policies and the programs or reform activities that are in place to help advance the country towards a decarbonized economy. Now, over to you, Umar, Yusuf. We've heard some of the policies and programs in place. Now, we also are aware of the gaps and the challenges we have. Some of them are around energy access. It depends on who you're speaking to. Energy access figures can be somewhere from 80 to 90 million people in Nigeria. Now, there's also reliance on fossil fuels. There are cooking issues as well. What are primarily challenges in transitioning to renewable energy to address these gaps? from your experience, what are the primary challenges that have been faced?
Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers as well for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here with such a distinguished panel. So I think the issues around transition is, again, we need more energy to transition. We need a balance of energy to transition. So in as much as there is a focus on going renewables, there is a focus on driving this particular facet, it is also important that there is a balance. Fossil fuel, at least for this part of the world, would be with us for a long time. And what is important is how do we responsibly utilize what we have in abundance in fossil fuel, but also how do we enhance where we need to be, which is on the renewables side. Again, back to the statistics that you mentioned on electrified numbers, is it 80, is it 90? We spend a lot of capital essentially deploying these things on the various initiatives, be it government or private sector, but the number seems to be stuck at where it is. And this goes to another fundamental issue around data mining, data analytics, and just understanding what's there in the market. So the way we see it, the way we are approaching this issue from an NSI perspective, from a Ripple perspective, is all about striking the right balance. When we speak about renewable energy, at least in Nigeria, sometimes it's almost synonymous with solar, but that's not, there's more to it than that. And for us at Ripple, we're looking at mini hydro projects, we're looking at waste energy projects, we're looking at other complementary technologies that will enable us transition, that will enable us transform our energy systems, and again, hit that target of net zero by 2060. And again, when we speak about net zero, it's not really taking carbon to zero, but essentially balancing out systems, which I think is fundamental as we think about these systems, as we think about approaches to essentially ensure that we move from this very energy poor situation to a place where at least there is some respectable levels of energy access and energy utilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. In speaking of, moving or transitioning and finding the balance and all that, one of the things we touched on even at the pre-summit workshop was the fact that, recovering idle capacity or stranded capacity could be, especially for clean energy, could be one of the fastest ways to achieving clean energy. And speaking of that, Pradeep, you have quite some experience with existing infrastructure and interventions around existing infrastructure. And I would like that you share your experience with us in terms of how the integration of energy, generation, distribution, and storage in the Connexa model, how it addresses systemic inefficiencies and reducing emissions side by side.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be on the panel, and it's nice to see a lot of familiar faces in person. So Connexa, for those of you that don't know, is a long-term investor and operator across the power sector, focusing on generation, transmission, distribution, and then working with large industries to help them decarbonize. And we work with the private sector, we work with financiers, we work with government stakeholders like the Transmission Company of Nigeria, and we work with distribution companies to actually get renewable power from one point in the country to where it's actually needed, where it's being consumed, where it can be paid for. And there is a massive urgency, as we've heard throughout the day, around private investment. And the numbers speak for themselves. Again, quoting some statistics, There is a target of 2060 for the energy transition, and there is an investment required of $460 billion, I think is the numbers that were shared. That's over $10+ billion every year that needs to be spent between now and 2060, which is quite a big amount. But if you look at the numbers, every year, large industries incur losses of $26 billion from unreliable power. Furthermore, there's about $22 billion that is spent every year on backup generation because of the unreliability. Victor, you mentioned that there's just under 5,000 megawatts on the grid, but the real demand that large industries have, as we know, is way over 25,000, 30,000 megawatts, depending on the literature that you pick up. And so one of the things that people don't necessarily talk about when they think about renewables is that the biggest bottleneck we have at the moment in Nigeria, from our experience, is actually the transmission and distribution bottleneck. The current transmission infrastructure is not set up to accommodate another 1,000 megawatts of solar, for example. Everyone talks about solar, but nobody talks about the transmission and distribution challenges. So therefore, Conexa is not only investing in solar, but is also very comfortable in addressing the transmission and distribution bottlenecks. That effectively makes actually solar a little bit more expensive than people think. In other markets, you just focus on the solar. You don't need to focus on the transmission and distribution. But having said that, as far as large industries are concerned, the solution that we're able to provide them is no more backup power, no more unreliable power, and you can have 24/7 clean power, affordable power at your doorstep through the grid. And that requires investment across the entire value chain. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Just by way of housekeeping, let's endeavor to switch off our mics so we don't have the echoes after we've spoken. Musa, I'd like to hear, your experience, and I'm sure the audience as well. We're speaking a lot about energy and its financing, but this discussion also covers infrastructure and transport. Could you just touch a bit around successful case studies in Africa, in Nigeria, that touch on, infrastructure financing, particularly in transport and urban development, from what you've worked on?
Sure. Thank you. I actually want to jump on a very important point you made on net zero, and I think we see also the same thing in transportation, the importance of the balanced approach between green and fossil fuels. For example, there's a project that I'm currently looking at in a Central African country, one of the most congested cities in Africa, and we have a plan to develop a metro line. And we have DFIs on the looking at the projects, which are telling us that the project, they cannot invest in this project, although it's displacing a lot of congestion on the road, because the major source of power for the metro line is gasoline. And obviously, this is not our stance at AFC. We are looking at the project as a major project to displace congestion on the road, avoiding maintenance, and just making the city more connected. And so this is a core stance for us. We have one of the largest renewable platforms in Africa, including wind, solar, with infinity power. But we also invest in fossil fuels, which we think is important to reach net zero. In terms of a concrete example of what we've done in the space, it's a substitution project in Uganda, where we have Uganda, which is a landlocked country, which basically takes its oil from Kenya, There's a pipeline going from Mombasa to Kisumu, then from Kisumu to Kampala. Trucks deliver the refined fuels. So what we've done is we partner with a private player that is building barges on Lake Victoria to take the petroleum from Kisumu to Kampala via barges. And one barge is the equivalent of 200 trucks. And so when we make the math of a shorter route on Lake Victoria, so that's 250 kilometers, versus 350 on the road, plus the reduction in CO2 emission, we calculate that these 200 trucks on an annual basis represent a saving of 90% of CO2 emissions. So this is a very pragmatic project, because when we talk about green and finance, oftentimes, if I give you the picture in investment committees, you also always have to balance the merits and development impact of the project, but also the money you are making from the project. So from this project, it's evident from a private player, large marketing oil company to say, let me use these barges. It's shorter for me. There's less risk on the road, less congestion, less product adulteration, and I'm also saving on CO2 emissions. So it makes business sense. And so this is how we look at projects in the spaces. How do we blend the fact that we need to make money on a project and also reach the sustainability targets? So that's one key example. There's many more, but I don't want to take so much of the space. But if we can get into more details, for example, rail is, for me and for AFC, a very important space. If you look at the distribution of rail between the north and the south, that's 50% of concentration of rail, and that's concentrated in the most developed countries of Africa. So you have Morocco and South Africa, 50% together, but the rest is actually like a desert of rail infrastructure, and we recently put out an infrastructure report, which you can read online at AFC, and see actually the gap there is in sub-Saharan Africa. And we all know that rail is a cornerstone of development and industrialization, so this is also a space we want to invest heavily, because it's 9 times less pollutive than road freight. So I'll stop there, and happy to take more questions on the subject.
Thank you very much, Musa. Thank you. And I hear you on having a just transition, if we coin it that way, ensuring that the transition impacts lives through jobs and the economy. Speaking of which, Olu, in Husk Power, a lot of the work you're doing is around electrifying communities. I mean, what experiences can you share around the impact, taking energy access to those communities is having on those communities, especially around, productive use of energy, agriculture in particular, and energy access in rural communities?
Thanks a lot, Victor. And it's good that I get to go last after the finance people and the policy people. So at least I know how they're thinking, and we know how to position ourselves as mini-grids. For those who don't know Husk, Husk Power is a mini-grid company. We don't like to call ourselves that anymore. We are now more or less a raw energy or raw energy services company, meaning that we will go into where the grid doesn't go or where the grid hasn't been, provide power to the doorsteps of the people in the community, generate the power there, of course, and then provide that power directly to them in a reliable manner and using clean energy sources. And on top of that, Husk will support everything that does help to grow a sustainable or thriving economy in those areas, including agriculture, mobility, irrigation, etc. But why are we doing that? Because if you look at it, taking power into those places is the easiest win. 1 liter of fuel, which is what most of them use, generates up to 2.5, 2.6 kilogram of CO2 into the atmosphere. Firstly, with the mini grids that we bring, we then displace those generators and that fuel usage, right? At least on the average, each community we've been, 200 to 300 generators easily go away and then replaced with power from our grid. The next thing is to look at the opportunities to serve opportunities with agric or e-mobility. And everybody knows how far food wastage goes. 40% of our farm produce is lost, or over 100 million tons of food is actually lost to wastage. So by supporting processing, creating better value for them, by also supporting cold storage, you give more life and value to produce, because we are building all of that on top of reliable power in these communities. At the end of the day, what you get, and oftentimes the question we get at Husk is, when you go into these rural communities, you provide the power, you build a grid, you build a distribution network, you provide metering solutions. It's quite expensive. Can they afford it? And we don't really think there's an affordability question. The question is, how can you support them to be able to earn and improve their lives and livelihoods, to be able to pay for the power, which is the bedrock of everything else that they end up doing in the communities. So in that way, what we are creating essentially is an economy that can thrive on its own. And what we've seen in our experience, that once, oftentimes we are at the first level of infrastructure to go into these places, and you'll be shocked. I don't think a lot of people will be shocked. There's probably no good road, there's no telco, network. And oftentimes, because there's no telco network, there's no financial services network or provider available. And when you bring the power, you then need to start to build all of those things. And when you build all of those things, with the intervention in helping agro-processing and irrigation and everything across the value chain, because there's reliable power, it then becomes an economy that thrives in itself. And not just that, you then see opportunities to also increase air quality, because people have now done away with generators that have noise and generate so much CO2 into the atmosphere. It's essentially a better win-win solution for the communities and the customers, because once they can go to their farms, bring out their farm produce, get better value for them. And we have a record that, for instance, an agro-processing mill, which we are trying to turn to a multi-crop processing mill, produce or agro-produce from that mill command at least 10% higher price in the market than from diesel mills. And that's a win for the community of the farmers, which are mainly women. And you can, understand the ripple effect from that extra 10% of income and how it goes back into their pocket. They're not able to afford maybe better health care, opportunity to use that to send their children to better schools, just because there's clean power or plow power from renewable energy sources that is reliable, that they can use to create more value across the chain for their produce and for agri. Then it helps them live better lives and lifestyles, and then they're able to afford the power, and then the chain continues, and then you continue to see the growth. And when you go back there a few years later, like we've seen, you can begin to then pinpoint directly what the changes have happened, not just across, them being able to use reliable power from clean energy sources for productive use, but then being able to live better lifestyles and afford more, in terms of healthcare, in terms of quality of schools their children even go to, and stuff like that.
Thank you very much, Olu. And I think you should hold that thought. I'll take you up on a few things on follow-up when I come back to you again, particularly around, you speaking of the demand side intervention to build their capacity to be able to afford the uptake of the services, and that way, you know, the chain continues, their lives get better. You as well also get better because you're better paid as their lives get better and things like that. Dr. Eniabong, back to you, you know, you had mentioned a couple of policies or programs in place, and some of the challenges being faced are around, you know, duplication, overlaps, where we have, you know, so many policies targeted at decarbonizing the economy or our infrastructural development. What, in your opinion, is the right strategy for coordination, for collaboration, in terms of delivering, you know, a concerted effort towards decarbonization?
Thank you very much. I also was prudent in my timing at the initial questions. It's important to understand that when you're talking about decarbonization, you're addressing sector-specific strategies, actions for this. You have the agricultural sector, you have the AFOLO, you have the transportation and all of that. And within each of these sectors, like you mentioned, there are different institutions, there are different strategies, there are different action plans, but specifically addressing decarbonization as a whole. Looking at it holistically, there's a need to really look at the nexus between policies, strategies, action plans that address decarbonization, technologies, and also look at the investment and the climate finance. These three together have a handshake somehow. And to be able to address this across the different policies and sectors addressing it, there's a need to have an umbrella inter-ministerial committee, intergovernmental committee, where this platform provides an opportunity for the relevant stakeholders to come together and bring the peculiarities of their own solutions that would provide the path that would interlock or intertwine with the other solutions to provide the pathway or the roadmap to, towards decarbonization. Yes, we have this scenario where you have different policies, different institutions looking at it. But there's a need for us to just bring down the silos and work through a platform that brings everybody around the table to provide the solution, to explore the different aspects, and then work towards a single national goal of delivering on solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eniabong. And what I hear you say is the need to have a working group of some sort. I remember that at the onset of the energy transition plan, we had an energy transition working group that essentially did everything you had reeled out, breaking the silos and bringing everybody to the table on a regular basis, periodically discussing how to make progress on all this. I think that will be a very strong take home from the contributions we've had so far. All right. Umar, back to you again. By way of sharing experience, examples, concrete, from your recent initiatives in renewable energy and the battery storage plants and all that, can you just walk us through any lessons you've learned in terms of
delivering the projects, because a lot of times, we talk about, unlocking financing, and we talk about bankable projects on another side, and getting them to talk to each other, financing and bankable projects. What experiences can you share that will work, an average developer or an investor in the space from one end to the other?
Thank you very much, Victor. So I think when people, they almost use this sort of bankable projects like a black box, like something that no one knows what's going on and people have to figure it out. But I think it's really not that deep if you decouple these things. And financiers have a very important role in driving these things, but more importantly, in standardizing these things when it comes to, say, transaction documents and what's required to reach that bankability test, or to pass that bankability test. From taking experiences, again, being an offshoot of the NSIA and how we approach projects, we try to, for starters, ensure that there's clarity in what we're looking for. But more importantly, we lead by example, in the sense that there are many initiatives, many projects that we undertake internally before then hopefully building that template where the market can then take on. What developers lack, and perhaps there is an asymmetry of information on what's even out there, but it's important that at every segment of a project lifecycle, be it from actual project development through construction to then what happens post-operations, one understands the type of financing that is required at each stage. What NSI had done to fix this dislocation, where we see as market failures, as it were, is to set up a project preparatory facility that provides this upfront capital, enabling developers to actually develop these initiatives. And that was done alongside Afrexim and other development partners. But we didn't stop there. With InfoCredit, and if Daniel Mueller were here, he probably would have mentioned this as well. But NSIA, with InfoCredit, set up the construction warehouse facility, which essentially provides a bridge-to-loan instrument that enables developers or would-be sponsors finance the construction works of projects, because again, that is where the key risk lies in most cases. How can you de-risk that construction issues, as it were, particularly for not just solar renewable energy projects, but infrastructure projects as a whole. And then the capital required to get into post-operations or to refinance the construction warehouse facility, as it were. So it's important that at each stage that the right capital meets the right activity within the project lifecycle. What we try to do at Ripple essentially is we're a value chain player. So we're not only in the generation space, but we also look at upstream manufacturing. That's where I believe your point on battery manufacturing comes in. Regardless of how well the technology works, how well it's built on the midstream side, if the distribution component is missing then everything falls. It has a domino effect. And that's why for us, it is very important that we look at investments in the renewable energy space as a continuum. From start to finish, we play in each sector, ensuring handshake, ensuring that these dislocations that we see in the sector, we're able to fix quite easily, again, relying on our institutional backing and the likes. But what's also very important is how we work with other developers and co-sponsors of these initiatives, providing this expertise, this backing, this sectoral knowledge, as it were, to help in scaling of these things. And it's also very important to see the segments that we play in. Back to the earlier point that I made of balance. Whereas Ripple looks at on-grid, large-scale energy projects, we also then launched a DRE fund in March of this year alongside SC for All and Africa 50 to look at the more decentralized, the more mini, micro scale type projects in the mini grid space and the likes, to see how, again, we can unlock, that we can de-bottleneck the energy access issue that we're facing on our route to accomplishing Mission 300. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot, Omar. Musa, you shared some experience and you were happy to offer more examples if we gave you more time, so I've come back to you this time. But I want to shape the question a bit differently this time. We are aware that, in Nigeria, transport and even the building sector, housing sector, contribute significantly to emissions. And so would like to hear from you, from examples, what are, especially from the financing side of things, and I could give, just a small scenario. What are ideas that could be implemented to decarbonize our transportation space, as well as building sector, housing sector in Nigeria? For example, like I mentioned earlier, we're starting to see uptake of, not just uptake, but large scale uptake of solar home systems, or, having solar systems in houses in modern areas. Are there any financing products that could accelerate that? How will that apply to, achieving green buildings? What have you seen related to things like that, as an example, in financing decarbonization of transport or housing? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I'll start with rail again. I think there's a lot of very good initiatives and projects currently being developed in Nigeria. We have the Metro Line, the Blue Line, the Green Line in Lagos. We also have adoption of CNG, which is a plus. We also have the Kano Maradi rail line, which is also very interesting for cross-border trade and enabling also freight and other industry to come in. Because again, at the core of development, rail is fundamental. And we can see this gap between industrialized countries and the rest of Africa. At independence, we had rail that was focusing mostly on extractive industries. And most of this network has been dismantled for most part in Africa. And what's interesting now, there's a push for rehabilitation and also developing new rail projects. And we think this is the way. And we are supporting various projects across Africa in that space. I think the EV discussion is also fundamental. We've seen in Dakar, Senegal, a project of massive bus transportation, fully green. Rwanda also has built also the same. Their pilot phase, they've shown that they've cut operation costs by 30% and reduced emission by 40%. Between Ethiopia and Djibouti also there's a rail line, 70% less emission. So this is the way to go for us. We're looking at rail as a core to reduce the emission on the continent. But the EV discussion, I think, is intertwined with policy as well. In Europe, there's a lot of tax incentives for EV adoption. In Nigeria, we have, on average, car fleet age of 10 years, which cause a lot of pollution, accidents, etc. So policy-wise, we need to make a push there to incentivize for localization. We can localize the assembly of local cars, push the adoption with credit tax and using also carbon tax to use that to finance it. But the challenge that we see in financing is always this balancing act between profitability and reaching the net zero target. But I think those massive transportation networks, as we've seen in cities like Dakar and that are working very well is something that we can finance because we see how bankable they are. And for people with projects coming to us, I think this is another important point I want to share, to demystify, like Omar said. It's really thinking about the expertise of the partners that are developing the project, their relationship within the ecosystem to be able to have the right concessions, and then also having some money, right, to put to the project. Because oftentimes you see people coming at the project development stage and asking for the entire check to come in. We also like to share risk with the partners and seeing a pathway together to reach bankability. So this is one advice that I would give as well to project developers to bring more projects to bankability.
Great, thank you very much. I want to come back to you, Olu. But I mean, speaking of EVs, just some thoughts for you to hold on to, Musa, before I come to Olu. Is there a world where we stand the risk of, being stranded with our ICEs, our internal combustion engines, and the world leaving us behind, in this transition to EVs if we don't take certain steps? Is the thinking I'm already, beginning to have. But I mean, we'll get to that discussion. Olu, you're happy to sit where the policymakers and financiers as well to advance what you do. And so maybe to help that, question will be, can you take, policymakers, and there are lots of people that are looking to intervene in the kind of things you do. Can you take them through the psychology of your demand side? What really makes for good uptake of services for one who's based in rural areas that you need to take energy access services to them? For instance, how do you see them currently finance things like uptake of productive use equipment, maybe irrigation or storage equipment powered with renewable energy?
And that's a very good question, because again, it's almost like the affordability question, and some of these things are really pricey, right? So, and to be honest, would mini grids really work from day one in such areas? Yes and no, right? But the good thing is we have programs like the Nigeria Electrification Project administered by the REA, which is driving energy access in terms of number of connections or number of people we take on-grid from an off-grid position. That same NEP program is also supporting the uptake of productive use appliances, including, the usual grinding equipment, milling equipment, and of course electric vehicles as well. And that helps for people like us who are providing such services, kind of de-risk it from the beginning. So lower, you would say lower the barrier of entry for the average rural person, who are very, very, very price sensitive, by the way. Not that they cannot afford these things from the get-go. Because if you look at it, to be honest, all of our food comes from rural areas. All of our raw materials are basically, I don't see any raw materials in Abuja or Lagos or Port Harcourt or Kano. So, those areas have the huge potential to transcend from where they have been, from where they are to where they can be, maybe the next Lagos, the next Aba, the next Onitsha, the next Lafia even, or the next Sokoto or Kano. But they just need power to then come in. So with such programs, in Nigeria, and they've been working, and Nigeria is a very good example in terms of policy for the mini-grids. We've reviewed it once from the mini-grid regulations of 2016 to the mini-grid regulations of 2023, and raising the barrier from, a cap of 1 megawatt to 5 megawatts. And we hope we can continue to raise that barrier and policy actors can continue to support us with some level of de-risking finance. But the truth is that the sector, and to help the people in these areas, and to actually show scale, and like Umar had said, bankability, and I think Musa also mentioned, we now need more and more private capital, which is what an actor like Husk is driving now, to show commercial viability of these grids and being able to operate them. In 2022, Husk was the first mini-grid company to become EBITDA profitable, and we're now driving at the next level of profitability to show that mini-grids can indeed drive that commercial viability with the right policies. And like the World Bank has said, and maybe other DFIs have also said, that mini-grids will remain the most cost-efficient way of quickly pulling out over 86 million Nigerians and over 300 million people in sub-Saharan Africa out of energy poverty the quickest. It will not happen by grid expansion. It will not happen by any other ways, but mini grids allow us to leapfrog quite a few things and get power quickly to people at this stage. And let me just quote what the VP said. I think, he said, and I picked it up, he said, the future will not depend on diesel generators and a fragile grid. And I can tell you that the future will depend on things like mini grids and driving productive use of energy in areas that companies like Husk continue to serve, which are areas where the grid is either non-existent or weak. Thank you.
Thank you. Olu, your concluding statement just sounds like a closing statement, And so I'm saying that to just prepare everyone to start thinking of your closing statement as we start to round up. I'll take Pradeep's contribution, on the second round of questions this time. And Pradeep, I like stories. I know a lot of people like stories. And so as vivid as possible, can you share lessons you've learned from your work with Nigeria breweries, transitioning to 100%, doing the 100% energy transition with Nigeria breweries?
Sure. Thank you. It's been a roller coaster, as you know. We've been working on this for a fairly long time. I think one of the challenges that we face is the long development cycles. Even if a customer was to engage with us today, it would take us probably 2 years to get them clean power because of the process around, doing the technical feasibility, doing the commercial feasibility, getting all the permits in place, getting the funding in place, doing the actual construction. And so it does take a customer to take a really long-term view. And often, given the challenges that businesses have with power, many business owners are impatient. And so often there's a bit of a challenge that one needs to manage there. So long development cycles. We've been very fortunate to have not only Nigerian breweries, but very patient and supportive customers. And what that has allowed us to do is Connexa is not necessarily selling a pre-established, pre-created solution or product to anyone. We're actually co-creating with our clients and co-creating with our financiers. And that is testament to also the other announcement the VP made with our partnership with AP Moller now, terminals for the One port. So we've been, co-creating with our clients for a while. I think the other challenge has been how inefficient sometimes the coordination can be amongst different stakeholders. And that coordination urgently needs streamlining. We're talking about NERC, we're talking about the Ministry of Power, we're talking about TCN, and now we're talking about state regulators in some cases. You know, to the international investor sitting outside of Nigeria, that can come across as quite confusing. That can come across as an additional level of risk that they may or may not have appetite for. And I think that is an opportunity for streamlining. The ongoing reforms have been very helpful. The stability in the macroeconomic environment has been supporting our growth, but the devaluation, 24 months ago, 18 months ago was not helpful, and so we had to address that in our conversations with clients. But all in all, I mean, it's been a very positive journey. We've developed, I think, a very innovative business model, which has required a lot of patchwork, taking the existing regulatory framework. We are now a power trader, we're also a power generator, we also serve eligible customers. That business model is not defined on a silver plate in the regulatory framework. You had to create that business model by doing all of the patchwork and making it something that the regulator and the ministry can support. That has then unlocked innovative finance. As Umar was saying, you've got development capital, which is very scarce, very important, needs to be really high-risk capital, and then you get to construction, and then you get to the debt. And we're starting to see a lot of depth in the Nigerian capital markets to support the growth of these infrastructure projects, which is quite exciting. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Pradeep. We're out of time, so very quickly, 10 seconds, since you just spoke last. Closing statement, and then we'll take from Umar and we'll come down this way. So Pradeep, you go first, Umar next, Musa, and then we'll keep coming this way.
Thank you. I think it's a very exciting time. Infrastructure and energy are at crossroads. And it's not only about climate, it's really about becoming more competitive, leapfrogging, economic growth and job creation, and Nigeria having a good standing. So the energy transition is critical for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think really why we supported this and are participating in this summit is down to the issues many people have, which is a lot of conversations going on in silos. But this has provided that avenue where people are able to speak. I'm just looking to the team to see how we can build the momentum that has started, to see how far we can take this. So quite excited. I think a lot of things are aligning, and I look forward to essentially unlocking more value in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure and great discussion with everyone on the panel. I think at AFC, we want to reinforce our role as a DFI in providing the financing behind all the great ideas we have. And so it's a great pleasure to have participated in that panel. And I think for us, working hand in hand with the Nigerian government, we want to push more of those green initiatives. I think what is a good innovative product that we have is our new fund, the ICRF, which is a $750 million fund, which has embedded to it a first loss guarantee from the Green Climate Fund, which can help unlock and bridge the gap between those not so bankable projects that can then attract private capital to be able to actually execute them, because lots of those projects, especially in the mitigation and adaptation phase for climate, have to have those type of concessional funding. When you talk about ports and existing ports, how do we invest in them to make them climate resilient? That's not something that a private sector from the get-go would do. But with this type of blended approach, we can accelerate those type of finance. So thanks for this platform and diffusing that message, and very happy to contribute to that push on the continent.
Thank you again. Decarbonization, that's why we're gathered here today. And as I mentioned, the nexus, technology, policy, investments, that's what we see here. And so how do we move from this point to where we want to go? The world is already moving. Nigeria is a party to the UNFCCC. We're joining the world to also meet our targets. We're moving and we're shifting. So these three nexus, technology exchange is already going on. Let's enhance, let's see what's best practices to ensure that we join the world. When it comes to policy, we have it. It's all about coming together around the table on a platform where we're bringing from each sector what we have to address the national climate deliverables. And then when it comes to financing, we already have. We have a homegrown green bonds that shows that we're doing something in country to ensure that we have what it takes financing our climate actions. So we're starting from home, and so we can also put in place what we need to put in place to ensure we attract the finances we need from outside of the country. Let's move together as a team, and then we'll get to where we want to be with the world. Thank you.
So I think, it's a great time to be Nigerian, and for Husk it is quite exciting that even if it looks like Nigeria has fallen off as the giant of Africa, Nigeria remains the largest off-grid market in the world, and it is playing its role with all of the commitments that it continues to make, with all of the regulations that are in the right place, and with all of the capital that is still being committed to ensure that 86.338 million people of Nigerians living off grid get on grid. And again, like the VP said, the journey is net zero. The destination is net zero, but the journey is largely local, and Nigeria is really taking the lead. And it's glad to have Huskies very, very proud and elected to be part of that journey with Nigeria to the destination for net zero. Thank you.
All right. Now, last but certainly not the least, mine is a charge to you. You've heard all that has been shared. You've learned something today. Please make use of it, and let's together make the change we want to see. Thank you very much for your time and audience. God bless you.
Please, let's appreciate the panel. Photographers, can we come to allow the panel to take a group picture? The photographers, are you still within network coverage area? Okay. Let's clap for them again. Thank you very much. I noticed that a lot of us were taking notes on our phones while the panel was on. I want to advise that if truly you were not using your phone to take notes, you can put it aside and use your jotter instead to take notes. It's important that we take notes, and sometimes it's actually good. If you notice that the person next to you is doing WhatsApp instead of taking notes, just tell them, drop your phone. Please put your hands together for yourselves. I know that when we have sat down for so long, it's difficult to concentrate, so I just want to ask us, at your own pace, not forcing you, at your own pace, to just ask us to just stand up slightly, at your own pace. If you can do it slowly, if you can do it fast, at your pace, can we just rise so that we can just allow blood to flow to our legs? All right. Yeah, I like the way we are moving slowly. Some people take it slower. Thank you very much. So, if there's anybody still sitting down, I think you are the special guest of honor. Thank you very much. Can we sit down, please? It's just to help us so that we can continue to enjoy this conference. I was in a conference a few months ago where we were trying to pick for Nigeria which English language to use for this country. We're thinking of whether to pick the American English or to pick the British English. It was difficult. After 3 days, we came back. We're still thinking. It was hard because, for instance, in Britain, they'll say extreme. In America, they'll say end. And here we'll say extreme end. You know, in Britain, they'll say knicker. In America, they'll say short. And here we'll say short knicker. In Britain, they'll say salon. In America, they'll say barber shop. And here we'll say barbing salon. In Britain, they'll say bend. In America, they'll say corner. But here we'll say bending corner. In Britain, they'll say so. In America, they'll say therefore. But here we'll say so therefore. In Britain, they'll say still. In America, they'll say yet. But here we'll say still yet. In Britain, they'll say should. In America, they'll say in case. But here we'll say should in case. In Britain, they'll say return. In America, they'll say turn back. But here we'll say reverse back. In Britain, they'll say henceforth. In America, they'll say from now on. But here we'll say from now henceforth. Please put your hands together for yourselves. The next panel is also one that will interest you, and is also going to be led by one who has worked very hard and in various sectors, making it very interesting. As the global head of decarbonization, enablement, and partnership, he has led a dynamic crew charting the course towards a sustainable future, where green operations become fertile ground, yielding lasting value for governments, communities, and businesses alike. His voice echoes beyond boardrooms, as he has also authored influential reports for the World Bank and the World Economic Forum. He's also helped to illuminate pathways towards climate resilience and sustainable growth. His expertise bridges continents and sectors, making him a vital architect in the global quest to decarbonize the maritime and logistics industries. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the captain steering the global decarbonization voyage at APM terminals, a crucial arm of the Mars Group. Let's welcome Arthur Neaterson. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. He'll be moderating the next panel, and I'm sure he will also bring to us his entire crew. Please, let's clap for him.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, many thanks. In about 10 minutes, we will move to a panel discussion. Until then, I will present to you the contents of the white paper that was presented to the Vice President earlier today. But before I do that, I would like to acknowledge the leadership of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in leading the way in a very clear direction. The remarks by the Vice President, by the honorable ministers this morning, by the DG of the NCCC, and many others have made clear that for Nigeria, it's not decarbonization or economic growth, it is and. This is not an either-or question. And my name is Arthur Neaterson. I am the global head of decarbonization and growth. So you can imagine that this is music to my ears. And I led the development of the white paper that you can see on screen in the spirit of, as Mrs. Nancy said this morning, leading us to decarbonization, one QR code at a time. Please do scan the QR code here. It'll take you straight to a landing page where you can download the white paper if you don't have a hard copy yet. Let me get started. So I'll dive right into the details. Let's start with a picture of containerized freight in Nigeria today. If I zoom out a little bit, if you look at imports, Nigeria represents 70% of West African container imports, according to statistics by the Nigerian Port Authority. You could just let that statistic sink in. It just shows how incredibly important Nigeria is to the region, to the continent, and to the world at large. Of everything Nigeria imports, 51% comes in containers. The rest is commodities. And that is a percentage that surprised me a little bit. It shows how within imports, containers are very, very important. And as Frederik Klinke mentioned earlier today, about half of that is handled by APM terminals. So what does trade into Nigeria look like? When you look at containers, it's largely imports, as you can see. There are really a small number, a handful of container terminals that handle the bulk of containers coming into the country and leaving the country. Tinkan, Apapa, One, Lekki, and then a number of smaller container terminals. So if you think about what that means for decarbonization, it means that there are a few very targeted spots that we can look at to give it just a little push. Now, what happens after the containers have landed on shore? As you may probably be well aware, about 90% of containers are then transported to the hinterland by truck. And today I will focus in my presentation, this is also the focus of the white paper that we've written. We'll focus primarily on the port side and on the trucking side. But I do want to emphasize the importance of rail. It was mentioned very clearly also in the previous panel discussion, and definitely also of barging, in particular in the greater Lagos region. So if we move to the next page, let me first tell you what it looks like, what it means to decarbonize a container terminal. Because in many ways it's quite simple. Number one, you buy electric equipment, so you make sure that everything runs on electricity and no longer on diesel. Number two, you make sure that the electricity source you get is as clean as possible. So ideally fully decarbonized, for example, with wind or solar energy, ideally also backed up with a battery electric storage system. So that's what it means. If we move to the next page. Some of you may think, sure, I'm sure this works fine in the Netherlands, where I'm from, in Europe. Perhaps the Chinese are doing this too, but is this something that could work in Nigeria? And the answer is a resounding yes. This is absolutely not a global north kind of thing. In fact, APM Terminals is developing a fully net zero terminal in Suape in Brazil, as you can see. And we are a co-investor in CIT, Côte d'Ivoire Terminals, in Abidjan, which is in the Ivory Coast, which is a net zero terminal. So a terminal that runs on fully electric equipment, or near net zero terminal. So this shows that it's absolutely possible. If the Ivorians can do it, then I'm very, very sure that the Nigerians can pull this off too. How about trucking? Well, here it's a similar story. You do see that trucking is a little bit more difficult and perhaps one phase behind container terminals when it comes to decarbonization. But there are successful African examples of decarbonized trucking corridors, one of them being the Nairobi to Malabar corridor that you see here on the page. So how is it that I keep insisting that at least for the containerized sector, decarbonization and growth, decarbonization and good business can go hand in hand? Because this is not a law of nature. It could have very well been different, and in fact it is different for many other sectors. So in some sense, perhaps we are lucky. But a main reason is that the prices of batteries and the prices of solar PV have fallen incredibly over the past decade. So if you see the numbers on the screen, it's 80% for battery cost and it's 70% for solar PV. And those two things together, and by the way, this is not done yet, so we expect that these costs will continue to decline over the coming years. And for container terminals, this means that largely decarbonizing them is starting to be in the money. So it's good business as well as good climate policy. Next page. So what does this mean specifically? And here we're getting a little bit into the details. There's even more details in the report that we'll share the QR code of later. But what does this mean specifically? So let me start with the container handling. The parts that are shaded in green are the parts where electric is already more economically beneficial than diesel. The parts in blue is where diesel is still winning, and white is neutral. So you see that for container handling in ports, by and large, running costs are lower. That's the same for trucks. Electricity also in Nigeria tends to be cheaper on a running cost basis than diesel. For port equipment, you have better handling when you use electric compared to diesel. So that's another advantage. When it comes to capital expenditure, so the investment cost, we see that it differs per type of equipment. Some of them are approaching cost parity, others are still a little bit further away. But when you look at the bigger picture, decarbonization makes a lot of business sense. And in fact, it's something that APM Terminals would like to do in Nigeria too. For trucking, we're not yet at the point that electric trucks are cheaper than diesel trucks, at least when you buy them new. But you do earn back a lot of money when running the trucks over their lifetime. So if we move to the next page and look at what could this concretely look like for Nigeria, you see that there's a different pathway for the container terminal part and for the trucking part. For container terminals, based on what you heard on the previous page, Nigeria can leapfrog straight to the final answer, straight into electrification, without much need for an intermediate technology. For trucking, it is a bit more complicated, but there it is absolutely possible to start preparing for, to start piloting electric trucking corridors, in particular in areas with very frequent point-to-point traffic. So think, for example, of the port of Apapa or the port of Tin Can towards the major industrial zones within the city of Lagos, where about 30% of containers stay in Nigeria. Or think, for example, of the Onne to Port Harcourt corridor. And if you then combine that with a focus on those distances that can be done on a single truck charge, you're likely going to have a very interesting business case. If not today, then very, very soon. And by initiating these things today, Nigeria can make sure that it is ready to rapidly scale up, that the skills are there, that the infrastructure is there, and that the companies are there to profit and rapidly scale up the moment electric trucking is also in the money, the moment the price parity comes. And that moment for China is expected to be in 2028, so that's very, very soon. For Nigeria, for new trucks, it's expected around 2030. But we've seen in the past that these kinds of developments, because they're not linear, we're very bad at predicting them. So it may very well be, with those costs continuing to fall, that this point is either earlier in time or later in time. And then what will be the moment that large amounts of second-hand, of used trucks, electric trucks come onto market, likely in the mid-30s. So for, I would think, a large number of players, or at least of larger players, this is something I would recommend to look into very seriously in the coming years to have a solid base standing by 2030. Next page. What's in it for Nigeria, you might think, right? I mean, I've been talking a lot about how this makes good business sense, and I'm sure that the investors in the room are taking note or already have plans in this direction. But we are here also a little bit for Nigeria and for Nigerians' sake. So first off, of course, we're decarbonizing to lower greenhouse gas emissions. And this will have substantial impact. You see the numbers on the screen. There are economic benefits of $830 million by 2030 of making this transition. It's possible to save operational costs in the port by as much as 40% in 2030 by electrifying versus staying on diesel. But I think most important, even more important than the economic and the decarb benefits, are the benefits for people themselves. Electric equipment does not emit any tailpipe greenhouse or air pollution, right? And ports like Apapa are very close to urban zones. So we've calculated that the cost savings to the Nigerian economy of not having the air pollution anymore amount to about $45 million per year, which I think makes the whole journey worth it in its own right. Then there's upskilling and all sorts of other positive effects. Great. If we move to the last page, then once more I'm sharing the QR code, and I'm leaving you with 3 takeaways to take with you. Number 1, electrification will be the new normal for container transport. Our experts expect that in the end state, also for trucking, electrification is going to win. There may be a transitionary period where, of course, gas is a very important factor. Second of all, there is a credible path in Nigeria, a very specific one that is laid out in this white paper. And third of all, there are tangible benefits to Nigerians, first of all, and to the Nigerian economy, to climate. Thank you very much. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I would like to move straight into the panel discussion. We will, in the interest of time, we will shorten the panel discussion a bit compared to the previous panel discussions. And I would like to invite the following people on stage. I'd like to invite the following people on stage. I'd like to invite back 2 people we saw in the previous panel discussion. Dr. Inyobong Abiola Awe, Director of the Department of Climate Change at the Federal Ministry of Environment. Could I please have a hand for her? Is she still around? Then the second panelist that you are already familiar with is Mr. Pradeep Pursnani, CEO of Conexa. I'd like to welcome you on stage. Then we have keynote speaker, Mr. Frederick Klinke, CEO of APM Terminals Nigeria. Rear Admiral Ayo Olugbode, Chief Hydrographer of the Federation and CEO of the National Hydrographic Agency. Please, Admiral. We have Dr. Dahir Mohamed Hashim, Commissioner for Environment and Climate Change of the state of Kano. Honored to have you. Aisha Yakubu Bako, CEO of Onyx Advisory, founder of the Women in Mechanized Agriculture. And finally, Mr. Abdul Oladapo, Managing Partner at Murti International. Many thanks. So we will proceed in a slightly different fashion than in previous panel sessions. So I'll, one by one, I'll give you the floor for some opening remarks. And then in the second round, in the interest of time, I'm giving you a little heads up. We'll combine closing remarks with one particular project or investment or achievement or partnership that you're particularly proud of, that you would like to highlight to the room. And then after that, we'll close and we'll send our people off to lunch. I would like to start with you, Mr. Frederik Klinke. So you're the CEO of APM Terminals Nigeria. You highlighted in your keynote speech to what extent APMT is contributing to the Nigerian economy. You were very much involved also in the commissioning of this white paper. What I would like to ask you is, could you make this concrete? So what is it exactly, specifically, that you're planning? And how does that contribute to decarbonization in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Arthur, and very thrilled to be also allowed to be part of this panel, aside from also giving a speech. I'll try to be brief so that I don't make the audience too tired of listening to me. First and foremost, we are super excited about being part of this great initiative by the federal government of Nigeria. We really want to recognize Nigeria for taking this step, for putting this focus on decarbonization, which may not come natural to a large oil-producing government, but I think this shows something about the foresight and the visionary state of this administration. This also goes very closely hand in hand with what we, as the A.P. Møller-Mærsk Group, which APM Terminals is part of, have set as our ambition, which is to be carbon neutral by 2040. And what our white paper clearly outlines, and that's really the key point, is, and you made it also very, very clear in your presentation, is that economic growth and decarbonizations are not opposites. On the contrary, they go hand in hand. What it does require is intelligent solutions where technology is leveraged and where the right regulation is put in place to encourage and even in some cases enforce green solutions on the economic actors. And that's where really the power of private-public partnerships comes to play. So to be, that meant a lot of noise. To be more concrete, what are we looking at as APM Terminals? We have, over the past decades, invested more than 600 million in port infrastructure in Nigeria, and we have an investment amount similar or more than that ready to upgrade our infrastructure. A large share of that is actually dedicated to, as you mentioned, electrifying the equipment. So both the new equipment that will be brought in will be fully electric, as well as retrofitting existing equipment where that is possible. And the second part of that, and that's where my colleague to the right here comes in very handy, that is to ensure that not only are we running on electricity, but we are also running on sustainably produced electricity. And that's not a given in a country like Nigeria, where we have the challenges that were described vividly in the earlier panel, especially around the transmission. There are green sources of electricity available, but they need to be sourced to the consumers, in this case the container terminals. So therefore we are very, very happy about the partnership that we have with Conexa and that we are working to develop, and that we are also in close discussion with our landlord in the port where we operate, the Nigerian Port Authority, on how we make this a comprehensive infrastructure development. So that, in short, is what we're up to.
Many thanks. We'll leave the audience on a cliffhanger, because we will definitely get back to Pradeep from Conexa to hear the second half of this story. But before we do that, let me move to the stay on the naval side and let's two people kind of slightly more on the government side speak. Then we'll have Pradeep, and then we'll move over to the investor side. Rear Admiral Ayo Olugbode, you're a hydrographer of the Federation, and you are one of the main sponsors for this event. And I think that that shows clearly that from the marine, from the naval side, there's much interest in decarbonization and partnerships. Would you be able to tell us about the strategy of your office to unlock PPPs and what it is you're doing on climate action.
Thank you, Atta. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Special Advisor to the President on Subnational Infrastructure for bringing us on this panel and being part of this conference. We just met, this whole thing is just like a week, but I mean, it just shows the kind of energy we need in the room to get things done, you know, breaking up silos and making things work faster. And of course, NCCC and everybody who has gotten us here, both on the panel and as an exhibitor. So I'll just quickly run through 3 slides to put context to what we're saying. Now, what we all know, 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by water. 80% of human population stays within 1 kilometer of the coastline. 90% of trade goes by sea in terms of global trade. Now, for us as a country, Nigeria, we quickly transitioned into, from just a naval hydrographic service into a national hydrographic agency through an act of parliament in 2021. Next slide, please. Next slide. What's happened is we've moved from just being a repository of charts to unlocking economic opportunities. And in doing that, you know, we've tried to transition our work from data that is driving economic opportunities. We started by doing electronic navigational charts. We set up what's called a national charting scheme, and then did a national chart catalog. For Lagos, the charts that come in approaches to Lagos and the Lagos Harbour charts are no more UK hydrographic office charts. They're now both in paper and electronic form issued by our office, the National Hydrographic Agency. And you might ask, how does that tie to climate change and everything? But the truth about it is we have data that is driving even the kind of, you know, ship acquisitions that people want because they have more confidence in the data. Some of those data that was used to produce those Admiralty charts date to 1900s. So that is one aspect. But essentially, we've also gone into climate data projects. You know, we're collecting data for mangrove, we're collecting data for seagrass, and just yesterday I came back from Calabar giving data to the Cross River State government for a proposed deep sea port. And in that data, they have what is called a redundancy for building a digital twin port, which is going to give you a 3D, you know, driving into the port access using the S100 international standards for charts. But beyond that, this agency is driving on 4 strategic pillars. And each of these 4 strategic pillars has the potential to, first of all, unlock, but supercharge through PPP opportunities. Firstly, safety of navigation. Okay, we are promoting that, which I said is the ENCs. But in the ENCs, we have an opportunity for PPP opportunities which can be financed. I just brought with me here my key holder. We just acquired a USV autonomous vessel, which is going to be launched on Monday. It's reduced our carbon footprint. And of course, when we use this for surveys, we're going to be able to buy into some carbon, you know, credit buyback. So that is the first part. The second one is we're also looking at the opportunities for what you call marine economic prosperity. The data you're going to need to access finance. Just about 2 weeks ago, I was at the UN Ocean Conference in Nice. I don't know if anyone was around that room, but honestly, there's so much money on the table, and you only can access it using data. And the data that comes out of the marine environment is critical because it drives weather systems and it drives understanding of everything that happens within the climate change or climate environment. And then the other one is environmental protection. Of course, you know, the climate resilience adaptation, it's all about data. And in doing one survey, we've been able to capture both oceanographic and weather parameters, which is available to unlock financing. And lastly is international collaboration or regional collaboration. Just last week, we had the World Hydrographic Day celebration here in Abuja. We've signed with other West African countries an agreement to have a West African Hydrographic Compact. We're going to be sharing assets. We realize that just surveying Nigerian waters alone, it's not going to solve the climate, issues as we discussed in Nice. So we are putting both our excess capacity and our stranded assets available to everyone within the sub-region who needs to do hydrography and collect data. But importantly, I'll stop here because I'll have another opportunity to talk, is that you won't do anything meaningful if you do not collect marine data and using it to access finance. Thank you.
Many thanks, Admiral. I think these are a number of excellent examples of how what's ultimately a public body is enabling not only safety, environmental protection, but also in the end business, right? And by creating an enabling environment with data, with an autonomous vessel, you heard it first here on this panel, and I think also an exemplar for Nigeria's leadership in West Africa and throughout the world. If we move from the marine side further inland, Dr. Dahir Mohammed, you are Commissioner for Environment and Climate Change in Kano State, home to, of course, one of the largest cities in West Africa. And as an inland state, a state that is probably continuously looking at, how do we connect and how do we make sure that the goods arrive where they should arrive? Would you be able to share your opening thoughts about decarbonization in the infrastructure sector and how it affects your state and what your policy priorities are?
Well, first of all, I'm very much delighted to be here and to also acknowledge the effort being put by the organizers in kickstarting such an impactful discussion. It has been long. We have been saying that climate change is knocking on our doors, but some of the earlier speakers spoke that climate change is already there. It has already opened the door, asking for a seat within our living room. As subnationals, usually we have been mandated, or our primary role is to ensure that we support Nigeria in accomplishing or in achieving the NDCs being set annually through the United Nations conferences. And state cannot be able to help that country achieve that nationally determined contributions unless we have effective policies in place. And I believe if there is a primary responsibility of the state is to ensure that we align ourselves with what the country is trying to accomplish and at a global stage what the UN is aiming for. For example, we had the Paris Agreement and there has been a target to lower the global temperature to 1.5 degrees, for example. Countries have been mandated to come up with their own contributions, which are only going to be implemented by the states. For example, if the state do not contribute or do not make effort towards that, at the end of the day, the countries are not going to have anything else to present. And here I want to highlight what the state government, precisely as the state errand boy that we have been doing, is to ensure that we have all these relevant policies in place. When you talk about bylaws, we have weak bylaws. Most of the laws are outdated. And I'm happy the previous speaker spoke about the role of data. Experts said in the 21st century, data is the new oil. And it is the only thing that is going to guide us in making informed decisions. And by that, we have a very strong policy, for example, in Kano, where we're working hand in hand with the State Bureau of Statistics, where we are polishing all these data. For example, recently we had a data assessment on the quantum of waste being generated by Kano. The moderator has spoke about Kano's population. being the state with the highest population. We are now having around 22 million people in Kano. And based on our finding, an average Kano citizen is generating about 0.55 kg of waste daily, and that makes us generating 10 to 11,000 metric tons of waste. And had it been, we have put off these data for discussion, by now we will have a lot of circular economy hub coming to Kano for investment purposes. But at the same time, the state is working tirelessly to ensure that there is been this ease of doing business through the Kano investment platform, and also to ensure that we from our own side, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, provide an enabling environment for that. No one wants to come in, make a huge investment without ensuring the security of that investment. I believe the enabling environment effort of ensuring that is in place, and there has been the synergy as well. So for decarbonization, we believe that our policy document is going to guide us, more especially as we ensure that all stakeholders are being carried away with the primary aim of ensuring that whatever the state is doing is being made community-based and community-driven. Thank you.
Many thanks. Yeah, I think that's worth an applause. So in short summary, Kano is decarbonizing and Kano is open for business, right? I will not keep the audience waiting any longer. The suspense must be killing you. So I am going to invite Mr. Pradeep of Connexa to continue the story that Frederick so nicely set up. So over to you, Pradeep, for some opening remarks, and please deliver us on what it is that you're concretely planning on decarbonization in the country. And perhaps you could also remark a little bit on the type of partnerships, in particular with public authorities that you have.
Great, thank you. And thank you again for bearing with me on another panel. So just as a reminder, Connexa is a long-term investor and operator across the power value chain. We invest in generation and smart grids and digital innovation, and get to decarbonizing large industries. We work across many industries: manufacturing, FMCG, mining, data centers, and now very proud to be associated with AP Moller Terminals in decarbonizing infrastructure in Nigeria, and One being the first green port in the country. We're excited about this partnership, and it's a true reflection of how we actually work. Or really the work starts now, I must say. But, this started with a vision, I think, from AP Moller Terminals, as Frederick pointed out, that came from the group and came from the management, that they wanted to decarbonize. And they wanted to decarbonize for the long term. They didn't want a solution that would not be scalable, that would not meet their own demands as they continue to grow their business in Nigeria and other parts of Africa, to be fair. And so it started with a vision, and it started a vision where Connexa, through its track record, through its partnerships, could deliver to that vision. That meant that we co-created a solution, and we jointly have engaged and still engaging a lot of the key stakeholders positively, constructively, to make them part of that vision, to allow them to co-create with us to deliver the One port to be green. This is a minimum of a $60 million investment. But the important thing here is not only the investment, but what it will showcase at a country level for all the people operating in the port, for the message it sends globally, for the jobs that it creates, and for how competitive it would make the import-export market coming out and going into Nigeria. Electrification is a core part of that, and the data from your report speaks to that quite clearly. the numbers are actually quite staggering. So that's how we're working together. That's how we work with all of our clients. We're growing. We're establishing our track record. It's the first time we're looking at an entire kind of port, which is exciting. So we're being guided a lot by AP Moller Terminals and their team. But we come in with the financial expertise and the technical expertise to actually make it happen, which is, I think, something that also is common amongst AP Moller Terminals and Connexa, that we haven't spent too much time kind of with a lot of blue sky thinking. From the moment we met, we both knew what we needed to do, and we've really focused on execution across our teams, which has been incredibly refreshing as part of this partnership. And most of our partnerships where we end up doing work and investing look very similar.
Thank you. We were reminded many times today that this is not a talking shop today, that we are here to do real business and to talk about actual things happening. And Pradeep, thank you, because I think this is an excellent example of, your company is an excellent example of one that's committed to Nigeria and that is very clearly putting its money where its mouth is. So that is to be celebrated. Next, Mrs. Aisha Bako, I turn to you. You are the CEO and Managing Director of Onyx Investment Advisory, and you have an incredibly impressive track record with DFID, with IFC, and across many other organizations. The question I wanted to ask you is so you have very much multisectoral expertise from what I've been able to understand. I wanted to ask you if you could pull us out of the infrastructure zone a little bit and tell us from your experiences across sectors in decarbonization, what can infrastructure learn?
Thank you. I think what infrastructure can learn is more around de-risking capital and de-risking finance, especially when it comes to climate finance, where this year we started working with UNDP and the EU Commission, thank you, doing exactly that, working with companies, identifying companies that can look to transition from their regular business models to a more sustainable and climate-based model, where Onyx acts as the bridge, facilitating finance, but climate-based finance. So what that led us to do, even for us, was to look at ourselves with a climate lens. Before we start facilitating climate finance to SMEs, how do we score as an organization, first of all, before we start talking to other organizations? But then that also made us look at the whole sector cross-wide, and we saw that there was a lot of focus on infrastructure-related projects, but outside of that, agriculture, health, and others didn't have as much de-risking procedures in place. So what we did was we jointly developed a filter that would help companies start looking at how they score in terms of sustainability, in terms of meeting environmental impact standards, while still being bankable and still meeting ESG goals. And I think that's something that we can look at, that infrastructure can adopt, is looking at the soft issues around the risk and de-risking climate finance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to you as the first one for concrete examples later. I'd love to hear more. Your point about, so first of all, congratulations on walking the talk. I think it's very important that we not only preach, but that we actually make sure that our own organizations do the right thing. You make a very interesting point about de-risking. This is a topic that actually is very current. Part of my team is at this moment looking into the intersection of risk and climate. So how could we de-risk, but also how do electrified solutions inherently come with lower risk? So For example, with electricity, you can lock in the prices often over a longer period, whereas diesel goes with the oil price, right? It goes up and down.
Yeah.
When you have electric equipment, you have less breakdowns typically, so more stable operations. But that combined with more financial instruments to de-risk is something I just wanted to share. It's very much top of mind at APM Terminals at the headquarters. So this is something I'd love to continue the discussion on. We'll turn to our last panelist, Mr. Abdul Oladapo, who is managing partner. So we stay in the investment sphere. Who is managing partner at Murty International, and has particular expertise on public-private partnerships, and in particular on just making things happen in Nigeria. The floor is yours for some opening remarks on how to get this over the line together with private and public together.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here, and pleased to be on this esteemed panel, but also to clarify that I do wear several hats, and the hat I'm wearing here is UKNIAF. UKNIAF is an FCDO-funded program. I lead the infrastructure finance team, so essentially I'll be talking more from a development sector point of view, but we do essentially support Nigerian government across the infrastructure finance and the power sector, and on the infrastructure finance side, we support both federal and subnational government. So really my responses would be based on through that lens. So I don't know, do you want to reframe your question?
Yes.
But yeah, looking at PPPs in infrastructure finance, I think it's been quite interesting what we've been able to do to integrate climate considerations in transactions to now situate infrastructure transactions to attract climate finance. And we've done that on several projects so far. But what we're seeing increasingly is there's a significant lack of funding for preparing projects. You see, I mean, for example, a lot of the transactions that have been discussed today, they're essentially private sector partnerships. But looking at projects where they're essentially originated by governments, they're prepared and make it attractive and make it bankable for private sector. And there are really challenges in that. And you now expect private sector put in risk capital to prepare these projects. And it's really challenging for that to happen. So it's really important for increased capital on the government side to actually be able to prepare projects to make them bankable and push them out to the industry to unlock financing. Yeah, thank you.
Given that my introduction wasn't perfect, I'll grant you a second question.
Okay.
So what is it that that Nigeria could test out in 2025 on when it comes to project preparation, for example, to improve the bankability of projects here?
Yeah, you shouldn't have gone there. Well, Nigeria does have an execution challenge. We don't have challenges with visions, with plans and all. And right now, Nigeria has shown a significant political will to address this project preparation challenge. Looking at the current administration, set up a committee to actually actualize project preparation in Nigeria. They committed 21 billion naira in 2024 budget. That's about 13-point-something million, and have committed the same funding in the 2025 budget. UKNIAF has been providing advisory to the committee. It's been designed, the framework is in place, but requires approval and actually prepare projects. But the challenge remains execution. That hasn't moved forward. So what can Nigeria actualize in 2025? That can be actualized. And you can imagine putting about $27 million in preparing projects for the market. I mean, the transformational effect, the number of projects that can be made bankable and attract funding and actually transform the economy, it's huge. So for me, that's the number one thing Nigeria can achieve in 2025.
execution, making things happen. I love that. We'll move into the second and last round of interventions with a very simple question, which is the same for all of you. Can you give us one example of a project or a collaboration that you're particularly proud of the past period? I'll start with you, Mrs. Aisha.
Ours is still ongoing, but we're particularly proud of that too. I think it's raising the first green bond at subnational level. Onyx supported Gombe State to start the process. This started in 2022, even before other subnationals started thinking about raising green bonds at the subnational level. And I think this is something that could help other states think about, because in terms of implementation capacity, meeting the ESG standards and the bankability, the state is already there, but because of the exchange rate volatility, the green bond process has now slowed down for the state to stop and realistically think about its capacity to be able to pay investors based on the current rates. So what we're looking at, and still this comes to risk, is looking to work with donors where we could look at blended financing models where the donors could start looking at first loss capital in terms of, so it would turn to becoming sort of like a catalytic grant for the states, but it would allow the states to be able to implement climate-based projects and get the benefits out of it to be able to allow them to take risks in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, the green bond. You put the bar high for the rest of the panelists. Please.
Well, the project that I am very much proud of is the solar project that happened in Kano and is still happening. In terms of decarbonization, the state is being very ambitious, but at the same time being so realistic. When I first get into office, we were using a 50 kVA generator and using it for 5 to 6 hours a day. In each hour, that generator consumes about 5 liters of diesel. And when we do the math, a liter of diesel emits about 2.5 kg of carbon monoxide, making us, if you multiply that by 25, multiply it by 5 working days, you will have around 525 kg of carbon monoxide on a monthly basis. And after all the maths, we present our case, because we are then generating about 12.5 metric tons of carbon, only using 50 kV of generator. Today, I'm happy to state that we have fully solarized the office. We are no longer using any generator, and that is a model that we have also advised the state, which His Excellency has been undertaking. For example, for anybody that has been to Kano can testify that the streets in Kano are fully solarized with solar street lights now. And at the same time, we also have a 10 megawatt hydropower project in Tega, and I believe these are contributing to the state target of ensuring that we contribute as much as possible in terms of carbon offset. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Admiral, you mentioned, you highlighted already several, I think, very impressive achievements in your presentation. Over to you whether to either go a bit deeper on one of those or to mention one thing that was not yet in the presentation.
Thank you very much, Arthur. I think I'll just lean on what Mrs. Aisha Bako said. It's ongoing, and it's not one, please. I'd like to say 2 or 3. Firstly, we were able to unlock...
Give you 2, Admiral.
Okay. Well, the first one is nothing much, but it's this electronic chart, ENC's sales. The global market is $90 million. We have, in 1 year, I was appointed last year as CEO. and Pioneer MD, or CEO rather, we have started receiving revenue to the Federation account for it. So that's just a small bit. But one that is ongoing now is mangrove mapping in one of the coastal states. We are about, getting into the financing carbon credit buyback, which is about $50 million. If all goes through at full operation, that's the amount we'll be getting. But the one I think I'm most proud of in terms of contributing to, climate issues is the general bathymetric charts of the ocean, which is a 2030 aspiration to entirely map the ocean, sea floor. And that is, we've contributed about 83 or 85,000 square kilometers of data to that global program. It's now, just last week, about 27.3% of the entire sea floor of the world has been mapped. We see that as a very big step in, driving the global effort. But if you ask me, for us, it's about creating data for people who would need financing, and also to ensure that we unlock partnerships. Essentially, as you can see on that slide, we're looking at collaboration as our main issue, partnerships, and building on existing platforms. We're not trying to create new things. I'd like to say here, we as an agency, our culture is not to work in silos. Our culture is to work in partnerships and ensuring that we're flexible, we're adaptable, and of course, we take regional leadership in ensuring that everybody who has a stake in the climate world is given the opportunity to access finance and build infrastructure. So I guess those three, you gave me two, but I took one, two for the price of one. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. Frederick, I'm afraid that the Rear Admiral is the only one who will get 3 examples today. So please go ahead. We're starting to push a little bit on our time, so a few sentences is also totally okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Arthur. But obviously, I'm extremely proud about the project that we are developing together with Conexa and with the NPA in order to make that truly the first green port, as we term it in Nigeria. But given that I have already spoken a lot about that, that doesn't count, Arthur. So let me also just then highlight that we're also doing initiatives in our port in Lagos, in Apapa. And though it's not fully green, and as vividly described by my co-panelist from Kano, we also depend a lot on diesel-generated power as it is today. But as of Monday, in the port in Apapa, Lagos, we have now converted into CNG. And using that as the source for energy. Again, it's not fully green, but it has a much lower carbon footprint than the diesel-generated power that we've otherwise. So that I'm actually also very proud of, and that's something that's live as of this Monday.
Thank you. Thank you. I just got the note handed that we need to round off. So Pradeep, if you're able to say something in 2 sentences, or
very quick. So we've talked about all these big projects, but the real projects that really bring us together as a team, we invest quite a significant percentage of our revenue into community development programs. And up in Kaduna, there's remote villages that have really suffered from deforestation and the impacts of climate really badly. And over the last year, we have electrified the villages. We've electrified the schools, the primary healthcare centers. We've provided them with clean water. And we recently visited as a team and some of our investors and stakeholders, and it was just unbelievable to see the impact that
very nice.
Were able to have in a very small way, life-changing. Businesses have started, appliances are starting to appear, clean cooking is a reality now, and reforestation is starting to happen. So
fantastic.
Very proud of what the team has been able to do.
That sounds really excellent. Thanks so much. Mr. Abdul Oladapo, the final word is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll stick to one project, and it's one we've supported, UK and I have supported working with Nasarawa State Government, where in a relatively short period of time, on PPP transactions, from identifying projects to preparing the business case, running the transaction through an election period and getting to commercial close. I think we did that in about 2 years, which is a record on PPP transactions. And so the developer is now working through financing to be able to start construction. It's a project we're really proud of, and we're now working with different institutions to see how we can scale that across other universities in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Dear audience, I will spare you very long closing remarks. Suffice to say, I think that the examples and the insights shared by these 6 leaders speak for themselves. These are individuals who are transforming Nigeria in the right direction. I'm incredibly proud to have shared the stage with you, and thank you so much for your contributions.
Please, let's put our hands together some more for the panel.
Please, can we just pose for the photograph so that we can have good shots? Our next session will be the one I've been waiting for, like I mentioned earlier on, unlocking climate finance. Case studies and fireside chats with key financiers and policy champions. I'm really looking forward to that. Perhaps I'll be hearing keywords like green bonds. Please, another round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much, Saz. So,
let's clap for the panel again as they go down. May we also especially appreciate one of Nancy's very good, they've worked together many years. That's the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission of SEC. We want to especially appreciate him. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you very much, Ben. I wanted to, especially acknowledge him. I was going somewhere when I was actually talking about green bonds and all the keywords I'll be hearing in this session, because as the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, his job is very pivotal, especially now that we're trying to unlock climate finance. From everywhere around the world, we can get it. So this next session is very, very important, and I want to indulge all of us to be very attentive and let our fingers take as many notes as we can. To anchor this session, to moderate, our next speaker, of course, sits at the critical intersection of finance, strategy, and statecraft. As the Senior Special Assistant to the President in the Office of the Vice President, he brings not only the weight of national policy perspective, but also the finesse, I must say, of a seasoned financial strategist. I've known this person for a while, for a long time. A chartered stockbroker with global credentials, CSI UK, is no stranger to capital markets, risk, or innovation. His career spans the full arc of financial services, from asset management and ESG advisory to project finance and portfolio strategy. And through it all, he has championed smart capital as a catalyst for sustainable development. Whether it's unlocking climate-aligned finance, deepening Nigeria's investment ecosystem, or bridging policy with private sector innovation, he brings both vision and execution to the table. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the distinguished Senior Special Assistant to the President on Climate Finance, Mr. Ibrahim Abdullahi Shalain, to moderate this next session. And of course, this next session will be having the erudite Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Momotimi Agama. I acknowledge you, sir, again. Welcome. Thank you very much.
I wasn't sure if I was supposed to sit or stand. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us. I know it's been a very long day, but please bear with us as we take on this special session. I mean, it's called a special session because the actual summit is on decarbonizing infrastructure. However, you can't talk about that without talking about where the money is going to come from. And finance is the key, and unlocking it is what we're here to discuss today. Of course, in my journey, in 1 year of being appointed and moving from the private sector to government has not been easy. But, you know, as Ms. Nancy has said, I've been on her shows many a times in the past and been on the other side. And now I'm sitting on the side of government, and I now understand why when you see people talking, you know, on TV, you say, look at this one. He doesn't know what's happening. But today, I would like to invite the panelists on this special session on unlocking climate finance. And, you know, this panel is very loaded. I've got some very seasoned professionals that have been on this game and understand really where the issues are. So I'll first of all start off by please inviting the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Dr. Agama. Please, round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. Our next panelist has been on, I think, 1 or 2 panels already, but he's also key, so please invite him again. Mr. Musa Dabo from the AFC. I hope he's still with us. Okay. Okay, Mr. Musa is probably not with us again. Our next panelist has probably been the most, I would say, the most busy panelist in this whole session so far. Mr. Pradeep Persani, please. We will hear from you again. We'll probably just leave you permanently on here, all right? Please, round of applause for him again. Okay, our next panelist is somebody I've known for a long time, and she has been very instrumental. Worked in the past for the Rural Electrification Agency, and now works with the UN Sustainable Energy for All. I will call her my sister because I've known her for well over 20 years. Mrs. Anita Otubu, from Senior Director at the SE for All, the United Nations. Please, round of applause, please. Next on the list, we have the MD, CEO of Infracorp, Dr. Lazarus Angbazo. Hope I did not murder that name. Please, if you're with us, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, and our next panelist is the Vice President at InfraCredit, one of the key institutions unlocking climate finance, Ms. Ojuru Adeniji. Please, round of applause, please. Okay, and last but not the least, another one of my good sisters that we have been on this ESG journey together. She's well known in this space, works with the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority as the head of ESG and sustainability. So please, Mrs. Nana Meidugu. Okay. Sorry, this is not Miss Nana Meidugu, by the way. This is Mr. Musa Dabo, just in case. Is Nana with us? Okay, yes, she is. Please, round of applause while she comes onto the platform. No, you sit, please. I will use this opportunity to stand. I've been sitting all day, so if you don't mind, I will be asking questions from here. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, again, the essence of this session, as I said, is discussing, really, let's get down to the nitty-gritty. How do we unlock climate finance? What are the barriers to both public and private sector in accessing climate finance? We'll also look at, we will also look at lessons on building investable pipelines. A lot of the criticisms that we're faced in trying to mobilize significant funding has been that, we don't have, a really robust pipeline of bankable projects. So hopefully we'll be able to unearth some of those things today. It is a fireside chat and a case study, so I don't necessarily want us to, just talk individually. I want it to be quite a robust conversation. So as much as possible, we're not sticking to a particular script, but rather talking to our experiences, and there's a very experienced panel here. So let's talk through, the realities of our experiences, and what we've seen out in the field. So without further ado, I will start with the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Sir, thank you very much for having us. As a former capital market operator, I've followed your work, certainly extensively, and I know we've engaged in the past. So I will ask a question, perhaps that a lot of people, will also ask. What are the challenges that Nigerian entities face when it comes to accessing climate finance, especially, in terms of international climate financing, like the GCF, so that's Green Climate Funds, adaptation funds, and other international financing? So what has been the challenges that you've encountered so far?
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and it's a great pleasure being here. And where's my friend again, Nancy? She's gone out of the hall. Anyway, it's all good. It's exciting to be here, to be speaking to something that I'm passionate about. And I'm passionate about it because Nigeria is literally green. Symbolically, our flag is green, white, green. And so, but physically and practically, every aspect of Nigeria falls within this belt. And so, it becomes an issue to wonder about, or ponder about, why we're not having it, why we are not getting it right, or why people are not interested, particularly with what we're doing. In the 4 quadrants of this nation, north, east, west, and south, all you speak to is climate issues. Are you speaking to the Niger Delta, where I come from? You speak about oil, you speak about pollution, you speak about gas flaring, critical issues. Are you speaking about the southeast, where you talk about erosion, gullies, and all of the weather issues around the southeast? Or are you speaking about the southwest, industrial pollution, and all of the issues around it? Oh, of course, marine pollution. Then are you speaking about the north, desertification, and all of the challenges around it? So every corner you look at in Nigeria, you're speaking to climate issues. And how do you deal with climate issues without climate finance? But the question is, why have we not gotten it? First, it's education. People hardly know exactly what we are speaking to when we talk about climate finance and the climate challenges. They only know about it in the surface, just in the surface, just that they felt it, and yet they don't know the depth of everything we are speaking to. For centuries, we've encountered these challenges, but it's important that even before you solve it, you know exactly what the problem is. How deep are you knowledgeable about it? Is the first challenge. The second challenge is preparation, because without knowledge, you cannot prepare. And if you cannot prepare, certainly you are not able to provide the necessary issues or the necessary necessary paperwork, or at least the opportunities that are available within this sphere. And so nobody is interested in what you are doing because you have not given them the information that they require to be able to do what they need to do. We speak every day when we come here to say, look, there's so much money on the table. But why is that money not moving? Why is it not moving to Nigeria that needs it so critically? Why is it not moving to us that require to deal with the challenges we are speaking to? So for me, it's about, one, knowledge, education. People being able to understand exactly what the issues are and what are the challenges are. And then also being able to prepare to present, a teaser that is good enough, that is bankable enough for, would-be investors to want to invest in. Of course, we must understand the issues around our behavior. Behaviorally, what we want is profit. How much profit? Does it equate to what is available? Does it equate to the benchmark? Green and climate finance speaks about social responsibility and social impact funding. A normal investor in Nigeria speaks not to social funding, not to social returns, but to actual ROI. So that understanding is critical, and embedding this into our subconsciousness is important. Mainstream it into our economic agenda is important. And not until we get it right, we certainly will not get it wrong.
Thank you very much for that, Director General. Very, very, strong worded. I mean, most of the things I got from that was knowledge and education. And I know that, certainly from my office, this is one of the things we've been really focused on in terms of awareness on climate finance. Thank you very much. I will go to Ms. Ojuru next. Again, I know the InfraCredit is one of the entities that is looking to get GCF accreditation. So I will throw this at you in terms of what has been the challenges in terms of even the process of getting that accreditation.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here and right seated next to the SCC DG. It's a pleasure, thank you. So in terms of InfraCredit accessing, financing from GCF, some of the challenges that we've seen and faced has been like a 2-year journey for us at InfraCredit, and it's really been around, the nature of the projects, the kind of documentation, that are available with the project, standardization. So when the DG was talking about preparation, right, you need to prepare your projects properly. That's some of the gaps that we've seen in the climate finance space. A lot of these projects are not well prepared. They don't have the right documentation. They don't have standard operating procedures. So you take the mini-grid sector, for instance. A lot of, mini-grid developers, yes, they do have this passion. They want to, deploy mini-grids across communities that have been in the rural area and completely off-grid. But some of the issues are they do not know how to go about site selection. They don't have the right documents that will enable them select sites. So when you're selecting sites and you just say, oh, it's really around the number of connections that I would get from that community because there's a grant. At the same time, you eliminate potential productive uses within the community. So you then are not able to size your systems right to incorporate these productive uses. So if you go to my local community now in my village, we process cassava into gari. In the processing of cassava, there are many clusters within the villages. So if you're only focused on connecting 2,000 households as opposed to even connecting the agro-processors because it's considered one connection, it means that you've eliminated productive use and sort of reduce the economic viability of that mini-grid. So I think it's something that is important. So that's one, project preparation and project development. So we've talked about documentation. Then another thing that we also look around to is corporate sponsorship, sponsor development. How are these organizations set up? How are they put together? A number of times, yes, they're one-man businesses, but they don't want to spend resources to set up properly. So it's just them and their family. You need to enlarge, you need to structure the company in a way where you can get investors very quickly. And when people are looking at you, or investors are assessing the potential of that company to scale, and even for you to deliver on those projects, they see the people behind it, the corporate sponsors behind it, the individuals. They're able to determine that these companies have the right policies in place, have set up the right board structure in place, no matter how small it is. I think those two things are very critical, in developing projects. Another thing that, sometimes get missing is really around offtake, contracts, getting the right legal support in setting up and just negotiating agreements. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ojuru. And, InfoCredit is certainly one of the institutions that I know has been a very big player so far in terms of, I'll say, domestic DFIs that are, very big in the green space. Nana NSI, I'll come to you. Again, the National Sovereign Investment Authority is another big player in this space. And I know you head the ESG and sustainability side of things. Again, another institution that's going for GCF accreditation. So the question goes to you again. What are some of the challenges you see that, if not just the NSI, but other Nigerian institutions face in terms of accessing international green funding?
Thank you, Ibrahim. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I would say, InfoCredit touched on some of those key points, to be honest. Institutions like GCF or, Adaptation Fund, or just even your DFIs in general, or MDBs or multilateral climate institutions look for certain things, before releasing financing for climate. And a key one is proven expertise around managing large scale of funding. And what you tend to see is there are a lot of organizations that, yes, might have done projects, but don't have as much experience handling, huge amounts of funding for projects. A huge gap we see is around institutional capacity, and not necessarily because institutions or projects don't know the technical know-how, but more from, a governance perspective. My fellow panelists spoke about how you have a lot of one-man businesses. That's a weak governance structure. A GCF would want to see a very strong and sound governance structure where there is a framework around how decisions are made, and decisions are not just being taken by, a one-man army. Another key thing is around fiduciary standards, because basically they are giving you this financing to invest, and so you are expected to be held to certain standards from a fiduciary perspective. E&S safeguards is a key thing for them as well. They want to see robust ESG policies and robust ESG systems that are aligned with international standards, such as the IFC performance standards. So those are key things that such institutions want to see. From a bankability perspective, while some of these projects might be bankable, it's also important for these projects to be aligned with the theory of change frameworks of these institutions. It's not just about, okay, I want to plant 1,000 trees, for example, right? There needs to be certain impacts that this project needs to generate, and these organizations all have their different theory of change. And so that alignment from a climate and also from a social perspective is imperative. And if the project or the pipeline is not structured and aligned to this theory of change expectations, then there might be some problem there in terms of unlocking financing. When looking at carbon projects, for example, there are different carbon market methodologies. There's things around additionality, there's things around not having double counting. And so these are factors that play a role in structuring the project. So it's not just about delivering a project, but ensuring that these elements that are key are factored into how these projects are being designed. And I think lastly, it's around high transaction costs. Most of these climate finance institutions have either accreditation fees or some sort of registration fees, which are not so cheap, to be honest. And so for project developers or institutions that are not so big, they might find these costs quite high for them to take on. If you're looking at it from a carbon project perspective, you have to do your verification and validation. Currently, we don't have local VVB bodies. I doubt if we have one in West Africa, and so you have to bring in VVB bodies from other regions of the world to come in. So you can imagine how high those costs are. So generally, high transaction costs around, certifications, around verifications, and if you have to engage consultants to supplement your capacity, that also comes as a cost. So I'd say those are some of the things that typical institutions or challenges that institutions would face in accessing financing from these pool of climate finance funds.
See, I went to go and sit down now. The mic's not working, so I'm back to where I am. Thank you very much for that, Nana. I think you touched on something that it hasn't been touched on yet, which is even the cost of trying to apply for some of this funding, which is, I think, very prohibitive. So we will perhaps move away from, we've dealt with, in terms of the difficulty in accessing financing, and, we've spoken about, knowledge, so in terms of capacity building, we've spoken about project preparation, that's another key as well, and then you've brought on the, the aspect of cost, the cost that, that prohibits certain organizations from being able to access. So let's move on to, practically those that have been able to mobilize financing. So Anita, I will come to you. I know the work you've done at the REA and now at the Sustainable Energy for All. So could you talk us through, the process of mobilizing climate finance for some of the projects that you've done? I know you've done rural electrification. So if you could just talk us through that process and what were some of the pitfalls that you saw, and what are some of the, perhaps some of the pros for us to look towards?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, once again. Before I answer the question, I'd like to say I'm really happy that this is a more gender-balanced panel, and so therefore I think it deserves a round of applause. There are a number of women in this audience, and so I think that there should be a lot more representation, so glad to see that I have two other women with me. With that being said, so I lead the Universal Energy Facility, which is a results-based finance facility. A number of these projects that we've been talking about, honestly, they're not the most viable of projects. They tend to be in rural communities, off-grid communities, with minimal economic activity happening. So this is one of the major challenges when it comes to securing finance. How can we ensure that there will be a return on investment? And so that's where the Universal Energy Facility comes in. We provide grant subsidies to private sector companies who are in the business of developing mini-grids or deploying standalone solar for productive use in these rural communities. These subsidies, these grant subsidies, are used to catalyze the needed investment, whether it's climate finance or whatever other type of equity or debt or forgivable loans, whatever type of finance it is, to blend, right, with the grant funding, which will ultimately de-risk the projects, hopefully bridge the viability gap, and also make the cost of the power being supplied and consumed by the end user more affordable, right? So where do we secure our funding from? We get funding from philanthropic organizations, the likes of Rockefeller Foundation, Shell Foundation, IKEA Foundation, Good Energies. I'm hoping I don't miss out any. We have sovereigns like FCDO, USAID, GIZ, that's also provided us with funding. In total, we've raised over about $50 million US, which is really just a drop in the ocean, to be fair, when you consider the 600 million people who are without access to power and the number of projects and the significant capital that we require to bridge this energy access gap. But at least it's a way of, being able to demonstrate how grant subsidies can de-risk these projects and attract the finance. Also to mention that through this facility, we have a robust monitoring, reporting, and verification process, which is also a system that most financiers want to see in place. So for example, we have an independent verification agent who visits these project sites and verifies the projects that are claimed to have been developed, right? Not only claiming that the infrastructure is there, but that the supply of electricity is actually meeting or getting to the households, MSMEs, public institutions, and so on. If you could just remind me of the second half of your question.
You have already done business to it, so don't worry, you're very okay there. Thank you very much for that, Anita.
Right.
I would like to throw the question also to Mr. Musa. I know AFC has a new infrastructure facility, which, I know funding was received from, I believe it's the GCF. So I just want you to please also talk us through some of the what you've seen, whilst working in Nigeria as well. Where do you see some of the potentials? I mean, we are talking about decarbonizing infrastructure, but at the same time, how are we going to pull in that funding into those key sectors that we're discussing? Energy, agriculture, transportation, and urban development. And, in terms of your interaction with, Nigerian institutions, have you seen where there are potential bottlenecks and how can we try to unlock some of those bottlenecks? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So the fund is called ICRF and it's within AFC. We have a GP called ACP that manages the inaugural fund, which has $750 million, of which 20% has been committed by GCF as a first loss instrument. And it was not so easy to receive this GCF accreditation and the funding. It took a lot of time. You have to go online. There's a form. There are various committees, and you also have to prove the capacity. And so the way it worked is that they use AFC track record to show what we are able to do, from the project development, where we have a specific team, advisory, and then the track record of the investment team, and then demonstrate how you have already embedded ESG to your processes, which we are already doing, whether it's infra credit, the IFC, AFDB, and all these DFIs. Well, we work with those principles, and it's part of the identification and also portfolio monitoring of our companies. So the target of this fund mainly would be in the transportation and power sector. And so I sit in the transport sector, and so we have like a joint committee with the ACP team where we discuss their pipeline. Mostly, we are currently working on rail and roads. We have one project in Congo Kinshasa, metro line. We're also looking at cross-border road in critical minerals to evacuate from DRC to Tanzania. And then for Nigeria specifically, I think where the fund would be useful, I was discussing earlier, is everything linked to adaptation and mitigation, using basically this facility for existing ports to lead investments into making the ports more resilient to climate change. So these are the sort of investment we are looking at. Also, making road more resilient, so increasing the shoulder and the level of roads. Those are the type of project that we look at AFC.
Thank you very much again. And I know the AFC is really trying to drive with its infrastructure fund. And we look forward to seeing how Nigeria can tap into that. Mr. Lazarus, I'll come to you, sir. I know the work at InfraCorp in terms of InfraCorp was designed for infrastructure, correct? And I know some of the challenges in terms of mobilizing funding to get the place up and running. So again, I'll go back to maybe some of the previous questions. What are the challenges you have encountered at the organization, and how do you see green financing or green funding being able to really help with some of the work that you're doing?
All right, thank you very much, and really pleased to be part of this panel as well. I hope to be incremental to what has been said, but I do agree entirely by what has been said with respect to some of the challenges. I think a few things we're missing in terms of attracting capital. You know, number one, that I'll add to that list, a long list that was made. If you look at what financiers are looking for, they're looking for business models that are proven and that are scalable, right? The one-off successful stories are always wonderful, but folks that are serious and with large pools of capital that want to stay committed to the market, you know, and arguably Nigeria could be said to be the largest infrastructure market opportunity on the continent today, perhaps in the world, just by the scale of what we have to do, by the scale of what the government has announced, you know, and the consensus we have in terms of what the deficit is. To me, that is the opportunity. So, number one, we have to try to solve for that question in the minds of you know, serious infrastructure investors, which is the business model scalable? Tied to that, you know, they want to know that they can exit the market. So what are the exit options, you know, in terms of, you know, when they want to exit or recycle their money? You know, so you have to be intentional about designing projects and structuring them in such a way that they do cater to those sort of interests. Because at the end of the day, unlocking capital, whether it's climate pools or general infrastructure, you know, you have to make our market, we have to make our market attractive in absolute terms, but we also have to make our market attractive relative to the other options that all these investors that we're going after, chasing after, with very limited success, you know. Until we do that, you know, we're not going to be attractive. So the hard work of unlocking really lies in all of the things that my colleagues here have said, have spoken to. The human capital, both technical and financial. The industry or sector expertise to actually be able to design and develop projects that address the issues, you know, that the country wants to aspire to. Project preparation, again, I don't want to be repetitive of what has been said, just to reaffirm that everything that has been said here make a lot of sense. So, look, there is, you can go check it out. There is no country in the world that has made a leapfrog in terms of developing the infrastructure without having a dedicated government-sponsored infrastructure financing vehicle. None. And that is the wisdom and the genius of our leadership that came up with the idea of an infrastructure corporation of Nigeria. Okay? And the idea here is to actually create a vehicle that sits in that middle between the public and the private. We're never going to be able to have $100 billion based upon our own numbers from the government balance sheet financing our infrastructure every year in and out. And if we want to narrow it down to the climate, you know, friendly or the energy transition planning that we have, 400 plus billion. Okay, that's not going to come from the government balance sheet, but we cannot do it with our government. And no country has done it with our government. And that is why I think in the genius of our leadership and with the leadership of our president now in even creating the Renewed Hope Infrastructure Development Fund and personally leading the charge in terms of infrastructure development with all of the projects we're hearing, you know, it is absolutely important for us to understand that here we are, you know, a structure such as InfraCorp, you know, will be complementary to everything else everybody on this panel is doing. AFC, IFC, NSIA, and most of these guys, and the collaboration we're having with the DG at the SEC. You know, so the model is about committing equity, which is the most important and the missing element. And not just equity, but local currency equity. That is the de-risking, the unique de-risking strategy or attribute that InfraCorp brings into the mix. Because unless we put our own skin in the game, you know, a lot of these guys that we're chasing are not going to be putting any money in there. All right, I can go on and on and on, but in terms of really some of the unique value proposition of an institutional vehicle that promotes that public-private partnership, you know, to catalyze at multiples of the equity that we put in, you know, there is quite a bit of gap in our country today, and InfraCorp is going to fill that gap, not exclusively, but we're hoping for more and more of, you know, other institutions and investment partners, you know, our fund managers, the structure in which we go to market in a fund-of-funds strategy. I think that model is working and it's going to work for us. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think you know, you hit the nail on the head. Government-private sector partnership has to be the way to scale climate finance. And I think even from a global perspective, you know, the UNFCCC has you know, there's $300 billion available annually now to developing countries, and there's still a shortfall. So the you know, Baku to Belém roadmap is trying to raise financing to 1.3 trillion annually, but it recognizes that private sector is going to be key to mobilizing that. Mr. Pradeep, I've come to you. I know you've spoken a lot today, so I've tried to kind of let you catch your breath. But just to throw a question at you, in terms of, you know, what you have seen in line with what you're doing currently, what do you think in terms of what the government could do to assist PPPs such as yours to scale and to also assist in terms of mobilizing financing for your projects?
Thank you, and you'll be pleased to know it's the last panel I'm on, so you won't.
That's what you think.
I mean, first of all, I agree with all the comments so far. I mean, I was getting a bit of PTSD just listening to, for example, the requirements that financiers have of small companies like Connexa trying to raise climate finance. It's not sexy and it's not easy. People say that there's a lot of money available, and yes, it's very easy, and Anita will know this from my past life. It's very easy to raise 100,000, $500,000 from a philanthropic organization, but if you really want to create a program or raise tens or hundreds of millions of dollars for infrastructure, we have had to grow up. We need a specialist structuring person in our team. We had to build an entire ESG team. Don't even approach financial investors without a robust financial model, and that can take years. And even when you're through the door, it can take 2 years to get money from groups like GCF, because they have to carry out their own due diligence that, by the way, you pay for, and then, you know, everything else that goes after that. So it's not sexy and it's not easy, and I don't know what could be done better or what could make it easier, but I think some of the things that Lazarus said have helped us. And establishing a track record, I mean, that is key. None of these organizations are going to put some serious money behind you if they haven't seen you do it once or twice. You know, having a management team that has been together and working together for a long time, you know, a good governance structure, a board that is functioning, an investment committee that is functioning, that isn't only a one-man show. All of these things sound obvious in hindsight, but, you know, when I set up Connexa, I thought, wow, Nigeria, massive opportunity, I'm going to do it. 6 years on, I'm only just scratching the surface. And the first 3 years, I had nothing to show for my work because it was really hard. Everyone believes in the opportunity. Everyone buys into the Nigeria story, but taking money from their wallet and putting into you, well, that's a whole different ballgame. So, yeah, I mean, that's been our experience. In terms of what the government can do in terms of private-public partnerships and unlocking more capital, I think a lot of good stuff is already happening. Economic stability has really, really, really helped. I mean, when the devaluation happened, a lot of our customers put our projects on hold. They didn't want to engage in investment in power in their businesses. Today, they are the ones that are calling back, and they're opening new plants and, and doing stuff. So that's welcome. I hadn't seen that in a long time, having been in Nigeria for a number of years. So that's really good. I think from a power sector perspective, there's a lot of positive reforms happening, and I think that is really welcome. But from the outside in, the knowledge piece that was mentioned is really important. We've had to educate a lot of international investors of how the transmission company works and how private sector investment in transmission can be recovered by the transmission use of system. But someone's told them differently. But that other person is not operating on the ground and is not engaging with the... So knowledge is really, really key. But they will still due diligence you, and you still have to pay for it. But there's a lot. It's really hard work, and it's not sexy, and it can take 2-3 years. And in those 2-3 years, you can actually die as a business. And nobody talks to you about that either. Again, so don't mean to discourage the climate financing, but I think the problem is less on the receiving end. Is I think there is a high perceived risk about Nigeria and Africa generally. And I think, unfortunately, all the risk aversion measures or the processes help safeguard the investment. And unfortunately, we are paying the price for that.
Thank you very much for that. I think the answers here have been really punchy. I like the fact that we have gotten to the point and we have brought out some real problems and issues. Just going on what you said in terms of risk. So I think what I tend to see in Nigeria or Africa in general is that the risks are always amplified, but then the returns, nobody says anything, because you say, oh, the risks are so high, but when you're making 30-40% return in Nigeria, you just quietly exit and not say much. So I think the narrative could also change in terms of maybe de-emphasizing some of the risks because of some of the rewards that an emerging market provides. So I know we are probably, I don't know, I've not been attacked with the time card yet, so I think we could probably just talk about one or two things. So going back on risk again, do you think part of the problem is that as a nation, we don't also have skin in the game? I'm talking about relating to climate finance now. So you see that we are clamoring for a lot of international financing, but then domestically, how much have we put in the pot? So even I'll say from a government point of view, there's probably a lot of spending, domestic spending that goes on in climate resilience or climate adaptation, but because it's not captured, we're not able to adequately narrate that story to say, look, we're spending 30% of our annual budget in climate adaptation. So I will come to you, Dr. Agama. What do you think in terms of mobilizing more domestic climate financing? So, we're talking about things like green bonds. I know we haven't done a blue bond yet. And, even green loans. What would be the enabling environment from a capital market perspective that would probably encourage more local or domestic climate financing? Thank you.
Yes, thank you once again for the opportunity to intervene. Clearly for us, I guess, standing from the earlier mentioned point about education, people need to understand exactly what it is and how you're going to invest in it. And how do you understand what it is? It's very easy. Do we issue climate bonds, green bonds, marine bonds, ocean bonds, oil bonds? Just name it. There's several names you can put to it and make people understand that you're not only investing for returns, you're investing in the future of your country, yourself, and your children. And once you do that, you're able to aggregate the little pennies around the country. Then you are sensitizing people and conscientizing them into understanding exactly what it means to reinvest in yourself. This point about not having a skin in the game is critical. And not unless you get people to understand why they need to have a skin in the game, they certainly will not. Imagine the dollar bond, domestic dollar bond that was issued recently, and the level of oversubscription. It speaks to the fact that there is ability. All you need to do is to be able to bring out that ability, get it across the people, let them understand that you've got a product that they need to buy. And voluntarily, you see the level of investment. And of course, you need to start the ball. You need to kick it before, the match is played. That ball that needs to be kicked by us as Nigerians. Needs to be, something that everybody can see and, of course, understand and enjoy the benefit that it will bring, So imagine if you issue a bond that speaks to, gas flaring in the Niger Delta. Give me a reason why I wouldn't buy it. Imagine if you speak to a bond that speaks to afforestation in the north. Give me a reason why Shelleng won't buy it. So there are issues that we need to do. One of the greatest and most difficult things to do around there is structuring, a bond, origination. What are you putting in it? You need to put life in every security for people to be interested in that security, to buy the security, and to be interested in investing in it. Not unless we start recalibrating our thought process around what we need to do and how we need to get about it, we certainly will not get people to join us in the crusade that we speak so loudly about. So for me, the SEC as an institution, we have led this game. We have led this initiative. We have the green bond rules. Where are the issuers? Where are the originators? How do you structure these to fit the specific requirement and investment needs of the people? What are we doing about it? That is critical. Are we speaking about other bonds or other securities, sustainability-linked bonds that speak to specific challenges that happen in any of this area? We know, each and every one of us here, if there is a problem that we can speak to immediately when we wake up, will be power. We're speaking about solar with our mouths? No, we need to get it done. How many of us actually do have power in our villages? Yes, we can get power done. We can get power done through sustainable methods and means and make sure that our cities are lighted up. But what are we doing about it? So in all, you talk about marine and blue economy, bonds that can be issued around that to talk about coastal sustainability. What are we doing about it? So in every aspect of Nigeria, and that's why I said Nigeria is literally green. But for us at the SEC, we have spoken to disclosure issues. Nigeria was the first country that adopted the IFRS standards 1 and 2. Speaking to sustainability, we are passionate about it. I just came back from China, from the sustainability conference in Beijing, and all we're speaking to is, look, we are ready for business. But if we say we are ready for business to the outsiders, are we really ready for business internally? And that's why I spoke initially to an understanding and education. Without that basic parameter, there's certainly nothing that you can do to build up, the canopy.
You're speaking passionately. Thank you very much. And I think you've set a challenge, especially to capital market operators, which is, the regulator is ready to do business, but where are the people that are bringing these instruments to the table? And I think it talks to also for instance, we've never seen anything like a municipal bond, right? So local bonds to address some of our local issues. So there's still a lot to do. Oh, sorry, Lagos.
There's only one municipal bond that has been issued, and it's in Lagos.
Lagos,
and imagine if 774 local government issue a green bond to deal with local challenges, what will come out of it?
That's right.
I bet it.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you for that. All the Lagosians will come for me. But so ladies and gentlemen, we are, I could probably go on. Now, obviously, this is my space, and I'm totally enjoying this conversation. I wish we could even continue it offline, because I think there's a lot more to unpack from here, but we obviously do need to wrap up. So I'll just give literally 1 minute across the table. I'll start from Mr. Lazarus. Just your closing remarks, 1 minute, in terms of what we've discussed today. So I'll just give you 1 minute, sir. Thank you.
My closing comment would be a word of encouragement to all the players, everyone that is interested in the infrastructure space. This is the biggest opportunity in our country. The leadership our president is leading, he's showing, he's committing, he's actually anchoring the entire $1 trillion GDP economy on infrastructure. And I can tell you, in talking with potential co-investors with InfraCorp, I am very, very encouraged by what they think and what they like about the model that we have and the projects that we have in our pipeline. So look, I am very excited about the future of infrastructure in our market, without a doubt.
Thank you. For us at Connexac, climate finance is not only about funding. It's really a catalyst for innovation, scale, impact, particularly given the goals of Nigeria's government and infrastructure being a part of it. We're excited to be a small component of the story. We're learning as we go. It's a roller coaster, but I think it's exactly what's needed, and hopefully, we can encourage others to join the infrastructure roller coaster as well, and unlock more capital together and help build a track record. Thank you.
I think my closing remarks would be more of a call to action, particularly for investors such as the NSIA. It's imperative that we deploy our equity because that is the easiest way to eliminate the perception of risk. We know there is risk in the market, but then we know a huge chunk of it is, perceived risk. So unless we mobilize our equity and do these proof of concept projects and show that bankable projects do exist, you're unable to unlock, additional capital, whether be it for green infrastructure projects or your traditional infrastructure projects. And I think the way we structure projects as well, it's imperative we start thinking of it through a program or platform approach as opposed to modular projects where you just do one project and you're done. Lazarus spoke about scalability, replicability. It's very imperative. And so let's think of, platforms that can mobilize climate finance at scale. NSI has established some of those platforms alongside other partners. We have the Green Guarantee Company, which we've co-established alongside the Green Climate Fund, FCDO, and the USAID. We also invest in green-focused funds. For example, the ICRF, NSI is an anchor investor in the ICRF. And so we really need to put our money where our mouth is in order to unlock capital from other sources. Thank you.
I'd like to close by saying that there's need for structured and consistent support for private sector companies as it concerns supporting them secure early stage capital for their project preparatory work in terms of being able to provide investor-ready projects that will be acceptable by climate funders. I think that's highly important. We've had panelists speak to that. But with that being said, I'd like to also end on a high note. Nigeria is not doing so bad. We also heard about the fact that we have green bonds within this country. I used to head a program called the Energizing Education Program, which was a program that benefited from the very first green bond in Nigeria. And it wasn't just the very first green bond in Nigeria, but the very first green bond in Africa. Nigeria did that. Furthermore, the Nigeria Electrification Project that I used to head, that was funded by the World Bank and African Development Bank, remember these were funds from a loan facility provided by these banks to the Nigerian government. Nigerian government took out these loan facilities to support private sector companies in building out these off-grid or decentralized renewable energy projects, providing these grant subsidies to catalyze the private sector investment. And it did. It brought in significant amounts of funding, which has seen or has led to over 5 million people now having access to electricity who never had access in rural communities. Furthermore, it has also led to the launch of the DARES program, which is a $750 million program, again, to support with bridging the energy access gap in Nigeria. That is because of the political will of this country. So Nigeria is not doing so bad. And even with the likes of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, I'm happy that my sister is sitting beside me. We're working alongside her, that's SE for All, Sustainable Energy for All, with Africa 50 and International Solar Alliance, where we have launched a distributed renewable energy fund with a total of about 500 million, and my sister could correct me if I'm wrong, 500 million US dollars to support with blended finance, again, for projects in this country. So just so we don't give ourselves a hard time, we also need to give ourselves a pat on the back, but obviously there's a lot more to be done. Thank you.
Well, thanks. I still have the opportunity to speak. Practically, there's hope. I agree with her, and we are doing a lot. But the truth about it is that space for which we have not done it so much, and that is why it's painful. The ability to do much, to do more, is rightly in us, and we can't sleep on that ability. So we need to scale up issuances, national, subnationals, local governments, corporates. They need to come out to issue the securities because the people are there to invest. Let's take it this way. If you provide those investments, if you structure those investments, less people will move to Ponzi schemes. The reason why people are moving to Ponzi schemes is they're looking for investment. They can't find investment. And of course, the next best place for them to go to is Ponzi schemes that is hitting them hard. It is important that we understand that. In Nigeria today, the ISA 2025 has provided for the regulation of guarantee companies, which means the risking is sure by virtue of the law. Mr. President is keen about it and he signed that law in March 2025. It tells you the political will. The infrastructure, the Renewable Infrastructure Fund is kicking off, dealing with infrastructure. We can at least do a green city from that and make sure we set an example as in other countries. Retail bonds, retail green bonds should be made available for Nigerians to key into. Of course, blended finance structures. These are things that can be done. We have spoken too much. We have talked too much. Let's get the action happening right there to move Nigeria forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I also thought he deserved a round of applause. So, yeah. I mean, I would ride on the back of what the DG has said and say that there's lots of opportunities. And at the same time, I think it's important to work with your financiers, and as financiers, we need to standardize the requirements, make it simple, make it easy and clear for everyone to understand. And that's why at InfoCredit, we have something that we've called the Distributed Renewable Energy and Lenders Toolkit to make it easy, give access to, information that DRE companies require to access financing. Not only that, while working with financiers, you'd realize that you just enhance your corporate structure when they come in to help you, to provide you this documentation that is required. So the problem is huge as well as the opportunity. So the opportunity already communicates problems. The IFC man said it. So rather than see the problem, you see the opportunity, and then you see how you can structure around it. You can innovatively use blended finance tools to catalyze additional financing to close the climate infrastructure, gap, and also close the, financing challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just add that there's also need to be a little bit more coordination between the financiers. I think there's a lot of information that does not filter to the public sector. So it would be good to have a space or a group that would just share experiences, as you said, returns, lessons learned, successful case studies that just would bring more trust to the market. That's really what's missing for investors to come in, is just being able to see what has worked and the seriousness around the table. So with this expertise we have around and more shared experience with the public sector, I think we can move even faster. It's true that there's a lot that's being done, though. I think we can go even faster.
Thank you very much to my distinguished panel. As I said, this topic for me is something I can discuss over and over again, and I'm sure offline we'll also carry on this conversation. I'd like to thank each and every single one of you for your insights today. And to the audience, thank you very much. You know, finance is not the most engaging topic. So, but you know, I think this has been engaging. Maybe I'm being biased, but I genuinely think it has been. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you for listening to us today and listening to the wonderful panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panel. Our panel will now take a group picture to document the fact that they came here and the profile solutions that we'll begin to implement immediately as solutions to the future. May I once again thank the Oga at the top at SEC for providing security to me and giving me some form of Naira exchange.
So that you don't invest in Ponzi scheme. You know, just like the DG said, Nigerians, we're an investing public, but if we don't have, you know, credible investment outlets, Nigerians will just invest in anything. So we really need to be very creative and innovative, especially around green investment. Thank you very much, DG, for making that point. You know, especially now that we're seeing a lot of money is going to the MMMs. You know, and when I hear those kind of billions of naira, I'll be like, and Nigerians will say there's no money. So where are those billions coming from? So we need monies in green investments. Please, another round of applause for this fantastic panel.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we need to specially appreciate one man who has worked very hard to make sure that this is a success. At one time, he was a leader at Servant Energy and Construction Limited. He was also an associate lecturer at the University of Port Harcourt. He also served as senior disaster risk management specialist at the World Bank, where he led recovery, focused capacity building, and governance reforms. He also leads efforts at the intersection of climate resilience, policy, finance, and innovation as Managing Director of Agogo Consulting Limited in Kim Joseph Palmer. Please put your hands together for him. I hope he's in the room, please. Can we see him? Sir, can you just wave wherever you are to acknowledge this special recognition? Please put your hands together for him. In a few minutes, we'll be doing some breakout sessions, but it's important that we all take roles because what we're doing is important. And there are 3 different sessions. You will pick one of them. One will happen here. The 2 others will happen outside this hall, but not far away. And we'll have ushers stationed here to just show you where exactly you need to be. So 3 very quick discussions will happen. One of them, of course, will be around climate finance mechanisms for low carbon projects. We'll also be talking about strengthening private sector involvement in green infrastructure. And we'll also talk about regulatory and institutional reforms for decarbonization.
So we'll be having 3 breakout sessions that will be going concurrently. So there are parallel discussions here. And I want to also crave your indulgence. In fact, before that, please, can you give yourselves a round of applause? Because we've all been here since morning. I know when we are talking, when we are having this kind of discussions, they're seemingly not so exciting. And I know I'm saying this because of experience, you know. We've been here since morning, we've been hearing green bonds, climate finance, all those things. We're talking serious issues, and you've been paying so much attention to these serious issues. So we'll be having the breakout sessions in a moment, and they will be going parallelly. 1 will be here in the room, 2 would be outside this room. So we'll have guides that will guide you to those sessions. But just before we go ahead, let's quickly bring up the moderators of these breakout sessions. Like Ben said earlier on, we'll be having 3 breakout sessions. The first one will be focusing on climate finance mechanisms for low carbon projects. And the second will be on strengthening private sector involvement in green infrastructure. The third breakout session will be on regulatory and institutional reforms for decarbonization. The first moderator, that's the first moderator for this first breakout session. Some people talk about climate. She lives and leads it right in the vibrant chaos of Africa's fastest growing megacity. And I suppose you all know the city that I'm talking about. Africa's fastest growing megacity that is filled with chaos. With a background in marketing and communications that spans Lagos to London, she brings storytelling flair to the science and sustainability. The science of sustainability. She currently serves as the special advisor on climate change and circular economy to the governor of Lagos State, spearheading initiatives that fuse climate finance, public-private partnerships, and social reform. She's the mind behind, and I hope I pronounced that well, she's the mind behind Boseko, and I hope that when she comes, did I get it? Boseko. I'm trying to put in I was born and brought up in Lagos, and I understand, I don't want to say a bit of Yoruba, because if you want to abuse me in Yoruba, I will definitely understand. I understand Yoruba, I write it, I even had a credit, I don't know how I did that in school. So she's the mind behind Boseko, a movement blending narrative with impact. She's a Harvard-trained policy voice and deputy vice chair of CIPM's Public Policy Committee. She's also a fierce advocate for youth, ethical leadership, and inclusive cities. Please welcome the climate communicator, reshaping megacities like Lagos, the special advisor to the governor of Lagos State on climate change and circular economy, Ms. Titilayo Oshodi. Please, a round of applause for her. She's the moderator for the climate finance mechanisms for low carbon projects, and that session will happen here in the room.
Please, let's put our hands together for her. The next, of course, follows a phrase, when the climate changed, the world came and we see solar. The current certified professional is driving force behind Sea Solar's mission to harness the sun's potential with cutting-edge, sustainable energy solutions that electrify Nigeria's growth trajectory. Under his leadership, the company is not just delivering power, it is fueling transformation, resilience, and innovation in an ever-evolving energy landscape. May I therefore welcome Engineer Chibueze Eke. Please put your hands together. Is he in the hall or stepped out? Can we clap a little more? Engineer Chibueze Eke.
All right, while we wait for Engineer Eze to join us, our next moderator has a mind wired for policy and a heart turned to governance. She's part of the next generation reshaping Nigeria's public sector with a quiet force, I must say, and strategic clarity. Now serving at the national level in the office of the Vice President, she has also left her mark in Kaduna State, where she helped stir regional development from the inside out. She's currently pursuing a PhD in policy and strategic studies. Her journey reflects a deep, evolving commitment to national progress, governance, excellence, and economic development. Please welcome a star of public policy, Ms. Shudara Ahmed. She's a special assistant to the President on project support. Please, a round of applause for her. Make it louder. Thank you. So, what will happen? The first breakout session will happen here. That's the breakout session on climate finance mechanisms. for low carbon project. I guess this is Engineer Eze. Okay, thank you. So that will happen here in the room. Your moderator will be calling the panelists in just a bit. The second breakout session on strengthening private sector involvement in green infrastructure. Please, can the guides come closer?
Ushers will lead us, please.
Yeah. The lady on black will take Engineer AK with your panelists and those that also want to join that session to the room that it will be holding. That's for the lady in black.
That will be on strengthening private sector involvement in green infrastructure.
Then we have another guide. Please, can you come forward? Yes, the gentleman over there waving would handle the session on regulatory and institutional reforms for decarbonization. That's Ms. Hammed's session. So he would guide you to the venue where it will be happening. And we just have about 40 minutes. No, okay, Zainab is saying 30 minutes. So we just have 30 minutes for this breakout session. And after the breakout session, we all come back here to the room for the closing of the event. And then we go for lunch. And that's it. It's a wrap for the day. So 30 minutes for these breakout sessions, and we all return to the room.
If you can do it in 25, it will help us so that we just do this quickly. We understand the issues are there. Ma'am, your position is here. Your panel, you are here. The other two, Engineer Ike will be led by the lady in black, and yes. Mr. Ahmed will be led by the young man. Please remember your group and then follow. If you get to this point and you're not so sure, you can. So remember that the panel in this hall is on climate finance mechanisms for low carbon projects. Engineer Chibweze Eke will be talking about strengthening private sector involvement in green infrastructure, and Madam Shuda Ahmed will be talking about regulatory and institutional reforms for decarbonization. Those who are here, if it would be better if you can come together, you can leave your seats now and come together so your panelists can be able to relate with you as easily as possible.
Are you comfortable? Down, okay. Should we turn? Just one side.
All right, so for those in this hall, it will be good if you come this way. I'm sure we'll make seats available so that your panelists can correctly face you. Our moderator for this session is here. If we can move, so we may likely use very little sound. But our moderator is set, our panelists are set. Participants, are we ready? So for a hall, we'll hand you over now to your moderator. Sure, we are still making proper arrangement as to sitting arrangements. Climate finance mechanisms for low carbon projects. They had to cancel a meeting on conflict resolution because they could not resolve where to hold the meeting. Can we just get seats to the front so that the panelists can also sit with the moderator? The moderator can use the regal chair for a king. That's a good one. All right. Panelists and moderator, this presidential aide has upgraded your position. You can now come up. Please clap for them as they come up. Clap for them. They'll come up.
Hello? Yeah. Good afternoon, and such a long afternoon. It's very, I was just sharing with our compare that it's so impressive that even after such a long day, not even having lunch, people are still earnestly waiting to listen and to learn. And it's such an inspiration, especially for, in Abuja, in Federal. We usually think Lagos are the ones that are pushful, but you have to give yourselves a round of applause for keeping the steam. So I'm just going to dive right into it. And it's a good thing that we have started with the financing session that essentially talks about where do we get this finance? Because everybody is beginning to talk about emissions, and we're saying that there is economic opportunities within it. You don't talk about economic opportunities if you're not talking about finance, you know, and we've been able to deep dive a little bit into that. One of the things that has also emanated from the conversation so far is what sort of projects, because there seems to be a gap in initiatives, a gap in the interventions that strategically fit into what the needs are in the communities or within the sectors. And as the DG had said, that we need to start being introspective and being strategic to develop the right programs that can fit, that will be endearing or be attractive to impact investors or the sectors who want to be able to provide that sort of facility. We also feel that with this program, the decarbonizing infrastructure aspect, also very strategic is the fact that we see 4 different pillars that have been pulled out from there. And it also helps us to dimension what are the derivatives in those areas. I find it very, very profound that we have been able to pull 4 different areas, and climate action is key, you know, in those areas. It's important that economic growth in energy, in transport, in agriculture, in urban sectors are those pivotal places that will help us pick the needle, you know, take the needle and get us out there. But before we get into the conversation, what are these significant barriers? What are the barriers that we can find and it's able for us to overcome? First, statistics are saying that Nigeria is requiring about 410 billion, you know, in additional investment by 2060, and this is some of the pullouts from the pre-summit, that we need to have specific allocations of an aggregate of about 12 billion for each of these sectors. But what are the gaps? We have very limited technical skills. We're not, you know, as coordinated as we should be. There is a high level of resistance, maybe based on structural, you know, limitations, behavioral, nuance, culture, the ease of convenience, you know. There are delays in data gaps. You know, one of the things that has also come through in the various sessions that we've had is that we do not have adequate empirical data to be able to draw the right insights for providing the right solutions, where there is a slow readiness or a lack of it, you know, for us to be able to progress. However, it's also important that we haven't been able to dimension how we can establish interrelativities between the sectors, and that's also another strong function that can help us in optimizing efficiency. So it's critical that we have the right interconnections, you know, between sectors. Urban development depends on reliable energy systems. Transport electrification requires grid modernization, and climate-smart agriculture needs both energy access and efficient transport network for market integration. And herein line all of that, we still need innovation. Technology, we're not as technology advanced, as we want to be. However, if we're able to start localizing solutions, nothing too fancy, how can we start to build our digital tools? How can we ensure that we're proliferating the area of blockchains, even in green finance? How are we ensuring that our policies are also well frameworked? They are, drawn purposefully for the insights or those areas that are local to us. What is AI? How can we engender AI-enabled grids, solar mini grids, clean mobility? How can we get all of that? And we can't talk about this if we're not talking about investment, because that clearly is a strong indicator that there has to be a flush of funding that can help to oil this sort of machinery. And so this is where we have that question: how ready is Nigeria positioning for climate finance? How do we workshop this today? And like I said again, my darling brother Ibrahim has really done a good job in getting a bit more understanding on how these financiers, how they think, but how do we begin to position for climate finance? And to help us interrogate this, I have 4 very brilliant, seasoned experts. Some of them you have seen over the course of period today, and we're going to call them back up again because we can't get enough of them. Abdul Oladapo, can you please come up? I need not share your antecedents, even though I know that you've been very, very pivotal, especially in the PPP area. I was telling him earlier on that he was part of the team that put the model together, the PPP model for the Niger Bridge project. Welcome. I will call on Musa Dabo. Musa Dabo, this possibly his 3rd time here on stage, but he brings a lot of wealth of experience from his journey and his background in KPMG, providing funding as well, and he's very passionate about Africa's economic development and youth empowerment. Musa Dabo, please. And then Fozia Okediji, that's a new one. Fozia Okediji is a manager, utility innovations at Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. She develops and executes utility innovation strategies and related projects powered by renewables. So she's strong in implementing policy and regulatory frameworks in that area. A round of applause for Fozia Okediji. And then Patrick Ogunowo, hope I pronounced that well. Patrick Ogunowo is a decarbonization expert. Renewable Energy Authority has capacity in providing consultancy, training, and project management services focusing on renewable energy, decarbonization strategies, and ES integration. You're welcome. The last, but definitely, certainly not the least, Abdul Malik Mahdi. Abdul Malik Mahdi is a housing developer, an expert, Islamic finance expert, founder, Modern Shelter Systems and Services Limited. He has grown into one of the fastest growing real estate companies in Nigeria, a director at EarthPoint Modern Shelter, that is a joint venture between Modern Shelter and EarthPoint Development Services. It's a construction, I'm hoping it's a green building construction service. It is. Well? Oh, fantastic. Right. Welcome. Okay. They've mandated us to do this between 25 to 30 minutes. We'll see the best that we can do. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for coming and for making time. And I also want to seize the opportunity to express a lot of appreciation to the organizers, to this well thought through sessions. You know, when you're planning an event, it's always very important to also be able to sequence, you know, the thought process. And I think that this has been well thought through, and I just want to say thank you for this. Okay, so we're going to start, and I think the first thing that I want to ask is, because we're talking about financing low carbon projects, in 1 minute, can you, and I want to make it as relatable to the audience as possible, in 1 minute, can you just give us a brief description of what you would define as a low carbon project? And I'll start with Abdulmalik.
Thank you. 1 minute. So a low carbon project is basically a project that meets the requirements of our financiers. We've been hearing a lot about them, especially the last panel. I think they said a lot. From my own perspective, I'm here to give testimony as the final consumer, as in we have accessed climate-based funding. You need to have EDGE certification, which is Excellence in Design for Greater Efficiencies. You need to have your ESMS, you need to have your ESG, all those things that they listed that are sort of, you may call them barriers to entry, as it were, to accessing climate financing. But essentially, your designs, you know, when it comes to like housing projects where I play in, must be sustainable. They must have the climate in mind. Obviously, there's no damage to the planet. There's also environmental factors, social factors, so the community, the other stakeholders that you have, your employment policies, your water usage, your electricity efficiency. There are so many things, like they said. It's really a 2-year process, a huge mountain to climb. But these projects are the ones that give impact, like affordable housing. You know, you're providing housing for thousands of people at once, low-cost housing, you know, attracting investment to underserved communities. So those are the kind of projects that I think that qualify as low-carbon, climate-friendly projects.
Okay, so I'll just put this out to the one who is in the renewable energy space, and that would be Fauzat. Could you just briefly tell us what you think a low-carbon project would be in your industry?
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. Appreciating the organizers for the opportunity to provide my insights today. So yes, that's a very, I would say, a good question, starting from the basis. Maybe just before I go into what low-carbon projects really mean, I represent the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and that's a growing coalition of public, private, and philanthropic partners that are working together to address energy access, basically solve the energy poverty issue, tackle climate change as well, and also drive inclusive economic growth across low and middle income countries. So, and one of the things that we really promote and support are renewables, like distributed renewables. And that's, for instance, mini-grids and interconnected mini-grids, and I'm happy to go into the details. But this is an example of a low-carbon project. Ultimately, it's basically lower carbon emissions across the value chain. And that's, you know, from, in my own perspective. So from even how you plan for the project to the implementation, and of course the operations and maintenance, the whole life cycle, to the extent that you're able to lower carbon emissions, then that should qualify as a low carbon project. I'll stop here just to make it as succinct as possible, but I hope I'll have the opportunity to talk a lot more about some of the projects that I've been privileged to drive and support, for instance, with utilities and mini-grids, providing power to underserved communities during the course of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you sort of touched on some of the things that we would be delving into as we continue. But I also wanted to just speak to Abdul about what are the criteria of a low carbon project? What makes it bankable? We've talked about integrated planning. We've talked about value chain optimization, just to ensure that we're hitting on the right indicators benchmarked against ESG mandates. How would you rate and how would you define a low carbon project that is bankable?
Thank you very much. I'll build on some of what Abdul Malik has said. He talked about the different criteria financiers would look like. Essentially, what makes a project bankable is would investors put their money in it? Very, very important are the returns. Where is the revenue coming from? Can the revenue be captured and be utilized to pay the investment? But when you're looking at low carbon project, they're not just looking at just those commercial returns. Based on what Fauzi said, they're also looking at the ability to reduce emissions. Would the project actually reduce emissions? But I would also mention, maybe one of the forgotten sibling when it comes to climate projects, adaptation. Is it also helping the community, helping people adapt to the effects of climate change? That's very, very important. Financiers in the climate sector would be looking at that. So how well has the project been structured to mitigate risk? Because things go wrong and maybe the revenues don't come, something happens to the project. So are there insurances that can be procured to cover that risk? A lot of the time you see projects that would secure private finance seeking government guarantees, which, typically it's a lot of project proponents would typically not want to have to secure government guarantees, and government is usually unwilling to provide these guarantees because it means when there are issues with the project, the guarantee easily gets called and that's it. So that's why you now have structures like we had InfraCredit talk about having a first loss guarantee on projects. We also had AFC talk about their 750 million facility that has a first loss as well. So those are things that help mitigate the risks in this project. So these are some of the things you do look at. But also, in looking at bankable projects, I'm talking about projects where they're looking at a commercial return. We shouldn't forget that some projects are essentially funded by government, public investment management. You might still call them bankable anyway if government is looking to fund it, but those projects should still be prepared properly. And then other things you can do to help projects get bankable is being able to access grants that helps sometimes reduce the cost of financing, and then it makes them bankable. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to interrogate that a little bit more deeper, and that's because from the submissions that have been made today, having spoken or having interfaced with some of the financiers, and then some of them who have also mentioned a couple of things that would make a project attractive to them. I think the very profound one was the economic benefit or the economic impact that it's able to establish. I think that if we listen to what the DG had said and then the person from InfraCredit, to say that when a project has to have a compelling social impact, there should be some level of co-benefits. There should be some offshoots from the project such that, for instance, you're doing a clean cook stove for that matter, And you're touching on very, very strong SDG nodes, because when you're providing the clone cooking stove, you're going beyond just the household. You're touching on those who run cooking on a commercial basis. You're connecting with women who would ordinarily or typically be at home and may not be generating revenue, but it gives them a chance to start to do something. You also have the challenge of afforestation, because you're saving the trees from being felled by virtue of the firewood that is being used. So programs like that, I think that, how would you interpret, and I'm going to address this question to Patrick, because you are a project manager. You also provide consultancy for decarbonization strategies. How do you figure that for us in Nigeria, what sort of projects and what sort of sectors would be like a silver bullet for us to be able to drive and deepen the level of economic development, environmental sustainability, and yet be able to establish the social impacts that we need?
Hello, everyone. I think I'll start with the definition of sustainability. The ability to meet present needs without hindering the ability of future generations in meeting their own needs. We've got needs at present, but future generations are going to have their own needs as well. If we involve in low carbon projects at this moment, there's a chance that future generations, when they're dealing with issues at that time, they will be able to perform successfully. Most of the people that have talked about projects that are sustainable, projects that are scalable, projects that are bankable, then we start looking at this kind of low carbon type projects. The moderator was talking about a stove, but what comes to mind was the fact that there's a project we did 20 years ago for the UK government. And basically what we're trying to do is reduce the amount of food waste that is going into the landfills. We turn it into compost, local innovation as well, come up with something we call rockets, fasten the rate of decomposition of this food in order for us to get compost. The compost we're giving to people in the neighborhood to grow their crops within their allotments. Now, simply put, environmental, social governance. So these are the type of projects we are talking about. Tick the right boxes. So that, we raised, over 20 years ago, we raised £5 million for that particular project. Now, for such projects, how do you meet the criteria of the fund? You set out from the beginning. A lot of the speakers have been talking about having a structure in place. The Japanese people will say, pardon me, yoishina, yoishikangae. Good thinking, good product. When you think your thought process is solid, you have a structure in place, the outcome is likely to be more successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that from what you have said, you are tilted more towards generational posterity, just pushing projects towards posterity, something that outlives for a long period of time. Is that correct? I think that if we assess situations, because you and I believe that communities have their different challenges, and the degenerative impact of climate change differs with communities and locations. What you will do if you took that solution to the Niger Delta, I'm not sure how much you can get, because the prevailing challenge on their hands is about pollution and the land that is, contaminated by, the oil spillage. So, do you think, and I'm still going to ask you that question, do you think that there's a need for a strong needs assessment and an adaptable customization of projects beyond the stage of looking at what's that? Because sometimes what is pressing is much stronger than what you're preparing for a future.
Yes, I quite agree with what you're saying, in the sense that no size fits all. You go into different communities, you look at the situation for you to provide a solution. When I was talking about the food waste to compost, I wasn't generalizing. I was just talking about a particular community in the UK. So let's go to whatever communities we've gone into. Let's say Nigeria. I was in UAE last week on UK-UAE energy collaboration. I'm in Nigeria now on decarbonizing infrastructure in Nigeria summit. So whatever community we go into, whatever project we want to structure, you can't bring one solution to solve that one, which you have correctly identified. It's about sitting with people, understanding what the project is before you can provide a solution for that particular project or community. No size fits all.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to move to how our carbon markets mechanism work. And I know that I've been talking to somebody who's quite knowledgeable in that area, and I'm going to call him out on this. How do you think that we can generate very specific purpose innovations to be able to reduce cost of financing within our carbon markets? That's Abdul will be answering that for me.
Well, disclaimer, I'm not carbon market expert, but I'll try. So there are different ways of leveraging carbon markets in projects. One, it could be an additional source of revenue, which essentially when you have an additional source of revenue, it means what is available to repay financiers, what's available to repay investors. It helps increase your returns. But typically, carbon markets, it's relatively small. It's not as if by the time you're accessing credit, carbon markets, it's increase your revenue by 30% or 40%. It's typically very small. And you also need to realize, and that's the hard truth, to actually access credit, carbon markets, it potentially could make your project more expensive. The amount of work you have to do to set out your baseline, to do the verification, the monitoring, results and verification requirements, it's a lot. There's a lot to it. So if you're doing it on very, very tiny projects, it might not be worth it. You have to do it at scale. So in as much as there are benefits, it does require quite a lot of effort in there. Now, there are other ways to benefit as well. Rather than looking at it, you can actually access carbon markets by getting that upfront. So, there are players out there that would be willing to invest upfront the benefits you would have made. They are taking that risk. And that way, it might mean that it reduces the amount of money you have to invest to actually get that project done. It might make it easier for you to access investment. Then delving a little bit deeper, there are different approaches. You can access carbon markets from the voluntary markets. There's also the compliance market as well, which is through Article 6 in the Paris Agreement. But yes, I will pause there before I start getting into aspects I don't have enough understanding about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, spot on. I think that the volume is really, really a very strong factor to consider for you to be able to optimize within that market. And I also like the fact that you had differentiated between the types of market, the voluntary and the compliance, because the optimization or making the full, taking the full advantage of a carbon market cannot be without running through an Article 6.4 project. But that also brings me to the green bonds that we have, that we have one in Lagos that we've already started to execute, and gladly knowing that we have that also on the sovereign space. What do you think are Nigeria's best green bond opportunities? And I will be speaking to Abdul Kadir on that, since you were Abdul Malik, I'm sorry.
Okay. The financing, the bonds, I just want to point out that bonds are not the only source of funding, when we're talking of green finance or climate finance. For example, our project at Nasarawa Karu here, where we're building 1,200 houses, was guided and midwifed by InfraCredit. They gave us a 12.5 billion naira guarantee, on the back of which Shelter Africa invested. So once you have a guarantee from an InfraCredit, there are people waiting. You don't need to go to the capital market. You don't need to do any bonds before you can raise that money. But we're looking at social impact. Nigeria is full of opportunities, from student housing to affordable housing to infrastructure financing. When you look at the utilities, for example, power as a service, because when you consider power, for example, from our point of view now in affordable housing, when you build 1,000 houses and from day one you put power as part of the pricing, so those houses come as a hybrid or off-grid solution. The funding or the income, the revenue you will get from just the power aspect to the residents over a 10-year period is far more profitable than the housing itself. So we need synergy. We need to be talking to each other in this industry. We need understanding in such a way that if I'm building houses now, I will reach a situation whereby it will just be like SIM cards that they give us for free. But at the end of the day, what they want is for us to buy data. So we will come to a stage where what we are selling, for example, is power as a service, power solutions, clean energy, and then we're able to provide those houses as just a byline or a consequence of that thing we're doing. At the end of the day, we want to raise the standards of living, the outcomes, as you people say in the SDGs, the outcomes for all these people. We need people to have access to clean water, good power, and so that the children that are coming up now in 15, 18 years' time, I always give this example that most of the engineers, the artists, doctors, a lot of people that grew up in 1004, Festac Town, and GREs all around the country, and staff schools of universities, it's not by mistake. It's because those environments, were provided with the best of things. So, and we need to get it down to the grassroots. And I think organizations such as InfraCredit, they're doing very well in trying to touch as many of these spaces as possible, taking people like us through the journey. Things like the cost of these certifications, they even provide support, where you can't afford it because it's quite expensive. Sometimes, $10,000 here, $40,000 there, for different things. So they take you through the journey, and by the time they finish with you, you're not just getting money, you will have changed as an organization. You'll find out that even beyond that one project that they're financing, your entire organization begins to think and act in a proper, responsible manner, and then you can replicate and you can also teach others when people come to learn from you how you did it. But I think the incentives, for private sector players are clearly there, is that we are looking for financing. And where is this financing available is climate finance. So It is now for you to do what is required, what you need to do. Of course, we will continue to clamor for some of these barriers of entry to be reduced, but they are also very important to, especially in the beginning, to separate, serious players with charlatans. And so we encourage other people to come in, go through the process, trust the process. If it is a year, 2 years, at the end of the day, the rewards are very, very important. They are sizable, and they are really life-changing.
It's interesting what you've just said, because what comes readily to mind is the company Tesla, and the fact that Elon Musk is selling cars, but the real core of his revenue is not on the sales of the cars. It's actually on the carbon credits by virtue of the vehicular movement away, from the roads, from emission, but also because they are electric vehicles. And it also brings me to also reference some of the things that you have said from an infrastructure perspective, that if we're not focusing only on green bonds or this special purpose vehicles that are being created by our financial institutions, there are other ways that we can drive funding when we're engendering social impact. If you're in green building, for instance, you're not only providing shelter, which is a strong SDG node for well-being, you're also driving technology, because all of that is embedded in an infrastructure and innovation that enables the efficiency. You're touching on the sustainable cities goal as well, and your collaboration, because you've also mentioned the word synergy. So that means that collaboration and partnership within that sphere of the construction industry also gives you a strong level of integrity in the area of monitoring and reporting and verifying your nodes for carbon credit. Can you just explain a little further, what sort of institutional investors do you think would be ready for climate infrastructure?
Okay, so in our case, InfraCredit gave us a guarantee. Immediately, Shelter Africa jumped on it. Afrexim Bank just finished their meeting here. AFC is here. These are even multilateral organizations. But even locally, I remember when we tried to get a guarantee from Fidelity Bank, it was a requirement. They've started adding climate credentials to what they ask, even though they are not very harsh on it. But again, when you raise these bonds, both national and subnational, it's not enough to raise the money. Where will the money go to? So the issue is, where are the projects? And just like the example that we're given about Ponzi schemes, with one Ponzi scheme collapse, that you hear 25 billion, 30 billion. So the money is there, right? There are people that are willing to invest when the challenge is for us, both in the different sectors, housing, electricity, all the sectors, to create bankable projects, right? Is the private sector needs to come to the market. We need to do the work. We don't need to be lazy, chasing contracts and things that are very easy, 3 months, 6 months transactions. We need to put in the work. The money is out there. There are many people with money. NSI is here. I mean, there's so much money in Nigeria, locally, that is looking for these projects.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to quickly go to Fozia, and I'd like for you to just share with us some of the projects that you have that can be described as bankable, and the sort of impact that you have made from an EESG perspective. Can you just give us a little bit of intro into that?
Thank you. Yes, so I'm glad that you're asking because I've been involved in a lot of projects in the past, almost 14 years now, both from, gas-fired power plants when I worked at NDPHC, and then to GIZ, and then also now with the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. So over the course of my career, I've also, it has been maybe from fossil fuel heavy to continue to reduce, and then now a lot of renewables. And maybe just to, I like Abdul made a lot of salient points around synergies, partnerships, power. So I've been fortunate to support a lot of projects around the power supply. Maybe let me take a step back to the current reality in Nigeria. I know a lot of statistics have been poured out today. Yes, we have like 5 gigawatts that we get daily average. But then there's reports show that we have about 60 gigawatts of diesel gensets. So basically, if you look at that, that's almost 12 times what we get from the grid. We also know that industries, manufacturers have also said that at least 40% of their expenses goes to energy costs. And then, of course, like every single person in Nigeria here, I'm pretty sure that you probably don't get 24 hours a day of supply, even if you live in, Maitama or Asokoro and all of that. So there's a huge market when you think about that is underserved. And so that means there's a huge reliability issue. Yes, there are a lot of projects that are, off-grid, rural, fantastic. A lot has been done, thanks to a lot of our partners and also the Rural Electrification Agency. But what we've also seen is that there's a huge market that is yet to be met, and that means, solving the reliability issues. And you find that it's not just within the households, but industries. And I think one of the speakers mentioned, maybe it was Pradeep, saying over $20 billion is spent annually just to get that standalone generator sets. So just speaking on that, based on that context, what we've seen in recent years, in the past 3 years, I've been fortunate to lead some programs that are deploying distributed renewables. And you mentioned something when you said co-benefits of climate mitigation and adaptation, and these kind of models basically fit that segment, because you're not just able to deploy renewables, but that means clean energy, but you're also unlocking economic opportunities, you're resolving health matters, health clinics are being electrified, education, and we've seen that practically. Back in the day, I used to, before I moved further or closer into, the philanthropy and climate finance conversation, you'd hear a lot of commitments and pledges, and it kind of can seem abstract, but when you really look deeper, and I'm glad that I've been fortunate to do some projects, you see that it's really real practical solutions that are happening. So now let me just go deeper into one model, because Abdul also mentioned that, yes, it's not about the green bonds and all of that, but also where are the projects. Interconnected mini-grids is one of those models, which is utility distributed renewable kind of model. So it's allowing that synergy between utilities, which we know have been traditionally risk averse. Back in the day, you wouldn't have utilities open your doors, for instance, discos, to even speak to a private sector player, was saying you want to franchise and put some renewables or solar panels in their jurisdiction. But seeing the reality of the energy access shortage and the reliability issues as well, and of course the climate mandates that we have, we're beginning to see some front runners, utilities really championing this distributed renewables conversation. And one of those is, recently we were able to accelerate about 4 projects in 4 communities. I was speaking about communities as well, where it's really happening and lives are being changed. And those projects are with about 3 utilities, 3 discos in Nigeria, out of the 11. And they are currently, it's basically solar PV panels with batteries being integrated into the distribution network. And it's governed by like a tripartite agreement. So the good thing about it, and maybe speaking on inclusivity, is that you can't have those projects without local communities buying. In fact, they are part of the people that sign to allow for those projects to happen. And that speaks to what my colleague here was talking about, where you need to understand what the needs are. So what we're really solving for is not just it's not about technology, in my opinion, right now, because yes, technology problems can be solved. It's really about how we're rethinking systems. So if we're moving from just, thinking in a siloed manner to now having synergies with utilities and private sector players deploying solar PV, and the results we're seeing have been fantastic. So far, about 6,000 connections were achieved by those three utilities, which is, all the communities used to have 2 hours a day of supply. In fact, one of the communities hadn't had power for 10 years, but they have distribution networks. They have, transformers and some poles here and there. But this project has allowed them to move from that 2 to 3 hours a day and even, 0 hours of supply to now having 18 hours plus. And that's based on solar batteries and being hybridized with the power from the grid. And so we're really seeing partnerships happen, and that's one thing we want to, I really, really believe in, that we promote those kind of engagements, that creative partnerships that unlock more of these opportunities. And so maybe I'll just end here by saying that, and maybe speaking to Abdul's point where if indeed you're trying to raise a green bond or whatever, there's access to capital, but there's also being able to plug it where it's needed. Right now, some of the results that we're seeing, and we made sure that we really took data as a key part of the project, because these are the first 4 operational IMGs in Nigeria. So these are the first 4 that you'd have across utilities. We're hoping that we would see more of these projects. And we were able to, as GAP, with our partners, not just facilitate that partnership between the utilities and this private sector, but also provide some, I would say, climate-aligned financing, which is more around viability gap funding. So to make that project even more bankable. And one of the reasons why we even decided to go into those projects is because we wanted to demonstrate that there's a market here. So speaking to Abdul's point on, where the projects, what we've seen now, some of the analysis we've done, even with a number of the discos here, is that there's a 20 gigawatts market opportunity for these particular kind of models where utilities and distributed renewables come together. And it's not about just turning on the lights. It's now turning on opportunities, economic empowerment. We have a lot of, anytime I go to one of the sites and I speak to the customers there and the people there, the communities are now more, quieter. You also have, businesses that would have ideally shut down when, the running diesel gensets. But now, whenever I speak to any of them, they're like, oh, we don't even run our petrol gensets anymore because of the solar and, the supply. So it's catalyzing significant transformational change. And what I'm excited about is that I believe that it's positioned to scale. That 20 gigawatt market is something that we should all plug into, and it will require, of course, a lot of innovation, partnerships, and also financing, and as well, a lot of capacity building as well, and institutional strengthening. But then that opportunity exists, and I hope that we can, unlock that market even more. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. That is so well put together. So just to circle back to all of what we're saying, we're still talking about financing low carbon projects. We're in front of an audience that is cross-carpeting different landscapes of sectors. I see that I have consultants, I have entrepreneurs, medium scale, I have, on this panel. If you were given 1 minute to just pitch your service or your project, we'll start with Abdul. What would it be? You, Abdul Malik.
Well, basically at Modern Shelter, we say we sell happiness. And I'm looking forward to a future whereby, like I said, we're not just providing homes, we're also changing outcomes. Just like Fawzia just said, when you provide power in an estate, people are more productive, businesses thrive. We know that a lot of people do their businesses now on Instagram, on social media from home. So there's a lot that goes into providing shelter. We hope to continue working with institutions such as InfraCredit. Right now, we're working on something very big with them on the back of what we have done, the 10 billion naira that they've given us to scale, because at the end of the day, it's not just about building 1,000 houses in Nasarawa, it is about reaching the 200 million Nigerians that are there through synergies, through collaborations, not just modern shelter building these houses, but being an example that can be taken and replicated all over the country and even the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. So we take our position very seriously. We know that we're a guinea pig and we're willing to go through the process so that the people coming behind us, don't have to go through the problems and troubles that we have gone through. So we hope that this climate financing capacity building, we call on all stakeholders to try and help in capacity building, because especially at state and local government levels, people don't know how to access these funds. They don't even have the information. So we need to help people to know and hold their hands through this journey. So at Modern Shelter, we remain committed to climate financing. It is a way of life for us now, and we will do our own bit, inshallah.
Thank you very much. Abdul?
Yeah, thank you. I'll build on what my brother Abdul has said. But I think, dialing back a bit, it's a program that has been running for almost 6 years now. It has 3 months left to run. We're in the closeout phase. It's actually the third iteration of the program. So this third iteration has been running for about 6 years. And we've done quite a lot over this period, helping to improve the power sector and also infrastructure finance space in Nigeria. And we're at that point where we've consolidated a lot of our work. We've put it on like a knowledge hub where we're doing sessions like this to disseminate the knowledge, to try and help improve outcomes in Nigeria. And what are some of the work we've done? On the power side, for example, a bold step was made a few years ago with the new Electricity Act, which has established state electricity markets. Lagos State is one of the states that have established or are establishing their state electricity market. You also have Enugu State, Akwa Ibom, Oyo State in that journey as well. So we essentially have put together a toolkit to guide states to help that. And when you actually bring sort of the responsibility for energy and ensuring maybe DISCOs do their work and ensuring investments, when you bring it almost locally by having a state involved, it also changes the narrative. And when you've had a situation where we've had it being driven at the federal center for a while, which, NEC as the regulator, and it's now moving to states, where we see an opportunity for increased energy access. So NIAF has actually supported some states, and we've consolidated some of that work, and we're putting it out there for other states and other practitioners in the industry to get from. Fauzi was talking about interconnected mini grids working with DISCOs, and we're also quite pleased that we've also tested, and I think I'll bring an example that is close to home, close to a lot of people here. The Ministry of Works building in Mabushi, there is this thing there, a 1 megawatt plant there. And we've actually worked with the ministry, the developer, and Abuja Disco to really try to do a two-way interconnection and did a test where they actually did supply power to a hospital close by Zankli Hospital. And the results are there to show it was quite a difficult, challenging process to make it work, with challenges with infrastructure and all of that. But being able to learn from that and share that knowledge for others to be able to pick from and disseminate. So that's some of what NIAF has done. And moving on to the infrastructure finance side, you did talk about carbon markets. We recently completed a carbon markets guide focused on subnationals and project practitioners. We launched it last week with an event we had with the Nigeria Governors Forum, the World Bank. It was based around SABRE. SABRE is a subnational program, State Action for Business Environment Reforms, and we launched the Carbon Markets Guide to actually walk through subnationals to see how their projects can access the carbon markets, both voluntary and Article 6. We've also done quite a number of things in the PPP space, preparing templates for business cases, for concept notes to be able to drive projects forward. We've done case studies for some of the transactions we've done, including special agro-industrial processing zones, and the student accommodation I talked about at the earlier panel. So there's quite a bit out there, and we're really pleased that at the point of closing the program, we have a lot of resources to share, which is all hosted on our website. And yeah, happy to speak to everyone and provide more information later. Thank you.
Talk about optimizing time. Well done. All right, so Fauza, you got a chance, so you're just going to make it as short and brief as possible, please.
Yeah, I just want, Abdul, so we'll probably be talking a lot more on your interconnection project, because I'm working on something in that line. But yes, I'll end by saying there's a role for philanthropy. So I know there's been a lot of conversation around public-private partnership, but we're seeing public-private philanthropic partnership, and that's, creative partnerships, and it's good beyond advocacy and research into really deploying projects. That's my first point. So leading to that also is distributed renewables. I want to emphasize that it's a very quick and cost-effective way for us to be able to close the electricity access gap in Nigeria, and also very scalable as well. And then lastly, I would just re-emphasize partnerships. I don't think that any one organization can solve the problems on our front. I don't think one technology can solve that as well. I don't think one solution is the way, as he had said. So I want to really stress that we work with each other, less competition and more collaboration. I was at an event in Lagos actually last month, and the speaker said, you either collaborate or you die. So in this time and life, in terms of businesses, organizations, if you really want to make the progress that you need to make, and for us to achieve our shared vision around our goals, including climate goals and energy goals, we need to collaborate more and partner more. So thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure being on this panel.
Thank you very much. Last but not the least, Mr. Patrick Oguno.
Yes. When we conceptualize a strategy, we will enhance our functionality. What we have at the moment is what we call Carbon Scope 360. In assessing, quantifying the emission reduction potential in a project, we look at it at different stages: the initiation stage, the planning stage, the execution stage, monitoring, as well as before closure. 360 in a full cycle. How can we reduce emission within a particular project? Carbon Scope 360 is a framework we have developed at the moment that can help government institutions, agencies, reduce the amount of carbon being emitted in a particular project. Quickly on a last note, when we're talking of different agencies and ministries, I thought there was a question about what are the key ministries that we should mention. What comes to my mind is, apart from the Ministry of Finance, supporting three key ministries that I, in my own view, think. I would think of Ministry of Power, I would think of Environment, and I would think of Housing. So whatever, on the last note, people have been talking about collaboration. There's no way we can work in silos. So we want to collaborate, work together on these type of projects and get the climate funds in. Climate funds, people have been throwing figures around. They've been talking about 80 billion, 100 billion, 40 billion. Nigeria needs 401 billion. But on a good note, they haven't mentioned my figure. I think climate fund actually is worth far more than that. It is in the region of $23 trillion, and Nigeria can have a chunk of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think they all deserve a round of applause. If I were just round off on this session, a few insights and nuggets have been pulled out. Number one, that we should create projects that will deliver core benefits that cut across climate-friendly and sustainable infrastructure for our economies. We also said that we should engender local communities to provide resilient solutions. So they should be adaptable, they should be relatable, and they should be appropriate for the situations or the challenges that they're facing. Renewable energy is more profitable and socially impactful from a utility perspective. I learned that from Fauzi. Thank you very much for that. We need to develop data that is ESG compliant for profitable carbon asset management. Data is king, data is life. We need to start engendering and leveraging technology. There are quite a couple of MRV entities right now that we can employ and deploy that are AI generated, to be able to achieve this, so that that process of capturing and verifying and reporting on a carbon asset management perspective is as specific and as accurate as possible. There is a role for philanthropy. I want to add that there is a role for CSR. CSR has now become the new ESG because you begin to generate revenue, and it's a very dignified way of getting paid, by being a philanthropist. Work with each other with as less competition as possible so that we can go far. Collaboration, partnership, collaboration. And finally, Mr. Ogunawa says, when we design our strategy, please finish that sentence. You said something about when we define our strategy.
When we conceptualize a strategy,
yes,
we can enhance our functionality.
Fantastic. When we conceptualize strategy, we can enhance our functionality. That's all, folks. Thank you so much for this time, and thank you so much for sharing with us. Want to congratulate you on all that you have done and all that you're doing, what you're about to do. Thank you for being the change makers. Thank you, the Office of the Vice President, all of the aides and all of the organizers and the NCCC guys team. Thank you so much for this opportunity. God bless.
Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together for our panel. And if you are our breakout session panel, and I believe this is the best breakout session group. Before the others come, can we clap for ourselves, please? Photographers, did you go to another panel?
Okay.
No, photographers, please come. Let's have a group picture. Let us smile. This is a good one. We answered all the questions that were not asked.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for yourselves. Yeah, almost to 5. It's almost 5 o'clock and we've done so well. Please, can we also ask the guides of the other breakout sessions that the other breakout sessions should come into the room?
Please, let's come in. The other groups, let's come in, please. Are they here already? The other groups, let's come in. let's come into, yeah.
The other groups, let's come into the room is so that we can close this event and go for lunch. It's not lunchtime yet. Or is it dinner? Or supper?
Or Lona.
We'll be going for lunch or supper in the next 5 minutes max. So other breakout sessions, please can you meet us here in the room so that we can have the closing of this event.
While we are waiting, you can actually network.
And don't also forget that as we even leave this room, the exhibition booths are open.
And they have very, very wonderful things. I mean, practical solutions, innovative ideas. You really need to see. I have gone to every of the booths, and each one has something unique to offer Nigeria. I think we have done very well trying to pick these people. We hope the next time we'll have a whole lot of them join us. But this also is innovative, and we appreciate the fact that they have added color and added class to what we have done here today.
Please, let's try as much as possible to visit those booths like Ben has said. They are not just stalls. Those booths are living blueprints of the future, of course, where you will find innovations in renewable energy technologies, you will find innovation in green mobility solutions, sustainable infrastructure, and circular economy models that we think a lot of things around what we've been discussing about and redefine value. I hope that the other breakout session panelists, the moderators are all in the room now. Please, can we tell the other members to join us quickly so that we can quickly close this event? While we do that, let's also network, let's ask questions, let's make that connections because, of course, climate action is not powered by just good intentions, but by collaboration and implementation.
While we are doing that, we also once again want to especially thank our sponsors and our partners who have worked with us through this. We want to especially appreciate the APM terminals, lifting global trade and helping innovation both in Nigeria, exporting global solutions to the world from Nigeria. Please, let's appreciate APM terminals. Clap for them, thank you.
Let's also appreciate Africa Finance Corporation, AFC. Thank you very much, Africa Finance Corporation.
We also want to especially appreciate Family Homes Funds. Thank you very much. Changing lives, continue to do good. Thank you.
We also want to appreciate Ixwell. Yes. Orwell. Okay. Orwell. Let's appreciate Orwell, please, with a round of applause.
And we also especially appreciate Agogo Consult. Thank you very much for being a part of this, both at the technical, the planning, the execution. We appreciate you also. Thank you.
Let's also appreciate the Presidential Initiative on CNG. Thank you very much. We watched a video earlier on. Thank you very much.
And we thank also Ripple, Tomorrow's Energy Today. Thank you very much.
We also want to appreciate PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers. Thank you very much.
And for Soilless Farm Limited, we appreciate you. Please, can we clap for them? Can we clap for them? Let me tell you something about Soilless Farm. Their CEO last month, I introduced him in Lagos, and some people clapped, others refused to clap. Last week when I went back to Lagos, I discovered that all those who refused to clap for him, all of them had weak low. Can you clap for Soilless Farm now, please? Clap for them.
Can we also extend that applause to Quintessence Environmental Consult? Please, a round of applause for them. People, Environment Development for Quintessence Environmental Consult. Then for Tectonics Engineering Group, please, another round of applause.
Thank you very much. We also want to especially appreciate the National hydrographic, National Hydrographics. Let's appreciate them. Our partners, our friends. You can also visit their stand and see what they have done. Thank you very much. I believe that the others are back. There are some things that have just been sent to us from the Office of the President. They say 2 sets of people will get them. The first set of those who will get those gifts are those who are sitting down. And the second set are those who are in front. So please, can we sit down?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. Thank you. We have not closed. We want to invite someone very special, and it's important that she sees you sitting down. Hello? Hello? Thank you very much. Please, can we sit down? Can we take a seat, please, each? And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we want to specially bring one who has written this nation and written her heart out, rooted in academic rigor, nurtured through corporate strategy, protected by excellent executive advocacy, and blossoming in politics that stretch towards sustainable, equitable horizon. One who has worked, touched lives, and also helped to build other younger people. She's a master weaver of the crossroads of climate policy, sustainable development, and economic strategy, crafting the tapestry that binds Nigeria's climate ambitions with actionable pathways. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Please welcome with a warm round of applause the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Climate Change, Ms. Zainab Yunusa, to give us the closing remarks. Please make it louder. We'll soon be out of here. Thank you very much.
Please clap for her.
Hi, good evening. Well, I guess it's evening, but hi, good evening. First time I spoke on the podium, it was morning, and now it's evening. So thank you very much, everyone, for sticking with us. This is going to be really quick. I think for me, the essence of this quick remark is just to thank everyone for participating and also just for staying behind. I know that it's been a very busy day, but there's a lot to talk about when we talk about decarbonizing infrastructure. As much as possible, we tried to streamline the panels that we had, but it was quite difficult because there was a vast audience and also a vast plethora of panelists and moderators that we really needed to really hear from today. So thank you very much for staying behind. And I think for me, this is really just a quick call to action, just to remind people that as much as possible, this is not a conversation that we just want to have and close the doors, but really we're hoping that people will take the conversations and the connections that were made today to their various lives, and hopefully next year we can come back for this convening and have an even more impactful conversation. For me, once again, we wanted to just thank everyone on behalf of the Office of the Vice President, to just thank everyone for being here and also just welcome you on this journey of decarbonizing infrastructure in Nigeria. So I'm not going to subdue you to a long speech. I will let everyone go because it's really been a long day and you guys have been champs. So thank you very much. And the floor is open for lunch. So thank you, and we'll still be around and we're happy to have conversations and have chats, and we encourage people to just network as much as possible. So thank you very much, and we really appreciate it. So thank you. God bless you, God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. There are some people who speak and the nation listens. Thank you very much for thanking the MCs also. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zainab. Thank you very much. And Ben, it's been such a day, you know. Productive one, I must say.
Yes, and we have not left any carbon footprints anywhere.
At all. We've been very climate smart.
Climate friendly.
Climate everything.
And we have been able to unlock climate finance for sustainable development. If you don't have, I think it's your own. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to us and for being such a very wonderful audience. Please, I think you can put your hands together for yourselves.
And of course, finally, what is a summit without some kind of nourishment? You know, at least jollof rice is carbon neutral. So it's for us to go and fill our bellies. It's no longer lunch is served now. It should be.
Yes, just
supper.
eat it and name it whatever you call it.
So let's all go for supper or
Let's go and eat.
let's go and eat. And it's been nice doing this. It's been an opportunity to serve and a privilege to serve. I am Nancy Naji.
And I am Ben 200, half human, half amazing. It's an honor being one of your MCs for today. Lunch is served. Just open the curtain behind you and go to the next room. The VIPs, our ushers, will tell you where to eat. The ushers, the VIPs just remain in the hall. The rest of us, let's go to the back there. Open the curtain. Be gentle on the queue. If you are on the fuel queue and it's not moving, go to the CNG queue. It will be faster. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. And let's go forward to build that greener, smarter, and better Nigeria for generations to come.
Thank you.